Chapter 1, Alien Ranger, Reborn Again? Browder is now crying. Because he is just a baby. But he is not a real baby, he is a baby who has lived for 2 lives and is now a 3rd life. The first life is an ordinary college student who just graduated. After a sad traffic accident, he has reached the 2nd life as soon as he opened his eyes. The 2nd generation is a high magic world of swords and magic. The chaotic life there made him, a kind-hearted college student, as a last resort, quickly transformed into a murderous adventurer. But now the last memory of Browder too is that he only runs back and forth on a few material planes. After finally advancing to the 5th Order legendary Alien Ranger, he is involved in a material plane and native gods and gods. The divine war of alien gods. Although he had a brilliant escape, he was chased to death by a powerful divine power lord of vampires. Can he reincarnate after being killed by a god? Browder really doesn't know. Just when the baby was crying from hunger instinctively, Browder suddenly felt he was being picked up. Have my parents in my life finally come to take care of me? I almost cried out of strength. I didn't open my eyes when I was just born, I only heard the voices of my parents, speaking so fast, Browder couldn't tell which language it was. Then, he never heard his parents' voice. It's the 3rd day now. If he didn't open his eyes the next day and Browder found himself in a luxuriously decorated bedroom, he could think he was abandoned. But now that he was picked up, Browder realized that it was not a human being that picked him up. That is a humanoid that resembles a goblin. But it is not green, but white. He is very small, with ears as big as a bat, protruding eyes the size of a tennis ball, and a relatively long, flat nose. Browder heard him speaking in English with a frog-like voice. "Oh, my poor little master." The master went to perform the task of the Dark Lord, but completely forgot the newborn little master. "Ah! I'm such a bad cob, I dare to say bad things about my master. Damn, damn, damn." Browder then saw him put himself down, and then really grabbed the ground with his head very hard. "It's bleeding, it's still red." But after discovering that he was bleeding, what he cared most was not to stop the bleeding, but not to stain the precious blankets on the floor. Browder then saw that he hadn't chanted a spell, and the blood on the blanket was removed with a wave of his hand. Then, he finally remembered to breastfeed himself. A scent of goat milk passed into Browder's mouth. Although drinking goat milk for a newborn baby seems to have a heavy burden on the kidneys, Browder, who has been hungry to the present level, can no longer take care of it. While drinking, Browder was thinking, I won't be in the world of Harry Potter in my life, right? Is really the world of Harry Potter? Because the house elf named Cobb is always feeding Browder, all kinds of self-talking let Browder know about it. Although it is a movie and novel I have seen in the first life, now Browder can unexpectedly remember it. I was really a fan of HP at the beginning. It seems that it is still in the reign of Voldemort, and his parents are Death Eaters. Is still a pure-blooded nobleman. Isn't I Malfoy? Browder thought so. Then 5 days after he was born, Browder saw his parents again. Okay. He is not Decola Malfoy, because his parents are not Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. My parents are Bellatrix Black Lestrange and Rodolphe Lestrange. Is the Death Eater couple who were later imprisoned in Azkaban a famous Slytherin wolf, not to say werewolves, a lady who liked Voldemort. Were all loyal people who really wanted to get Voldemort back after his first defeat. But I never heard that this couple has children. Didn't it mean that after the final battle, Lestrange, one of the 28 pure-blooded nobles at the time, was gone? That is that I was extra, or that my identity was forgotten by the unreliable couple and starved to death. Is really possible. Because of those 2 people, there really is no fatherly love and maternal love. After the Dusty came back, they happened to see Cobb feeding Browder. After taking over Browder, Bellatrix directly gave Cobb a heartbreak. The reason is that she entered her bedroom without her permission. Is my child a dirty house elf like you can hold? Browder was stunned by this theory. She really wanted to starve herself to death. Browder was a ranger in his previous life, and the ranger is a master of souls, and all souls in his hands are toys for him to grow further. So Browder also easily felt the power of a fresh soul in his returning parents. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. They were outside for a few days, but they still murdered. And more than one person. I really want the power of these souls. In this way, I can grow up quickly. Not right, now I don't have the light of other worlds and I can't store and extract these soul energy. Thinking of this, Browder just opened his eyes, and then saw the light of other worlds floating in front of him. What? Browder's surprised eyes opened round. If it weren't for the baby's body, Browder might have turned over. The lantern of other worlds is a lantern stained with blood, with a coquettish purple light shining in the lantern, and the fuel of this light is the soul energy of the enemies Browder killed in the past. Browder is now being held by Bellatrix, so the lamp of other worlds is right in front of Bellatrix. But she seemed to see nothing, and was talking to her husband about the Dark Lord through the lamp of other worlds. Should just be invisible. From Browder's angle, several wailing souls were attracted by the purple light of lamp of other worlds, floating out of Bellatrix's body and the wand worn on him, and sucked into the lamp. Why can the lamp of another world be reborn with me? Could it be that the lamp of other worlds that was originally a physical entity has now become a soul equipment? What about your other equipment? Browder thought to himself, and then another alien crossbow appeared in front of Browder. This crossbow machine, also full of soul, brought Browder an extremely powerful sense of security. It can be said that just this crossbow allows Browder to live safely in this world now. Chapter 2, Blood Hunter System, Start. Wrong. Browder suddenly remembered that, in order to escape from the Lord of Vampires, I used up all the foreign arrows that had been hard to condense when I advanced. Therefore, the most powerful killing god attack effect of alien crossbow is now completely impossible to achieve. But Harry Potter's world shouldn't need to use killing god attack, right? Although killing the god's attack is 100% true damage to any object, no one in this world should be as shameless as those gods. A bunch of protection spells, a bunch of protection magic arts, and unbroken powers enchantment can reduce the maximum damage of other attacks by 99%. Perhaps the ordinary attack of the altered crossbow has already allowed me to live well in this world. And now what I need to think about is when these unreliable parents go outside to perform Voldemort missions, what should I do if I am hungry? Cobb was dying just now because of the heart-stirring bones. Shouldn't he have the guts to feed himself again in the future? I can't really starve to death. In this regard, running altered crossbow cannot give yourself any help at all. Hey? Why are you dizzy? Is it because the baby's head can't support oneself to think so many things? Then I should have a good sleep. Same as Browder thought. After his parents went out to perform the task again, Browder had no food for 2 more days. Browder just feels that his mother, who seems to have a broken head, really wants to starve himself to death. Then, go to Voldemort and cry. Look, Lord Dark Lord who made me dump, I started to perform new tasks again just after giving birth, and in order to perform the tasks, I even forgot my newborn son, and he starved to death. Please comfort me. Browder is throwing up just thinking about it. Her camp is completely chaotic and evil, right? It is the devil that can barely match her. She is the kind of man who wants to see her father's funeral again at first sight, and can kill her own mother with her own hands. The etiquette is broken. Even if she is pure blood, she can't be called noble anymore. She really has no love for herself. This time Cobb and other house elves were really afraid to enter the bedroom under Bellatrix's order. Brad originally hoped that one of the 5 or 6 house elves would be alien like Dobby. It seems that there are not many heterogeneous. What should I do now? Waiting to starve to death? Even though the lamp of other worlds and the crossbow of other worlds followed him through, Browder himself is just a baby with no power at all, and the soul power stored in Lamp of Other Worlds is still can't stand it. I can't speak even if I want to talk, the only way that can happen is to cry. I can't even laugh. Then I was really tired of crying, so I couldn't make any noise. Am I really going to die again? Is really nothingness. Looking at the still floating Lamp of Other Worlds alone, Browder began to think about what will happen to these two pieces of his soul equipment after his death. Will accompany myself to cross again? There is no guarantee at all. Watching the twinkling purple light, Browder slowly began to fall into a coma. But just before fainting exactly, Browder saw that there was a little red in the light of the other world. Is that blood? I really want to drink it. Browder thought so, and then Light of Other Worlds really moved to Browder's mouth. Poured half a minute, and a little red clotted blood dripped into Browder's mouth. Boom! The extremely powerful energy exploded in Browder's mouth. Browder passed out directly. Drop. The host's body transformation is complete. The Blood Hunter system is officially opened. Browder, who was awake, heard this sound for the first time. Really surprised Browder. Because this voice comes from my soul. A stranger who didn't realize there was anything in his soul that could make a sound, how could he not be panicked? But after he calmed down, Browder found out after many inquiries. This is really a golden finger, a plug-in, and a system. Why is there such a thing in my soul in this life? If I had such a system in my previous life, would I still need to work hard to reach the 5th level? Then was killed by the gods? Browder is so angry. But the next thing I learned made Browder stunned. Looking at the system prompts, in fact, this system has followed him all his life. It's just that he has not found a way to open it. The way to turn it on is, at least swallow a drop of vampire blood. What the is this? Browder is super speechless. How can a vampire's blood be swallowed casually? In a matter of minutes, it is possible to be assimilated into the blood source relatives of the vampire, okay? I can only take orders from TA in the future. Besides, didn't you give me system prompts in your last life? If I knew it was okay, I would have swallowed it in my last life. No wonder the plane where I was born in my previous life was a small plane ruled by a weakly divine blood lord. How many vampires did he kill in his last life? If it weren't for the blood lord, I might be able to gain the plane will bonus and become the plane lord. UU reading www.uuganshu.com instead of strategic retreat, become a wandering outlander ranger. Hey? Or is it because you killed a lot of vampires in your previous life, so you were chased to death by the powerful vampire lord, right? Is really possible. Who said that the revenge strike target of his ranger skills is a vampire? By the way, the blood that I swallowed just now is vampire blood? When is that blood? Browder quickly flipped up the system prompt. Get the powerful supernatural power vampire Grand Duke blood, the most advanced blood hunter system is opened. It seems that it is necessary for me to fight Duke Vampire at the end of my life. That blood should be the only reward he brought back after the successful attack of the arrow of the exotic. Blood hunter, that is, vampire hunter. People who use the blood power of vampires, but are not vampires. Is a person who can maintain his human identity after swallowing the blood of a vampire. Normal blood hunter talent blood contract normal, get a bottle of essence blood every month. Rare blood hunter talent blood contract rare, get a bottle of essence blood every week. Elite blood hunter talent blood contract elite, get a bottle of essence blood every day. Legendary blood hunter talent blood contract legend, get a bottle of ancestors blood every year. Holy blood hunter talent blood contract holy, able to make blood hunter sacred artifacts. The talent power of the blood contract can be superimposed level by level. Browder obtained, naturally, is the highest blood contract sage. Browder is floating. Chapter 3, Sacred Artifacts, Talking Doll. Browder naturally wanted to become a in his previous life. However, since he later advanced to the Alien Ranger, it means that he will not have his own local plane, and it is even more difficult to become a god. Don't have enough faith, want to be a god? Really just think about it. Now that I live a lifetime again, is it possible for me to become a god? Really seems to try. That drop of Vampire Lord blood not only helped Browder turn on the system, but also transformed his body once. Although it is still a baby a few days after birth, Browder is actually much stronger. At least Browder is not hungry at all now. Although it is a human being, blood hunters can also live by drinking blood. Browder felt that he would be able to survive with 1 bottle of essence blood a day brought by the blood contract sage. Is really gratifying. By the way, we have to look at other functions of the system too. Summoned the system, Browder sank his mind into the system according to the prompts. The next moment, Browder found himself at the front gate of a gloomy castle. Is not a physical entry, Browder did not feel his hands and feet, just a period of consciousness. Wandering like a ghost, Browder headed towards the castle. But there is a fountain blocking the way between the main entrance and the castle. Or it is not a fountain, but a fountain of blood. This is the place used to store Browder's essence and blood. But what makes Browder strange is that he just turned on the system. Why is there so much blood in the blood spring? There is even ancestors' blood. Blood spring, essence and blood, 231, ancestors' blood, 2. Really many? Asked the system. The feedback was very simple, but it also made Browder speechless. The remaining essence and blood is the drop of Vampire Grand Duke after turning on the system and returning it to Browder after transforming his body. The energy is so abundant. The system may not have thought that the host could start the system with the blood of the powerful gods. But this is a good thing for Browder. Are the legacy of the last life. Browder felt at ease. Happily continued to drift towards the castle. Browder immediately entered the main entrance of the castle. The lobby of the castle is also very luxuriously decorated, much more luxurious than the Lestrange family born in this life. However, Browder is more concerned about the altar in the middle of the hall. Blood altar, create and upgrade the altar of sacred objects. Creation hallows, need ancestors' blood, 1, essence and blood, 100. Upgrade sacred artifact attributes, need sacred artifacts, essence and blood, 10. Upgrade the power of the ancestor of the sacred implement, need the sacred implement plus 3, the blood of the ancestor, 1. Browder already knows that the blood hunter has 9 sacred artifacts, but the system has not yet informed the specific content. Looking at it this way now, the ancestor's blood and essence blood stored in the blood spring just now are enough to create a holy artifact. Come or not? Of course. Browder has to see what attributes the sacred artifacts have. 1 ancestor's blood and 100 essence blood from the blood spring flew out of the blood spring. The blood that flew out was filled in special glass bottles, and then flew into the blood altar and became pure blood again. The entire blood altar was completely burnt when the last ancestor's blood poured in. This is the blood inflammation commonly used by vampires. Browder has seen it many times in his previous life, and it was used when the vampire was desperately last before his death. I didn't expect to be used by him this time. After waiting for a while, the blood inflammation slowly went out. The altar is intact, but the blood has burned out. And there is one more thing on the altar. Is a necklace. A necklace with a small doll pendant. Waved, the necklace flew in front of Browder. Talking doll, plus 0, sacred necklace, magic value plus 10, all damage magic effects plus 2%. Ancestral power, plus 0. Oh, it doesn't seem to be too strong. Still seems to need to be strengthened. Once again threw the talking doll on the blood altar, and adjusted 10 more bottles of essence and blood. Upgrade sacred artifact attributes, talking doll, essence and blood, 10, the success rate is 90%. This should not fail, right? The blood inflammation burned again, and Browder vaguely saw that the sacred necklace slowly absorbed the blood inflammation. Update successed. Talking doll, +1, sacred necklace, magic value +20, all damage magic effects +4%. Ancestral power, +0. This is twice as strong. Then do it again. The success rate has become 72%. This drops a bit quickly. But gritted his teeth still started. Blood inflammation burned, and in Browder's surprised eyes, the upgrade was successful again. Talking doll, +2, sacred necklace, magic value +30, all damage magic effect +6%. Ancestral power, +0. How to do? Browder is addicted. There are 111 essence and blood, so, do it again. The success rate dropped to 50.4% again. Is still above half anyway. Sure. Blood inflammation spreads. Browder is now in England, and he is indeed European. +3 success. Talking doll, +3, sacred necklace, magic value +40, all damage magic effect +8%. Ancestral power, +0. But seeing the +4 success rate dropped to 30.24%, Browder immediately withdrew his idea of wanting to upgrade again. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. There are 101 essence and blood and 1 ancestral blood left. Now, do you want to try to make a new sacred artifact, or try to upgrade the power of the ancestors? The success rate of the first upgrade of the ancestral power of the sacred tool is 100%. Did not think much, Browder decided to upgrade the power of the ancestors first. Let's talk about the power of a holy artifact first. Talking doll, +3, sacred necklace, magic value +40, all damage magic effect +8%. Ancestral power, +1. Ancestral power, +1. Consume a bottle of essence and blood to summon a magic doll for 1 day, and disappear after damage. You can consume a bottle of essence and blood every day to maintain 1 more day. Magic doll inherits the intelligence used by the sacred artifact, and can use magic once a day curse, related to intelligence, reducing the opponent's attack power and magic power. Oh! Browder's eyes lit up. This is a good skill. Although is basic, it is quite unexpected. Brought the necklace in front of him, and Browder wanted to use it. But the system prompts that it cannot be used here. Well, it can only be used in the real world. Then go out. The power of ancestors, summon magic dolls. Browder blinked while lying on the bed, and the doll pendant on the talking doll that also existed as sole equipment in front of her lit up in red. Then a 3-headed doll that only a girl played with appeared. This doll can really talk, you are so cute. Let's play together. Brad has a black line on his forehead. Please. I am a boy. Chapter 4, Vicious Mother, Full Moon Celebration. Bellatrix looked at his child indifferently. It's really lingering. Did not die like this. Bellatrix's love is the only one, it's all given to the Dark Lord. No one else will. Whether it is your parents, husband, or even children. The combination of and Rodolph's only completed a pure blood wedding she had always wanted. But I really didn't expect to have children. Although this child is really pure blood, Bellatrix is very disgusted when he is in the stomach. Bellatrix knew she had a baby in her belly very early, but she didn't tell anyone. The point is that this child belongs to Lestrange, not Lord Dark Lord. She has not succeeded in seduce. So she hates this child very much. But in compliance with the rules of pure blood, she can't fall the child, so, she wants an accidental abortion. Is still on the mission as before, not eating any good things, and deliberately being hit by many damage spells. But this child just didn't fall. Until the child was 8 months old, she again risked being beaten by her betrayed pure-blooded cousin with broken bones. The armor body was broken and her hands were broken. But the child still did not fall. She is annoyed. But at this time she was still found pregnant. She hasn't been pregnant for 8 months, we can see how desperate she is. After the Dark Lord learned that his most loyal servant had offspring, he really kindly gave Bellatrix and her husband maternity leave. Although she doesn't want it at all. Now that after giving birth, Bellatrix is still annoying looking at the baby. How can you not die from starvation? Browder is 100% sure that this mother really wants to starve herself to death. Not to mention the least bit of breast milk, how can I get rid of him by just talking to himself in front of him so upright? Let the house elves feed poisonous food, and then give the house elves a confusing spell to make them think they did it accidentally. Ugh! This seems to be something Voldemort has done. Is it true that they are all such crazy people? In front of her, Browder disbanded all the magic dolls. All that is left is the lamp of another world to absorb the dead soul from her again. This time she still killed someone. Oh, there is still a complete wizard soul. It should be a relatively powerful wizard soul. Although it lacks reason, the energy of the complete soul is more complete than the broken energy and easier for Browder to absorb. Although there is a blood hunter system, this system now looks like a system for manufacturing equipment. Browder himself wants to become stronger faster, but he still needs the soul energy in Lamp of Other Worlds. When I grow up, I can try to absorb it. In this life, he should have the qualifications of Lord Fa, and become a serious wizard. I really want to try it out. I also want to hang others from the beginning. Rodolphe Lestrange may also be really lacking a thread and never noticed that his son was hungry by his wife. Maybe he thought it was the house elves who were responsible for it. As soon as he went home, he just came to see if Browder was okay, and then he went to discuss something with his brother Robistan Lestrange. What pure blood! Are all fools? In the following days, apart from being immortal, Browder did not reveal any flaws. Bellatrix really didn't feed him anything. Oh, except poison. The poisonous milk was also fed by Cobb, but Browder was still fine. That little poison is really useless for Browder's physique after God's blood transformation. After all, vampires can be classified as undead and demons. Blood poison is more difficult than most natural poisons. The blood hunter who fights against it naturally has the talent of venom immunity. Just don't know if this professional talent can be immune to the venom of the Millennium Basilisk. Browder also discovered that although his mother had let him, but she couldn't take the initiative. This is finally a little relieved. Ah! All the other rebirths come to see, have you ever had such an unreliable mother? I changed someone else, I'll die just 1 week after birth. When Browder counted and drank a few bottles of essence and blood, the time soon reached his full moon. Even though Bellatrix doesn't like this child, but the most pure blood, the banquet that should be held is still to be held. Or that her full moon is an excuse for the party. Recently, under the leadership of Voldemort, they have gained more power. All the Death Eaters believed that under the leadership of the Dark Lord, they would find the glory of pure blood. Was brought out to meet people by his mother who wanted to kill him. Browder was fully acting as an ordinary baby, watching all the wizards coming from the stage with wide eyes. The vast majority of them are Death Eaters with blood on their hands and entanglement in their bodies. But fortunately, Browder can see that they are still in human form, except that their hearts are soaked in dark magic and become crazy. UU reading www.uugonshue.com is sometimes difficult to control, there are no other major problems. Maybe there is no wizard in this world to study the real form transformation of witchcraft. Few people have thought of abandoning human identity. After all, most wizards in this world, especially these pure-blood wizards, hate those magic creatures. How could they deliberately become magic creatures in the eyes of others? At this banquet, Browder also met some familiar people. Including his little aunt, Narcissa Blake Malfoy, the mother of Harry's childhood rival Draco Malfoy, and her husband Lucius Malfoy. These two are really eye-catching and aristocratic. They are much better than their parents who have become completely gloomy. There is also his grandfather, Sinus Black, a small middle-aged man. I don't know how he gave birth to two beautiful sisters. Ah, it's the three sisters, but it seems that my second aunt was expelled from the family because she married a Muggle wizard, so she can't come to the party now. Another mention, Browder's grandfather is actually 41 years old, and Browder's mother is 28 years old, so she is 13 years old. Don't underestimate this thin middle-aged man. The ugly duckling is also a swan. The name Sinus comes from the constellation Cygnus. Finally, Browder focused on a big boy standing in the corner who was out of touch with the atmosphere. Is 18 or 19 years old, with the youth mark left by freckles on his face. But he still has a different identity. Is now one of 28 pure-blood families, the current patriarch of the Black family. Regulus Black. Chapter 5, RAB, The Dark Lord. Regulus Black. A truly brave man who Browder thought he should actually go to Gryffindor. After all, he dared to sacrifice. I am willing to die, and when confronting others for you, I was just a mortal of flesh and blood. RAB. Regulus Black, Regulus Arcturus. Although he is a Death Eater, he is really the prodigal son will not change his head. Regulus became a Death Eater at the age of 16. As the original Death Eater, he didn't torture muggles and hemp wizards like he does now. He followed Voldemort for blood and power, so he was becoming less and less gregarious now. Browder was born on February 18, 1979, so it is March. And in January, Regulus' father, the former head of the Black family, Orion Black, passed away. So after his brother Sirius Black was expelled from the family, Regulus naturally became the patriarch of the Black family. But he is the youngest person in the Black family. Regulus' grandfather Arcturus Black is still alive, grandfather Borix Black is still alive, grandfather's sister Cassiopeia Black is still alive. Mother Walburga Black is still alive, Aunt Lou Calixia Black is still alive, Uncle Sinus Black is still alive. Who said Regulus' parents were originally cousins? Either way, it's Black. The expectations of the elders of the Black family are focused on him. Although this is a bit of filial piety, there is no one in the family who thinks like him. That sense of oppression may also be an opportunity for him to take the last step. He has the perseverance that every Black has. Although Regulus voluntarily died, he also miscalculated two things. 1. He overestimated the ability of the house elf Kreaker. It cannot destroy Voldemort's Horcrux at all. Second, he underestimated the evil of Voldemort. Although I don't know how Regulus knew that Voldemort had made a Horcrux, he didn't think that Voldemort had only made one. Even if the destruction is successful, Voldemort will not be a real flesh and blood. So his sacrifice was not completely successful. Is really sad. Just when the banquet was in progress, Browder felt a little sleepy, and the dark magic that struck Browder shivered. 5th tier legendary Fey breath. Very tough. Browder suddenly knew who was coming. Also at this time, almost all the wizards present covered their arms. Browder also felt the sudden heat in the arms of his mother holding him. The dark mark there is showing the great magic power of the owner. Bellatrix's expression also began to become enthusiastic. A cloud of black mist gathered in the middle of the hall to a human form. The Dark Lord, Voldemort comes. All the wizards present showed their loyalty and respect to him in their own way. Browder was put on the ground. Who called Bellatrix was kneeling. Damn! Browder really wants to swear. I really didn't expect Voldemort to be the 5th Order legendary Fey. Browder looked down on the wizards of this life before. After all, judging from his parents' lack of 3rd Order, he was guessing whether Voldemort had 4th Order. No wonder Voldemort was able to overwhelm the entire magical world and make people change their colors. The power of the 5th Order legend is indeed unmatched by ordinary wizards. In this way, I didn't bring myself any level advantage in my previous life. The original plan needs to be revised. Voldemort's 5th Order aura is not stable, so it shouldn't take long for him to break through. When he is really stable, the real brutal inside of the Dark Lord will also be revealed. I don't know how many people will die by then. Now Voldemort treats his followers relatively mildly. Is really showing the elegance of a pure-blood aristocrat who inherited from Slytherin. Many Death Eaters were conquered by him because of this, and worshipped at his feet. The reason I'm here today is very simple. Voldemort waved his hand. Same as you all, it is to congratulate my loyal right and left hand, Rodolph's and Bella's son. I hope he can grow up soon and become a pure-blood wizard. To make efforts to thrive. Bellatrix was about to die of excitement. Never thought that the host would come to this banquet in person. She suddenly felt a little fond of her own son, but the next moment she turned to the Dark Lord. When the Dark Lord finished speaking and was about to turn around, Bellatrix directly taught Browder to her sister Narcissa and chased him directly. Damn! Brad wants to scold again. Unlike Bellatrix, Narcissa is very gentle with Browder. She also wants one or more children, but so far there is no news on her stomach. Although Narcissa is loyal to the Dark Lord, she is not as scary as her sister Bella. With Browder, Narcissa directly asked the house elf to treat her to the room where Browder usually rests. Since the Dark Lord has arrived, there is no need for Browder to be there. The protagonist has changed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Brought back to the room by Narcissa, Browder got the first kiss on the forehead in his life. Ugh! How good would my mother in this life be? Browder only sighed. Suddenly he envied Decola. But then, Browder saw Regulus coming. Regulus followed Narcissa over, and he probably wanted to say something to her. But Regulus just spoke. He was drunk by Narcissa. This is Lestrange's house, the Dark Lord is also here, are you looking for death? After speaking, Narcissa left. Regulus also felt more painful. Alas! There is no place at all now, and no one wants to listen to his thoughts. Although the current Dark Lord is more powerful, he is even less human. Something is wrong. With a sigh, Regulus turned and left. He doesn't like crazy Bella, so he won't like her children either. But at this moment, a doll suddenly appeared in front of Regulus. This caused Regulus to back away quickly and drew his wand. Oh! Calm down, don't use such a dangerous wand at me. The three-headed doll smiled terribly. If you want, can you talk to me? I have a lot of things about the future I want to tell you. Me, Browder Lestrange. Regulus turned around suddenly and stared at the baby lying on the bed. The little baby also looked at him with wide eyes. Then, blinked an eye. Chapter 6, Godfather and Son, Dormant and Wait. Sadly sent away the Dark Lord, Bellatrix was surprised to see his cousin, the patriarch of the Black family, Regulus, walking over with her son. Unlike when the banquet started just now, Regulus seems to be very happy now. Bella, it's really hard work for you. I just gave birth to a child, and I am so faithful to perform the task of Dark Lord. Regulus also put on a false aristocratic smile. So do you need me to take care of you, Browder? Take care of me? Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. You mean, you want to be Browder's godfather? Yes, godfather. Regulus nodded. I like Browder very much. He is very close to me. Look, he likes me very much too. Bellatrix lowered his head and really saw Browder, who was being held by Regulus, smiling very happily, even happier than when she was holding him. But Bellatrix didn't know that at this time, there was a bunch of MMP in Browder's heart. Can't you not use the word like? Dislike? Or am I already contaminated too dirty? Browder is super speechless. Although Bellatrix was a little skeptical at first about his cousin's desire to do his son's godfather, he felt very good after thinking about it. After all, Regulus is the patriarch of the Black family, and the best principle is to kiss the top and the nature. Even if I don't like this child, this child can bring benefits and even rights to himself. So without discussing with her husband Rodolphus, Bellatrix agreed. Browder sighed secretly. In the future, life is finally somewhat guaranteed. Time went back to before, when Regulus saw Browder suddenly only closed one eye. It's okay for babies to look at people, and it's okay for babies to blink, but they only close one eye. This is something that people need to control. So this baby really has something special. Seeing that Regulus had finally caught his attention, Browder also let out a sigh. Although normally speaking, it is better not to reveal your own uniqueness, but Browder also thought of going further. As far as Browder knows, Voldemort must be defeated after 1981. After that, Browder's three family elders, the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix, will all be captured in Azkaban. After that, what should Browder do? Who will take care of it? Slytherin was all around him. His grandfather? A Slytherin who is also pure-blooded? Browder didn't think it was a good idea. Aunt Naxisha just now? Although it is milder than others, her baby will be born in less than 2 years, so forget it. After several comparisons, Regulus is suitable. It's just a nominal care, and Browder doesn't want to stay in other people's houses. And, if you don't hurry up this time, it may be the last time Browder has seen Regulus. He will self-sacrifice this year or next year. If possible, Browder wants to help Regulus through this disaster. After all, the potion that can only be drunk should not be fatal. The main reason Regulus died was the corpse. But sorry, the low-level undead creatures of the corpse type are no better than the meat on the chopping board in front of Lamp of Other Worlds. And if backed by the Black family, Browder would be very helpful for future plans. So, he started to fool Regulus. Actually, after Browder was born, a rumor circulated in the private exchanges of many wizards. This rumor is that Browder is actually the son of the Dark Lord. Who can tell Bellatrix's fascination with the Dark Lord? And she was the closest woman to the Dark Lord. In addition to this full moon banquet, the Dark Lord actually came in person, and the possibility of this kind of speculation is naturally stronger. Whether it's a dark wizard or not, human beings are all gossips. Regulus naturally also had some guesses in this regard. Moreover, Browder can take the initiative to communicate with him just after the full moon, and he has his own consciousness, as if he has confirmed this guess from the side. If you are not the child of the Dark Lord, what's the matter? But the next sentence of the magic doll controlled by Browder is: I saw the scene of the Dark Lord's soul flying away. Regulus smoothly became Browder's godfather no matter what. But unlike the character that Browder thought before, Regulus should have not been deceived by a lot of prophecies he said, but he decisively agreed to be his godfather. Browder also almost used the altered crossbow for this. Didn't it mean Regulus should be mommy? As expected, it is impossible to take it out of context. How can the Black family be unattached? How could it be really uninspiring? Bellatrix's obsession is right, Sirius's obsession is justice and freedom, Narcissa's obsession is protecting the family, all of them have their own character. Regulus is afraid of his mother Madame Walburga and her brother, perhaps because he loves them. He is obsessed with everyone, the Black family. Even though he is the godfather, he is different from the Muggle godfather. The godfather and godson among wizards don't need to help baptize. The wizards are not religious, so wash away ghosts. The godfather has the rights of a general guardian. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is just a practice without blood magic and cannot really provide protection. So the two families just held a small ceremony attended by people from the two families, which also represented that the two families became closer. The elders of the Black family are very happy to see it happen. After all, the Lestrange family is really the most valued by the Dark Lord, and Bella was originally a member of the Black family. This is also a kiss. The Black family had a similar status, but why did their family have a Sirius? In turn, he became a member of the Order of the Phoenix, implicating the Black family's position in the Dark Lord's heart. Browder also went to the Black family because of this, and saw the elders of the Black family that he had not seen before. There are so many people, Browder is more aware of the pressure on Regulus. Unlike the Blake family described in the novel and movie, the current Grimmauld Place number 12 is still magnificent and the glory of the Pureblood family is fully revealed. Browder also met Mrs. Walburga. She was very noble, she really didn't look like a grandmother Browder. Although he was a little haggard because of the death of her husband Orion Black, he still celebrated this moment with a strong spirit. There was no hint of hysterics after Regulus died. As expected, her pillar now is Regulus. Think about it, Browder also needs Regulus' help now. Does this count as another burden on him? But Browder also gave Regulus a more purposeful future. As long as Browder said, "The Dark Lord is coming to him to borrow Kriakar." Chapter 7, Snake Yard Pendant, Badger Yard Gold Cup. It's just like you said, Regulus put his hands on his chest, the Dark Lord has determined that he made a Horcrux. The place where the Dark Lord took Kriakar is where he hid his Horcruxes. But Regulus hit the table with a punch. The table was okay, but his finger bones were a little blue. You didn't tell me Kriakar almost died. The three-headed doll was still floating in the air, and Browder controlled it to make a sound. I didn't see him in danger, because I saw him still alive more than 10 years later. The doll's voice was very clear, but the time of your death is getting closer and closer. Don't be impulsive. Although it was a doll making a sound, Regulus was looking at Browder. Even now, he is still not used to such a small baby and can communicate with him in such a normal language. I understand. Regulus sighed. If the Dark Lord has more than one Horcrux, then I don't have to be so desperate. It seems that the attitude of the Dark Lord wanting to let the house elf Kriakar die, really angered Regulus. He should really regard Kriakar, who grew up with him, as a member of the family. It was just a little bit different from Voldemort's view of the future, but now it is about to become an enemy of him. Regulus had already wondered whether he wanted to secretly contact the Order of the Phoenix to send out the news. Browder's opinion is very pertinent. Don't take the initiative to do it. Because compared to Voldemort, Dumbledore's mind was even more unfathomable. It's not because Dumbledore is darker than Voldemort, but because Dumbledore has become accustomed to the sacrifices of his companions at the state of Dumbledore's will. Who can guarantee that they will be safe after casting it? And the elders of Regulus would definitely not approve of his behavior. They would not think about why, they would only care that he betrayed the Dark Lord. So Regulus might as well think about how to save his life waiting for Voldemort's defeat. Why not be captured in Azkaban? Although he would not appear in frontal battles because of his lack of power, many people knew that Regulus was a Death Eater. So, the Imperius curse may not be enough. Currently in the outside world, as Voldemort's magic power gets stronger and stronger, his actions are getting stronger and stronger. The balance could have been maintained, but around Browder's 1-year-old, Voldemort defeated a number of senior Auror's encirclement battles, and the situation quickly fell. The Death Eaters were relatively restrained, but now they all dare to kill people in a fair manner. The dark mark floating in the sky made the wizards more and more frightened. After all, there is no such sign, which means that a wizard died under the hands of Death Eaters. Especially the hemp wizards, the sense of security is much less. The effect of this is that the Minister of Magic, Harold Minkin, was forced to step down under the vote of ordinary wizards. Voldemort's power was thus greater. Fortunately, Millicent Barnold, a very capable witch, defeated the ministerial candidate chosen by Voldemort to become the new Minister of Magic, and did not allow the entire Ministry of Magic to be occupied by the Dark Lord. Although Millicent Barnold stayed at the Ministry of Magic and did not go home after that. Of course, this is also due to the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore. They have become the main wizarding organization facing the Death Eaters, and every soldier of the Order of the Phoenix is known. And also because Dumbledore is the only remaining powerful wizard in the entire British country, who is slightly better than Voldemort. Just considering age, Dumbledore is already exactly 100 years old, so I don't know how long this suppression will last. If Regulus hadn't really believed in Lauder, he would have never imagined how Voldemort would lose nothing in such a good situation. The 1-year-old Browder can already speak for himself, but he is taciturn to everyone except for facing Regulus. Even if they can speak, a 1-year-old child cannot speak very fluently, right? Holding a few velvet wool as toys, Browder is making a decision. On the day of his first birthday, Browder got a bottle of ancestral blood that he had thought about for a long time. But it's been several days, Browder still hasn't figured out how to use it. Upgrade talking doll? The success rate of upgrading the power of the ancestors for the second time dropped directly to 30%, so Browder was uncertain. And if new sacred artifacts are made, there is no other ancestor's blood to upgrade the ancestral power. It's really annoying. Although he is an Aquarius in his life, Browder is a Virgo in his first life, choice difficulty started at that time. But if you don't choose, you lose, so. Browder tossed a coin. Front. Make a new holy artifact. The opposite. Upgrade the sacred artifact. After Browder summoned Cobb to get a copper nut, he closed his eyes and threw it up. Tien ling 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 ling. Ah, it turned out to be positive. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This choice is also good. After all, he had made a choice, and Browder was finally relieved. Cabu still couldn't figure out what was going on with his little master, and he was driven away after he threw Tong Nat. I really don't understand what wizards think. What? Bad Cobb, even said bad things about the master. Damn, damn, damn. Regulus has been investigating the Horcrux of the Dark Lord. Want to know how many of these Horcruxes are there? What kind of magic items are used to make? The prototype of the Horcrux that nearly killed Kriaker before has been determined. It is the magic item passed down by Salazar Slytherin, the Slytherin locket. After all, Voldemort claimed to be a descendant of Slytherin from the beginning, which is not particularly surprising. But also because of this, Regulus knew why Kriaker could not destroy the Horcrux in Browder's prophecy. Slytherin's locket itself is already a magical item with powerful effects, not to mention that the Dark Lord made him a Horcrux. If this is the case, then other Horcruxes should also be powerful magical items similar to the locket, right? But among the 4 magic items circulated in the 4 Hogwarts colleges, the other 3 except the Gryffindor sword, the other 2 are also missing, so Regulus can't be sure. Until one day, Browder used the double-sided mirror to send him a message. Because Bellatrix had done something for the Dark Lord again, he was entrusted with something by the Dark Lord. A golden cup with sparkles. Regulus knew immediately. Hufflepuff's Gold Cup. Chapter 8, The End of the Dark, 2 Blacks. Browder didn't actually need to find out what Voldemort's Horcrux was, because he knew it all. But he couldn't tell Regulus all of the Horcruxes all at once. That has completely exceeded what the prophecy can achieve. He is just a fake prophet. And let Regulus find the Horcrux himself, then if he needs to tell those people in the Order of the Phoenix, he also has the necessary process explanation. He will predict this, Browder only hopes Regulus knows. After all, a lie requires countless lies to round out. In order to prevent your secret from being found out by more people, this lie will end here. However, if it was the Horcrux that really appeared in front of him, then Browder would tell Regulus directly, of course it was fine. Hufflepuff's Gold Cup is really right in front of Browder. Calculating time, it is indeed the day when Voldemort handed over the Horcrux to his trusted subordinates. But Voldemort didn't tell his subordinates what these magic items were. Therefore, according to the different levels of loyalty of the subordinates, Horcruxes received different protections. Lucius Malfoy was able to drop the diary to Ginny Weasley because of the Ministry of Magic's confiscation of black magic items order, while Bellatrix saved the Gold Cup to the most unbreakable. in the treasure house of Gillen Pavilion. Isn't this just goodbye? It was also the first time that Browder really saw a Horcrux. It was a little different from the phylactery of the Lich that Browd had seen in his previous life, and the soul inside was still very active. But because Voldemort's main soul has not been wiped out, this distracted soul has no idea of possessing someone else to come back to life. Browder originally wanted to try Lamp of Other Worlds if he could directly out Voldemort's sub-spirit. But think about it again. Not to mention whether it will succeed, who knows whether the spell on the gold cup will send the news back to Voldemort after the soul is sucked away. I still don't doubt that I'll startle the snake, it's a snake. Anyway, this golden cup will be under his supervision from now on. At most, after his parents are captured in Azkaban, Browder will go to Gringotts to take it out when he grows up. His identity doesn't have to be like Harry Potter and his little friends in Gringotts. This golden cup is really in his pocket. The news was told to Regulus in the same way. So Regulus is really happy. Then there is news of 2 Horcruxes. The distance really turned the Dark Lord back into a mortal, and it was already one step closer. The speed of the Dark Lord's defeat was faster than Regulus had imagined. Knowing a prophecy from the Order of the Phoenix when the Death Eaters had the upper hand, when the Dark Lord really suddenly disappeared, the Dark Mark fell silent, and it was about a month in between. Regulus just felt dazzled. The development of things is really unexpectedly rapid. What he did in the middle was, after discussing with Browder, through his uncle Alphad, who was expelled from the family, he told his brother Sirius Black that the prophecy had been known to the Dark Lord. This is to show kindness to the Order of the Phoenix. But the arrogant Sirius didn't seem to care. Maybe he knew the news that he was predicted to be known by the Dark Lord, so he felt that his cowardly brother was an afterthought. But then Regulus learned the news that Sirius was arrested by the Auror after he blew up a street and killed a dozen Muggles and his companion Peter Pettigrew. A subsequent report by the Daily Prophet stated that Sirius actually became a Death Eater very early, and all his previous actions such as severing ties with the Black family and joining the Order of the Phoenix were all for the purpose of being an undercover black demon. Regulus didn't believe the news at all. He is someone who knows what his brother is like. He doesn't have the brain to be an undercover agent. Although he was born in the Black family, Sirius is a Gryffindor lion through and through. But for all the accusations against him, Sirius confessed all the accusations crazy in the trial court. It's as if everything doesn't matter to him. For Regulus, a few days after Voldemort's defeat, a large number of Aurors also surrounded Grimmauld Place 12. In the first year of Voldemort's rise, Regulus's father, Orion Black, who is proficient in spells, put all the known protection spells in the magic world here. Although the Courageous Loyalty curse has not been released yet, the Auror alone really cannot break this place. But to the surprise of all Aurors, Regulus, who was confessed by almost all the arrested Death Eaters, came out generously from the old black house full of protective curses, Ms. Walburga also thought. He was about to rush out, but was stopped by Creaker, who was ordered by Regulus. Then Regulus gave his wand to the Aurors and said that before going to the court, he wanted the Aurors to take him to a place. Leader Batty Crowdy negotiated with Mad-Eye Moody and agreed to this condition. Regulus went to another manor of the Black family. There, the Aurors were stunned to see more than 10 wizards who had been confirmed to have died under the hands of the Death Eaters. There are even 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix and 3 Aurors. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. They didn't have a magic wand, but they were trapped by 10 house elves in the manor. This is the way Regulus and Browder thought of not being caught in Azkaban after a long discussion. I've done it all. Regulus declared to the Aurors that these wizards were all rescued by him under the Dark Lord and Death Eaters. Although he had to become a Death Eater for various reasons, he had never killed anyone, and he had also saved people. I hope the court can give a lighter sentence. Although those who were rescued were uncomfortable because they were trapped for months or even years, but now they have to conscientiously tell these Aurors that Regulus did save them. After saving them, he locked them in this manner and let the house elves look at them. My God, if anyone in the world hates house elves the most, it must be them. Regulus was thus taken to the trial court by the surprised and happy orators. Was found not guilty as quickly as possible. After all, Death Eaters is not a sin in itself, but guilty is because most Death Eaters kill and torture people. Regulus's actions were evaluated by the Daily Prophet as the greatest rescue. After all, this kind of thing is done under the eyes of the Dark Lord, and there is really no one else. Then, Sirius Black of the Order of the Phoenix became a vicious criminal and was imprisoned in Azkaban. Death Eater Regulus Black became a hero of the Dark Ages and was praised by countless people. Two Blacks, a pair of brothers, life has been reversed. Chapter 9, Crazy Mother, Blood of Ancestors. Although he was regarded as a positive example among Death Eaters, Regulus didn't care about it. What he cares about is that Browder can't be contacted now. Has been busy with his own affairs, and Regulus realized that his cousin should also be arrested now. But even so, she shouldn't have done anything to Browder, right? Browder is really fine. But he didn't have time to find the double-sided mirror to reply Browder. Because he was being held by Bellatrix in his arms, and then he looked at the tragic scene before him. Voldemort was down, and in everyone's eyes, the Death Eaters should have fled for their lives. But there are those bold people who feel that they are acting against it at this time. Browder is now in front of his three elders and a young Death Eater torturing the Longbottoms who were captured by them. In the previous prophecy about Voldemort, the person who could defeat him was born at the end of July 1980 and was born in a family that escaped 3 attacks by Voldemort. Corresponds to this prophecy, but the two are in line with it. Potter's house, Longbottom's house. Although Voldemort knew this prophecy was already in 1981, he was very concerned and sent his hands to the Potter and Longbottom houses respectively. But the two families were both hidden by the Red Loyalty curse. The people in the Order of the Phoenix didn't know the true prophecy on the other side, so they simply blocked both sides. The Longbottoms had always stayed safely, but the secret person at the Potter's house leaked the secret, so the Potters were killed by Voldemort, who had gone personally. But as predicted, Voldemort was defeated by a 1-year-old boy, Harry Potter. It turns out that this is the son of prophecy. So the Longbottoms felt relieved and came out of the house. But they were then taken away by the furious Bellatrix and his party. They were the Death Eaters in charge of the Longbottom family. Bellatrix and the others think this so-called prophecy is a conspiracy. So at Lestrange's house, the 4 Death Eaters began torturing the Longbottoms and asking them to tell the whereabouts of Voldemort. The poor Longbottoms have been at home for a few months. If it weren't for the news of Voldemort's downfall, they wouldn't have come out. How could they know anything about Voldemort? But Bellatrix would not listen to them. Even if the wrong person is really caught, it can be used to vent your anger. Drill your heart out. Drill your heart out. Drill your heart out. Bellatrix kept firing the heart-breaking charm, causing the Longbottoms to scream and scream, making their voices hoarse. How long has it been? Browder is almost numb. Until Bellatrix could not release the spell, the Longbottoms had completely lost consciousness. From Browder's point of view, the souls of the Longbottoms were about to burst. The heart-drilling curse that could not kill was used by Bellatrix to such an extent, it was no different from the murder curse. From a moral perspective, the death curse is more merciful than this. Seeing that there was really no way to get any news from the Longbottoms, the 4 Death Eaters began to discuss the next thing. First of all, as a Death Eater that few people know, the young man, Barty Crouch Jr., wants to leave quickly and hide in preparation for the return of the Dark Lord. The Dark Mark did not really disappear, which means that Voldemort has not completely died. Besides, there is nothing else, all 3 of the Lestrange family decided to stay at home. When the Auror comes over, how many can be killed? The Lestrange brothers went out to prepare first, leaving Bellatrix and kicking the Longbottoms again. After really tired, Bellatrix sat down on the chair next to him. Holding Browder in his arms, Bellatrix said nervously, Browder, have you seen the end of this stupid Gryffindor? When you grow up, you must fight for Lord Voldemort. For the glory of pure blood. The fanatical expression can really scare away the tears of a crying child. But looking at her, Browder was uncharacteristically. He jumped out of Bellatrix's arms and walked in front of the Longbottoms. Touched their heads and sighed. Is it really for pure blood? Browder's super clear words shocked Bellatrix. Not for the right to leave you. You? Who are you? Bellatrix could not understand what was going on at all. Who am I? Browder's tone was very strange. I am your son. It's a son who has never fed a milk after you were born. It's also the son you want to starve to death. Browder was talking and walking towards Bellatrix. The crazy person like Bellatrix was now scared to step back a few steps by such a small pace of Browder. Teeth are shaking. What? It's strange that I remember it all. I haven't spoken to you either. You don't care about me much, do you? I'm going to be arrested now that I remember to let me continue serving Voldemort. I didn't really want to show you my true face, but what you did just now is beyond what I can accept. Since you didn't treat me as a child, then you should not exist as a mother. Don't tarnish my understanding of maternal love again. After speaking, a large amount of puff pastel popped out from behind Browder. Dozens or hundreds, all flocked to Bellatrix. Purong-rong, a magical creature that can be seen all over the world. Its body is spherical, the size of a pillow, covered with creamy yellow fur. Purong-rong has a docile personality and allows you to hug it. Even if it is thrown around, it will remain indifferent. But these pom-poms popping out now are not like this. One by one became bigger, the magic fluctuations on his body became more intense, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked even more fierce. Split to pieces. Bone to pieces. Avada Kedavra. Was attacked, Bellatrix automatically counterattacked. She didn't treat this titular son lightly either, he really wanted to kill himself. So all her spells are directed at Browder. But every time the curse hits, one or a few velvet fleece blocks in front of Browder, and the replacement is beaten into blue smoke. Looking at the puff pastel closer and closer, Bellatrix screamed about to apparate. But a few super-fast Purong-rong bit her first. Then directly blew himself up. Bellatrix found out that these velvets actually had no offensive power, even if they blew up, they did not cause any real harm to her. But, the magical fluctuations after the self-detonation are actually transmitted through her. She is going to apparate now. Phantom shift error. Bellatrix fell apart in the scream. Ah 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 ah. Browder watched the last scream of Bellatrix, who was only left above his chest. Until the breath is gone. Ugh. Browder sighed. Although I am not lawful and kind, but chaos and kindness also have a bottom line. No longer looking at the mother of this life, Browder turned and walked towards the Longbottoms again. Can try to save them. But at this moment, Browder received the system prompt. Congratulations, 3 bottles of ancestors' blood. What? Browder's eyes burst out. Chapter 10, Ancestors, Genius Fools? Although he was a college student in the first life, until now I really can't look at Browder with the first life's moral standards. Because of the second life, he lived at least 200 years old, which is about 10 times that of his 20s in the first life. In those precarious days, even if Browder had a mind like the Virgin, he was wiped out by repeated betrayals. So he also formed his own moral code. Just, don't let him see what does it have to do with him? So after all, Browder's camp has shifted to chaos and kindness. MB has been chaotic since ancient times, Browder is actually MB. It's just that his life is in danger from the beginning of his life, Browder doesn't seem so funny anymore. Browder really doesn't want to care about Bellatrix. She is a mother after all. But the scene that Browder saw just now really made Browder unbearable. He thought of his mother who was tortured and killed by a vampire for protecting him. Why is the same identity so different? Browder did it unconsciously and used another holy artifact. Guardian of the Dependents, +3, Sacred Armor, Health Value +40, reducing damage taken by 4%. Ancestral Power +1. Ancestral Power, +1. Choose a creature race to be your dependent. You can use essence and blood to help dependents multiply and strengthen. The ancestor's blood obtained when he was 1 year old gave Browder a Guardian of the Dependents. But it is a very ordinary armor. It wasn't until he was 2 years old that he obtained a bottle of ancestor's blood, and this sacred artifact finally turned on the power of the ancestor, and it suddenly became very powerful. Even the magical creatures around Browder are only puffed wool, but when they become more, they are a little scary. Then came back, Bellatrix was already torn apart. I could hold it back before I did it, but after I did it, I really didn't feel anything. Even if he is a mother in this life, but there is no love, Browder is very calm. But, now the prompt of the system makes Browder fly in such a calm manner. What the hell? In this tier system acquired in this life, Browder thinks the most important item is ancestor's blood. After all, even the blood contract Holy One is only given to 1 in a year. But what happened now? You got 3 at once? Browder quickly turned through the system prompts. Wouldn't it be the reason he thought? But that's the kind. Detected that the host's mother Bellatrix Black Lestrange is dead, and the host gains ancestor's blood ×3. Does this make me want me to become a lonely person in the future? But if you think about it, ancestors, are they elders? Do I get a few more bottles of ancestor's blood every time I die? Or, you want me to do it myself? The Auror's battle against the Lestrange home started earlier. While the Lestrange brothers were still adding protective spells to the manor, Mad-Eye Moody had already brought people. It was not that nobody saw the Longbottom couple being taken away. Although the two of them are more powerful in black magic, they faced more than a dozen morale and heavily armed Aurors. The two of them didn't really hold on for long. Especially if they are singled out, no one can beat Moody. Even if they wanted to kill a few dozen in exchange for their injuries, they were blocked by Moody's black magic. In front of Moody, who can think backwards with the mind of a black wizard, what they want to do has been insight in advance. Things were resolved faster than Moody's thought, but he was still puzzled. Where is that crazy woman Bellatrix? Being Voldemort really right-handed, if she ran away, it would really be a huge hidden danger. But before entering the manor, Moody had already smelled a smell. Worried that the Moody of the Longbottoms naturally led people into the manor quickly. Then I saw the broken arm corpse. Moody was very angry, but suddenly saw the Longbottoms in good condition. Ugh! Aren't they Longbottom? Observing carefully, Bellatrix's upper body is easy to spot. This is... Bellatrix died like this? Every Auror who came in couldn't believe it. Because there is still the possibility of disguising other people's corpses, a few female Aurors who are more familiar with restoring magic began to try to repair Bellatrix's body. At this moment, Moody suddenly raised his head and looked at the railing on the second floor of the manor hall. The other Aurors were all driven by Moody's movements, and their wands were all pointed there. But they saw a little figure standing holding the puff tail. The Lestrange children in the information? Moody's eyes were more gloomy and more scrutinizing. Because of intelligence, this boy named Browder Black Lestrange may be the son of Bellatrix and Voldemort. If it is Tour. My boy, what are you doing there? Moody asked aloud. The other Aurors are very strange, because Moody is using secret gestures to prepare them for a joint attack. To a child? The little figure tilted his head when he heard the question asked, still looking at Moody calmly, as if he was very interested in his fake eye. Mom, let Browder be here. The tender voice said suddenly. You reading www.yunshu.com. Mom, let Browder be here. Mom, let Browder be here. repeated a very childish sentence 3 times, but forgot what to say next. Can't tell. Moody could not tell what was special about this child. But facing the scene below, children should feel a little too. But it's not surprising that a 2-year-old child has no special feeling about death. Really? A female auror asked suddenly. Browder told Auntie, "Where is your mother?" This female auror knew at first glance that she had children, and she knew how to ask children. Mom. Mom is here. Mom is going to melt into smoke. Then it fell to the ground. Mom is amazing. Suddenly it becomes more poof than mine. The child is like answering a question, but also like talking to himself. Maybe, is it really silly? But the description of this child also gave the aurors a confirmed guess about Bellatrix's death. She was separated and died after failing when she wanted to apparate. Must be very painful before death. But auror thinks it's cheap for her to die like this. Because her hands are really bloody. At this time, the Longbottoms suddenly woke up under the treatment of the aurors. So except for Moody, the other aurors focused their attention on the Longbottoms. And Moody is still looking at that little figure. Genius or fool? Which side is? Chapter 11, Pure Blood Patriarch, Silly Boy? The Longbottoms were able to wake up, naturally because of Browder. It is enough to divide the soul energy in Lamp of Other Worlds into them, because the two are damaged at the soul level. But this kind of treatment seems to be easy for Browder to complete. Even if other people know the treatment method, they rarely have enough soul energy for treatment. After all, it is their own soul energy that may be lost. After the Longbottoms woke up, although they were still in a trance, they still told the story of their torment. So the aurors knew that there were 4 Death Eaters who tortured the Longbottoms. There is also a Death Eater who sounds very young, but Longbottom never sees his face, so the Longbottoms don't know who it is. This is a very important message. This is frantic, and the young Death Eaters must be caught early. So after watching the female auror reassemble Bellatrix's body and take it away, Moody closed the team directly. Although all 3 of the Lestrange family have committed the punishment that deserves the Dementor's kiss, the Lestrange family has no way to punish them. Especially when there are heirs here. Moody looked at the railing on the 2nd floor again, playing with Browder with the puff pastel in his hand. Yes, continue to be vigilant. Voldemort hasn't really died yet. After the aurors took away the bodies of the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix, Regulus, who had been preparing for a long time outside, finally came in. Although he was surprised at the death of his cousin, Regulus had already expected it. He can now protect himself and the Black family, and Browder is already pretty good. For the cousin who has been truly crazy, it is impossible to imagine how to preserve it. Even if it were not for Browder's prophecy, he should be dead now. If that's the case until now, wouldn't the Black family really be cut off? So actually, Regulus was really satisfied. Entering the manor, the familiar magic wave made Regulus look up and see Browder, who was still standing there. Although he was relieved, Regulus also saw Browder's indifferent eyes. Regulus confirms again, I really can't treat Browder as a child. The patriarch of a pure-blood family who just turned 2 years old was born. Browder Black Lestrange became the patriarch of the succeeding Lestrange family. After the Lestrange brothers were captured into Azkaban, this family was just like that. Is very logical, there is nothing to say. With the help of his godfather Regulus Black and the close Malfoy couple, the succession ceremony of Patriarch Lestrange was also witnessed by many pure-blooded nobles. They have escaped the accusation from the Ministry of Magic in various ways recently, and they are very embarrassed privately. Really admires Regulus' foresight. The original Death Eaters are now heroes. Is it ironic? It's really ironic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, these Death Eaters who had escaped the sentence also happened to gather together to think about what to do. Not only are they afraid that the Ministry of Magic will find out something to imprison them in Azkaban, they are also even more afraid of the Dark Lord's return. Because they have truly betrayed the Dark Lord, aren't they heroes? Are they all controlled by the Imperius? If the Dark Lord really came back, what would their situation be like? They even know the power of the Dark Lord better than the Order of the Phoenix. As a leader, they can really give them arrogant confidence. But if it becomes an enemy, terror and terror are the lightest. There are still a few people who haven't come, who dare not even leave the house. If the family properties weren't in the UK, perhaps someone would leave the country quickly. Who is the Dark Mark still staring at them? But they are not monolithic, everyone has their own ideas. The more they communicated, the louder their voices. Before Browder came out to start the ceremony, they were about to draw his wand. The aristocratic elegance is gone. Lucius Malfoy was all led to become one of them, because several nobles were all nominating him as the leader. Even if I know that it is not a good job, as an aristocrat, I really will not shirk this kind of thing. But just when the two people were standing on the left and right, and really wanted to take out the wand, Regulus walked out with Browder. Or it was Browder who came out with Regulus. While preparing in the room, Regulus happened to hear the house elf Cobb telling Browder about the wizards coming from the hall about to fight. Regulus was very angry and wanted to go out and stop things first. But Browder got up first and walked out. Even dressing up like that. Regulus can't figure out what he specially prepared for that dress. Browder just wore a very fitting magic cloak over his usual clothes. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Besides, he was also holding a red puff pastel, and he wore a small puff pastel hat on his head. Looking at Browder from a distance, it was a pink explode. Is it really good to dress like this to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the Patriarch? Regulus sighed. Anyway, there is no one else with the last name Lestrange, just let him. But Regulus followed out quickly. His godfather is a failure. Are children so scary? Browder really walked out in front of a group of wizards, it was really eye-catching. No way, at this time they have the same mind. This little guy is not stupid, right? Or does Regulus intend to train him like this? Really develop a silly boy, and then let the Black family annex the Lestrange family? Is not impossible. Although the Black family has no next generation yet, Regulus's current fame makes it easier for him to find a wife than before, and he should not be less popular afterwards. So it is also necessary to suppress the development of the Black family. These wizards are unanimously outgoing again, who made Regulus escape from the whirlpool of Death Eaters so perfect. Is hateful. Lucius Malfoy decided to let the Aunt Narcissa come over and move around more in the future. At least change the aesthetics of this stupid boy. It would be too embarrassing for him to look like a pure-blooded nobleman if he dressed like this in the future. Regulus can also think of what these pure-blooded nobles are thinking. He really wanted to say, I was wronged. Chapter 12, Episode, Growing Up. Time flies really fast, now it's July 1990. Browder is 11 years old, and it's time to enter Hogwarts. After Voldemort's downfall, the past few years have been calm, and Browder, who has been in danger and fighting since his second life, really has a good rest. But there were a few episodes in the middle. First, Regulus is married and has children. It is really like Lucius thought. After all the judgments about the Death Eaters are settled, Regulus, an unmarried hero, really receives a lot of courtship letters from young witches every day. Mrs. Walbuga is really happy because of this. Although she is still picking and choosing a daughter-in-law for her son. Finally Regulus married a 20-year-old pure-blood witch named Jenny Greengrass, and gave birth to twins, a woman, a boy, and 2 children in 1985. The Black family really survived. But the second episode is not so good. Because just after this, Mrs. Walbuga passed away in 1986. Maybe the things that happened a few years ago have hurt her a little, and her health has not been good. And finally seeing the Black family finally has a next generation, so there is no regret. But because of the death of Walburga, Browder also confirmed one thing. Does not use his hands, as long as his elders pass away, he can obtain ancestors' blood. But it seems that how much ancestors' blood gets is related to the distance of the bloodline. Bellatrix died and Browder obtained 3 bottles of ancestors' blood. While Mrs. Walbuga passed away, when Browder attended the funeral, he received a bottle of ancestral blood. Fortunately, it is not necessary for him to do it, otherwise he would really have to fight a psychological struggle. Browder's current elders are the grandparents of the Black family, and none of them may live long. Regulus is actually one. Forget it, after all, I managed to save him. And, Browder hypnotized himself. Mrs. Walburga has only 1 bottle of ancestral blood, should Regulus with more distant blood be gone? In fact, no matter how Browder didn't care, he really regarded Regulus as his family. It doesn't matter whether the elders or the younger generations, Browder's mental age is a bit old. The 3rd episode, Browder was almost considered dumb by Regulus and Narcissa. Regulus could still feel Browder's magic fluctuations when he was young, but he can't feel it anymore. And until he was 7 years old, Browder had no signs of magical riots. How do you look at it? It looks like a dumb gun. But when Regulus said this to Browder, Browder took off his cloak in the blink of an eye. Then a magical riot flew the cob beside Browder. Regulus and Narcissa were also a little dumbfounded when they saw this situation. Browder's magic cloak that was always unwashed had the effect of hiding magic fluctuations. And Browder's current magic power is really much stronger than that of children of the same age. So the 2 people thought of a previous rumor in unison. But anyway, it's not a dumb gun. After both relatives confirmed, Browder put on the cloak again. Browder really doesn't want to take this cloak off unless he has to. Because this is a sacred artifact that Browder spent a lot of money to make. Velvet Cloak, +5, Cloak of Sacred Artifacts, Attack +6, Magic Power +6, Hide the wearer's information. Ancestral Power +3. Ancestral Power, +1 wearer growth rate +3%. Ancestral Power, +2 wearer growth rate +6%. Ancestral Power, +3 wearer growth rate +9%. Just hiding the wearer's information is enough to make Browder's heart touch, not to mention the power of the ancestors turned on. Mrs. Tai Chi. Therefore, Browder directly spent all the saved ancestral blood. The success rate of ancestral power +1 is 100%, but +2 is 30%, and +3 is 9%. Browder can use 8 ancestral blood to reach +3, all because of Blauda is really European. The power of the 3 ancestors can be superimposed, so Browder wearing the velvet cloak can have an additional 18% growth rate. Every time I wear it, I make a profit. The last episode is about those pure-blooded nobles. After several years of trembling, these Death Eaters who had escaped finally found their grace again. Then they united again, began to do something in the wizarding world, and once again began to promote their pure-blood name. The 28 pure-blood family that everyone now often refers to, according to the author of the Pure Blood Directory, widely regarded as Cantanello's knot, refers to the true pure-blood family in the 1930s. 28 families of British wizards. These 28 families are Abbott, Avery, Black, Burst, Bach, Carroll, Crouch, Foley, Flint, Gunter, Greengrass, Lestrange, Longbottom, Macmillan, Malfoy, Knott, Ollivander, Parkinson, Pruitt, Rozier, Roll, Selwyn, Shaker, Shafik, Slughorn, Traverse, Weasley, Yaxley. In addition, because the surname Porter is more common in the Muggle world, and members of the Porter family bluntly express their positive opinions about Muggles, they are not classified into the 28 pure-blood family despite their pure blood. And the Weasleys feel regret and dissatisfaction with being one of the 28 pure-blood families, because they have been interested in the Muggle world for a long time. Their protests aroused the disgust of some other families on the list. They regarded every member of the Weasley family as pure-blood traitors, not because of poverty. But from the 1930s to the present, these pure-blood families have also undergone changes. For example, the Gunter family and the Shafik family, who have not found an heir. It has been determined that the bloodline is not a truly pure Ollivander family. And although this so-called 28 pure-blood family looks noble, it also puts a shackle on the family. After that, in order to maintain the name of pure blood, the marriages of these family members were carried out with each other. Because of born noble. So the daughters of the Black family who married Muggle wizards were ruthlessly removed from the genealogy. The peace after the war has passed for a few years, and the people whose scars have forgotten to hurt once again start to envy the pure-blooded nobles with many Jin Jialong. But all of this is not bad for Browder. At least has a name. Chapter 13, Family Members Raise Dragons, Lost Owls. In another manner of the Lestrange family, Browder is facing a calf-sized fire dragon. This is a young dragon of Peruvian fang-tooth, hatched by Browder himself. And this is not the first time Browder has hatched a dragon. Not counting the unsuccessful ones, just beside Browder, there is a male and a female Peruvian fang-tooth looking at the situation here. This young dragon is the strongest one hatched from the eggs of the two Peruvian fang-tooths. Guardian of the Dependents, +5, Sacred Armor, Health +60, reducing damage taken by 6%. Ancestral Power +2. Ancestral Power, +1. Choose a creature race to be your family member, you can use essence and blood to help family members strengthen. Ancestral Power, +2. Choose a creature race to be your dependent, you can use essence and blood to help dependents strengthen and multiply. Although I chose to increase the ancestral power of Velvet Cloak to +3 first, the ancestral power of Guardian of Dependents also reached +2 after spending 2 bottles of ancestral blood. Browder knows that Guardian of the Dependents, once the dependent race is selected, it cannot be changed. Although it is easy to obtain velvet wool, but the growth is limited after all, now it is necessary to choose a stronger family member. It is true that every time the power of the ancestor is strengthened, there will be one more family member race. As for the most powerful magical creatures that are most easily available in the magic world, what else? Naturally it is a dragon. After some comparison, the Peruvian fang-tooth, which is the smallest and the most capable of reproduction among the existing dragon species, was selected by Browder. The largest size is less than 5 meters long, and the ability to multiply is so strong that the International Wizards Federation needs to deliberately find dragon slayers to reduce their number. It is really no choice. Although all dragons are now kept in captivity by the International Wizarding Federation, there is no shortage of goods on the black market, from dragon heart, dragon horn to dragon egg. As long as there is Jin Jialong, what can't be sold? There are really many poor wizards who take risks. The dragons in this world are different from what Browder has seen in his previous life. They basically have no outstanding wisdom. They are no different from ordinary beasts, but their magical abilities and anti-magic abilities are not bad. In comparison, the guys who were greedy for money in the previous life can be regarded as dragon species, and this life is lizard dragon species, about the difference between humans and orangutans. But if you don't have the wisdom, you won't be bargaining with you. Just train as a pet. Flame. Browder called the little Peruvian fang-tooth, fire. Flame glanced at Browder, but ignored his orders. Browder is also welcome. With a wave of his wand, the holding curse and pain curse are placed on the flame. The flame is still a young dragon, and the magic immunity effect on his body is not strong yet, and the damage he receives is almost 100%. The flame screamed all at once, super miserable. But the flames couldn't do the painful rolling, so they could only continue to shout in vain. Waiting for the flame to shout tired, Browder lifted the 2 spells, flame, fire breathing. The flame is obedient. But it was really weakened by the spell just now, and when it sprayed hard, it sprayed out a puff of black smoke and sporadic flames. Browder did not sympathize, and 2 more spells were thrown over, and the flames continued to scream miserably, "Isn't that strong again?" Waiting for Browder to shout Spitfire for the 3rd time, the flames already lying on the ground hurriedly used all their strength to eject a fireball. A flame of this size should be almost full. Browder nodded, and then threw 2 live chickens from the big pocket where he had cast the unmarked stretching curse. The flame was overjoyed, and he threw his claws one by one, and began to eat directly. "What should I do to train the beast? Although it looks cruel, it is a conditioned reflex. Can't do well, hit. Well done, there is something to eat. It makes no difference whether it is a wizard or a muggle." And this isn't the first time that Browder has domesticated a dragon like this. The parents of the flame next to him came this way. "Didn't you see that these 2 dragons are obedient now?" But this domestication technique was also explored by Browder. Although he was a ranger in his previous life, he would never be animal companion. Flames like this are already easy to domesticate, after all, they are the 2nd generation. After the dragon eggs purchased directly from the 1st generation hatched, the one that was successfully domesticated was the 2 dragons, 1 male and 1 female. After all the unsuccessful ones had retained important magic materials, they entered Browder's stomach. Well, dragon meat is indeed delicious. After training the flame twice, Browder called the house elves in charge of this manor to say a few words, then returned to the manor where he lived through the fireplace. Fleur powder is really convenient, but it's easy to sneeze and Browder doesn't like it. As soon as he returned to the manor where he lived, Browder felt a faint magic in the sky outside the manor. "This is an owl, right?" "Cobb," Browder called. Cobb suddenly appeared in front of Browder. "Yes, master, Cobb is for you. Go and bring me the lost owl outside the manor," Browder ordered. "Yes, my master." Cobb disappeared after speaking. Within a few seconds, Cobb grabbed a white owl by the neck and appeared in front of Browder again. There are various protection spells outside the Lestrange Manor, and there is no way to let the owls in. Generally, you can write letters with people close to you and throw them through the fireplace. So this owl with an important letter got lost. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can only bring it in manually. But it looked like this suddenly being caught by the neck. This owl was so uncomfortable and naturally began to struggle. "Let go of it, Cobb," Browder ordered. "Bring some nuts over here." "Yes, master." Cobb disappeared again, leaving the white owl struggling. Suddenly, the owl fell to the ground without any force. "I am so happy." Browder was amused. "Is there a letter from me?" "This is Browder Lestrange," Browder said to the owl. The dizzy owl was more intelligent than the dragon, so he flew up and put a letter in a parchment envelope into Browder's hand. The front of the envelope reads Mr. Lestrange in swashes, the address of Lestrange Manor below, and the back is a red lacquer with a shield heraldic printed on it, a large one. The H subtitles around the lion, snake, eagle, and badger each take part. Picking up the paint, Browder took out the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Union of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Browder Black Lestrange, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will wait for OWL to bring your reply back before July 31st. Your loyalty. Minerva McGonagall, Assistant Principal. After reading the letter, Browder raised his eyebrows. Hogwarts. Chapter 14, Magic Shop, Battle Legend. Browder was not surprised to receive this letter. After Cobb came back with a plate of nuts, Browder asked him to take care of the owl first, write a reply by himself, and let the owl take it back directly. In the past few years, he passively received some aristocratic education from Regulus. Browder is also good at writing swashes. It feels good about himself. But reply is enough. After releasing the owl again, Browder went back to the study and wrote a letter. Number 12 Grimald Place. Standing in front of the fireplace, Browder threw the flow powder and letter while shouting. Browder is asking Regulus to come over. He needs to go to Diagon Alley now. If you pretend to be a child, he can't go by himself. Before Browder waited long, Regulus walked out of the flames of the fireplace. Regulus is only 30 years old now, except for 2 more mustaches. It is no different from when he was 20. The Black family doesn't have a bad gene in appearance. Browder thinks he inherited this gene quite well. Regulus sighed that Browder was going to Hogwarts too. Time flies so fast. After all, there is no time to sigh. Browder directly urges Regulus to take him to Diagon Alley. Although he is not old, Regulus has become a lot more wordy in the past 2 years. Maybe because of having a child? The 2 little guys have now reached the stage of bare children. Going from here to Diagon Alley doesn't have to go outside, you still arrive directly at the fireplace. And Browder went to the shop he opened at home. Puffer Velvet Magic Toy Shop. Regulus and Browder walked into the flame of the fireplace together. In the next instant, the 2 of them arrived at the Lestrange's shop in Diagon Alley. But as soon as he came out, Browder was knocked and leaned back. Fortunately, Regulus held Browder, otherwise he would be making a fool of himself. Oh! Regulus sighed again when he saw the situation in the store. I really envy your idea. It is just a card game that has swept the entire magical world for several years now. I said not only because of the game, but also the way to announce, forget it, you don't understand after saying so many times, I won't waste my saliva. Browder said so, but his expression was very happy. It's not this card game, he really doesn't have that much Jinjialong to go to the trouble. This card game is called Battle Legend. Just look at the name and you know it comes from a certain game. The game method is similar, but the content of the card is completely different. Are all designed by Browder himself, and the content of the card comes from the previous life. Browder's companions and enemies were all made into cards by him. The game where 9 professions fight each other has really set off an upsurge in the magical world where there are only wizards. The cards are divided into white ordinary, blue rare, purple epic, and golden legend. The way to buy cards is also very simple, that is, at the Puffer Velvet Magic Toy Store, you can buy a card pack with 5 copper nats. There are 5 cards in each card pack. Although most of them may be white and ordinary, at least 1 blue is rare, and it may be a more advanced card. It is pure luck. But cards are not enough. If you don't need a Jinjialong to buy a board, the game will not run automatically. The cards will turn into 3-dimensional figures on the board. In addition, buying the board will also bring 60 classic cards. Basically, you can't buy it. There are not so many trendy games in the wizarding world, so after this card game became popular, the craze couldn't stop at all. The popularity of the game is also maintained. It's been 3 or 4 years, and up to now, in addition to the initial card pack, this game has also released a Vampire Disaster expansion, with more than 100 new cards added. The person who squeezed Browder over just now was the one who came to buy the cards. This time, it happened to be the time when the little wizards came to Diagon Alley, so the shop was filled with little wizards. If not every little wizard has a parent by his side, then they might even use the money for the new semester book to buy a card pack. Even so, there are little wizards who were pulled away from here by their parents. Congratulations! Legend! At this moment, the sudden sound effect after a card was unblocked caught everyone's attention. Look, it's the Queen of Vampires. That's a real legend card. I want it. Browder couldn't help but laugh when he saw the familiar characters on the card. If she knew that she had made such a powerful card from the emptied vampire queen in this life, would she be resurrected from the ashes? Vampire Queen, Elizabeth Browder Legend, 4 mana, 4 attack, and 6 life. Vampire. Arrival, all non-vampire servants on the field become vampires, vampire servants gain +1/+1. Curtain call, all your own vampire servants get +2/+2. The humble queen who lived her life for the sake of race development. Watching the two red-haired twin boys laugh and hug each other super happily, Browder smiled again. Look, you reading www.uuganshu.com, so many people will like you. But before Browder finished laughing, Browder heard the voice of one of the boys again. He was going to auction this legendary card, starting at 5 gold gallons, whoever bought the most. This is really true. Browder was speechless for a moment. This is to make money with my things in front of me. But Browder raised his hand in an instant. 7 Jin Jialong. Regulus is also speechless. Didn't you make all these cards? Why do you still buy it yourself? The two red-haired boys over there began to be annoyed that they had set a high auction price because no one offered an offer. They didn't expect someone to buy it, so the two of them were very excited. What can 7 Jin Jialong buy? No one else bid. After 3 confirmations, this legendary card automatically became Browder's thing. The two red-haired twin boys happily rubbed their hands and walked over, waiting to exchange Jin Jialong. Browder glanced at Regulus, and made him sigh out the 7 Jin Jialongs. The twins may also be the first time to get so much money, super excited. But before they left, Browder called them back. Is this your first time selling legendary cards? Browder asked. The twins nodded, and the older Fred smiled and said, we just wanted to try our luck. I didn't expect it to be so good. Looks really happy. Therefore, Browder will naturally pour cold water on them. Then please remember that in the future, if there are more legendary cards to be auctioned, please go out and publicize it on the street. Because of the market price of the legendary card, but 20 gold gallons. Chapter 15, Ollivander, the Wand Pick. Looking at the dumbfounded red-haired twins, Browder chuckled and walked out. It feels good to make a fortune like this. Although Browder got this legendary card, he probably won't sell it. Regulus also finds Browder's evil taste interesting. Is deliberately annoying. The two Weasley brothers are really downcast. They are clearly making money, but why are they suddenly upset? But if something like this happened, they hadn't repented the deal. It already represented a very good character. Fred, did you find that the uncle who just paid was Regulus Black who saved Uncle Fabian? George asked. Of course I found it. Fred continued, so you mean that the guy with the puff pastel hat was his godson Lestrange? It should be right. George nodded, he should be going to Hogwarts this year. Then we. This year. Thank him well. The twins really seem to be connected to each other. And the two of them were happy again when they talked, so they ran out with the 7 Jin Jialong they got. What should I buy? I must not let my mother find out. The twins just now belonged to the Weasley family, right? Browder asked. Red hair, and lack of money, has become a symbol of their family in recent years. Yes, it's them. Arthur Weasley's family is also famous for having 7 children. Regulus nodded, previous Gryffindor in return for his life-saving grace, and specially invited me to dinner. It happened that his sister was coming with her child as a guest. You must know that I didn't eat a few bites of the last meal. Fabian Pruitt, is Molly Pruitt Weasley's second brother, one of the members of the Order of the Phoenix rescued by Regulus from the Death Eaters. He and his brother Gideon Pruitt are both very powerful wizards, able to face the 5 most powerful Death Eaters. Although he was defeated by the endless black magic in the end, Voldemort gave them high praise. It's not easy for Regulus to save only his brother Fabian Pruitt, who said that his brother Gideon Pruitt was hit by Avidiso, and no one can save him. Talking about these things, Browder and Regulus joked, and arrived at the next stop. Ollivander Wand Shop. This is a small storefront that looks dilapidated. The golden sign on the door has been peeled off. It says, Ollivander, well-made wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a magic wand lay alone on the faded purple cushion. Browder swears that if it wasn't for the only official wand shop in the UK, depending on the status of the shop, it would definitely have closed down long ago. Browder's other items for school can be prepared by others, but the wand must be brought by himself. Oh, the previous wand was also an extra second-hand wand. Browder still needs one that really suits him. Opened the door and walked into the store. The bell on the door rang and told the store that there were customers. The shop is very small, there is nothing but a bench. Regulus sat on the bench and asked Browder to go to the counter by himself. In addition to the creator of the wand information, it is best that only the owner knows the best. After all, if the Ollivander family has always considered the magic wand selection criteria, just looking at the wand can tell what kind of spell the owner is good at. Browder waited for a while, and then he heard "Good morning." A ladder moved across from the other side of the shelf, and Mr. Ollivander stood on the shelf and said hello to Browder. Although he looks like an old man with white hair who is not too shabby, Mr. Ollivander's big light eyes are like two shining moons in the dim shop. Browder thinks that these eyes may be doing some magic. "Hello, sir." Browder was polite. "I need a magic wand." Yes, you really need a magic wand." Mr. Ollivander glanced at the family crest on Brad's cloak. "It's Mr. Lestrange." "Yes, sir." Browder nodded with a smile. Browder's velvet cloak blocked all exploration magic, and Mr. Ollivander could only guess his identity by looking at his family crest. The emblem of the Lestrange family is a round shield with an L in the middle of the shield, and two spears crossed behind the shield. There is a three-headed snake on the left and right sides of the shield. Defense, attack, insidious, cunning, anyway, it is a very recognizable badge. "Well then. Mr. Lestrange, let me see." Mr. Ollivander took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his jacket pocket. "Which arm do you have to make a wand?" "I am used to using my left hand." Reading www.uugonshu.com. Browder stretched out his left hand. "Raise your arms." "Okay." Mr. Ollivander put the tape measure directly on Browder's body. The tape measure came alive, and started measuring himself. First from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. Mr. Ollivander let the tape measure move by himself, while returning to the shelves to search for something. Every Ollivander wand has a super magical substance, and this is its essence, Lesterland Mr. Chi. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon nerves. Every Ollivander wand is unique because there are no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes that are exactly the same. Of course, if you used a wand that should have belonged to another wizard, it would never have such a good effect. Browder thought he might say the same lines to everyone who came to buy the wand, but Browder didn't interrupt. After measuring the distance between Browder's nostrils, the volume automatically flew back to Mr. Ollivander's pocket. "This tape measure is horrible and fun, I like it." Picking out a magic wand, Mr. Ollivander handed it to Browder. 10¼ of an inch, made of willow wood and snake nerves, very soft. Browder took it and waved it, and a little viper flew out of the stick. "Oh, curious." Mr. Ollivander saw this phenomenon and confirmed one thing: "Mr. Lestrange can first take off this strange magic cloak of yours? Maybe you hide it." "Magic fluctuations interfered with my judgment. Although this wand listened to you, it was because of your unexpected magic power." Browder smiled upon hearing this. "Good sir." Chapter 16, Phoenix Feather, Custom Wand. Easily wiped out the little snake that just squirted out, Browder took off his velvet cloak. Mr. Ollivander can see some information about Browder, especially his magic fluctuations. "This is really incredible." While sighing, Mr. Ollivander went to the other shelf to find a wand suitable for Browder. Sequoia and unicorn hair, 12½ inches, hard to control. Browder took a wave, and a bunch of flowers floated from the tip of the stick. Oh, no, it's still too low. Try this one, the heart of maple and iron belly, 9 inches. Browder lightly nodded the head of his stick, and the raging flames started to burn. Oh, there was a smell of maple syrup. The magic of Picky, Ollivander changed another one, the branches of the man-eating willow and the nerves of the hornet. Browder took it. Browder felt a resonance without using magic power this time. This magic wand seems to suit him well. With a casual wave, the counter in the store suddenly split into two. I'm so sorry, I'll recover. Browder was a little embarrassed. He wanted to make wine. But another wave. The counter was cut open again, and even the shelves behind it were scarred. Mr. Ollivander was also frightened. A wand that is very hostile, I remember it seems to be a wand made by the wizard, but it has never come to get it. Oh yes, Mr. Lestrange, it should have been made by your grandfather Mr. Lestrange, but he passed away too early to get it back. Grandfather? Browder said he had never seen it. In fact, the Lestrange family is also very strange. Many people who have passed away in other families will leave portraits, but the Lestrange family does not have a picture. Some of the walls where pictures can be hung have been repaired. Traces of the past. But Browder didn't even bother to guess those old things. Come back to the wand business. Although this magic wand is very easy to handle, it would be too inconvenient to use only harmful magic. So Browder continued to Mr. Ollivander, since this wand was made by my grandfather, I can just get it back. But Mr. Ollivander, can I choose a few more wands? You have also seen that this wand is not very convenient in daily life. Mr. Ollivander did not disagree. Mr. Lestrange, you must know, it is the wand who chooses its holder. I know. Browder impolitely interrupted Mr. Ollivander for the first time, but if I can let them live together peacefully, they all choose me and their choice, right? If you hear this, it will become the open harem. But this sentence also silenced Mr. Ollivander. Even if the wand is regarded as a magical item with its own wisdom, there is no need to comply with monogamy, right? After some wands are defeated, won't they also run into the hands of others? Allow them to double-heartedly, don't allow me to open, collect it. Okay, just choose. But whether to buy or not is Mr. Ollivander's business. Browder smiled slightly and released his magic power to sense a wand that might match him better. Browder, who tried casually, really felt it. Sir, please give me the wand in the third box in the fourth row on the leftmost shelf, can you give me a try? Browder changed back to aristocratic smirk. Mr. Ollivander may even be able to see the magic fluctuations, and he has no objection to Browder's choice. Only after taking out the wand, Mr. Ollivander's face became a little weird. An extraordinary combination, Hollywood, phoenix feathers, 11 inches long, the other wand of a pair of twins. Browder took the magic wand, without waving it, a little phoenix flew out of the wand. Is this the best fit? But Browder also feels weird now. Think about the composition of the wand that Mr. Ollivander just mentioned, Browder realized it instantly. MMP. Isn't this Harry Potter's wand? Browder blinked, then put the wand back into the box in Mr. Ollivander's even stranger eyes. It's not really a destined combination, this magic wand still seems to stay here. Brad knows that this is the fault of his gluttony before, so don't let the wand of the wrong person join him. Collect it. Mr. Ollivander, put this magic wand away. Maybe next year it will meet real fate. Browder said very solemnly, but Mr. Ollivander couldn't understand. Continue to look at Browder weirdly. Didn't you say that you want to open the back and the palace? Why did you just throw a magic wand back after being pampered? But sir, can you still order extra wands here? If so, I would like to order 2. In order to divert that weird sight, Browder asked again while putting on the velvet cloak again. Of course. Mr. Ollivander finally withdrew his gaze. Mr. Black over there is his father who came to my shop to make a magic wand for him when he was just born. However, you need to provide the materials yourself, Mr. Lestrange, and I will also charge for production. This is totally fine. Browder immediately took the material out of his pocket. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The sharp horns of the two Peruvian fang tooths, and the heart and nerves they took alive. The branches of the ivy and the tongue of the velvet with magical power. Can you make 3 magic wands for me with these materials? Mr. Ollivander glanced. Perhaps Mr. Lestrange, you know some requirements for the material of the wand, but I have to tell you that the sharp horns of the Peruvian fang tooth are too hard and have poor conductivity to magic. Not as an option for the wand body. I know, Browder smiled, but these 2 sharp horns are different. Because they are taken from a dragon that can only use sharp horns to perform magic, the magic conductivity is very high. Mr. Ollivander naturally couldn't believe it, so he took it over and took a look, even more shocked. Have you forgotten the effect of strengthening the dependents in Guardian of the Dependents? Although the odds are not high, the dependents who really succeed in conquering all have special powers. Why is flame called flame? It is because of the enhanced fire-breathing ability. Please know that although Peruvian fang tooth is also considered a fire dragon, it is not known for its fire-breathing ability. And the flame's ability to breathe fire is not much weaker than the Chinese fireball dragon. And these 2 sharp horns are from Flame's father. Mr. Ollivander was also interested in such a special variant material, so naturally he agreed. But in terms of speed, until Browder goes to school on September 1st, Mr. Ollivander can only make a wand, so which one needs to be made first? Which one? Browder naturally chose the last one. Special material. Mr. Ollivander has to do more research before he can really do it. It's okay, you research. I am not in a hurry. Chapter 17, Rest for Dessert, Devour the Soul. After buying the wand, Browder didn't go shopping much in Diagon Alley, and hurried back to his manor from the fireplace. Regulus did not come back with him, but broke up directly in Diagon Alley and went back to Black's house. For his 2 little ancestors. He has really become a child's father. I have never heard of such a character in the Black family. I really don't know if he will go to Hogwarts once a week after the 2 bear kids go to Hogwarts. Hope Regulus will not spoil them. Back in the manor, Browder began experimenting with the new wand he obtained. The man-eating willow and the Hungarian tree wasp are both very hostile creatures. The combination of the 2 becomes a magic wand specially used to wound people. Just by looking at the material, you know what Grandpa Browder ordered it for. The black magic effect of this wand is at least half stronger than normal wands. But this magic wand is also not easy to control, and if it doesn't hurt the opponent, it hurts myself first. Sharp as a knife. Waved a cutting curse and hit the steel figure in the distance. The dark beam of light flashed, and the steel figure was really cut in half by a knife. Browder was very surprised. It would be nice if he could cut a half-deep wound with other wands. Is really good. But taking the wand away from his left hand, Browder also had a large cut between the index finger and of his left hand, halfway deep into his palm, and the blood was flowing like a shot. Is also dangerous. In this way, this magic wand might not be qualified at all. How can ordinary wizards use it? Called out a bottle of essence and blood, half of it was sprinkled directly on the wound, and the other half was drunk. This shocking wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Does this count as advanced self-recovery? The ability of that group of vampires once gave him the most headache. Blood Hunter is a person who uses the power of a vampire to deal with a vampire. I just don't know if this ability can be passed on to others. Suddenly wanted to be a true ancestor. Okay, the work of the day is finished, and you can have some dessert. Lying on the recliner comfortably, Browder comfortably evokes the lamp of another world. What can I have today? Browder leaned into the lamp of other worlds, and then grabbed a ball of light from it. Is a soul. If you use the Blood Hunter system to view it, this is basically the introduction. Complete soul of the young dragon, soul energy plus 100, dragon affinity plus 1. This soft soul, like a ball of icy flame, is constantly pulsing in the palm of your hand, screaming from time to time, seeming to want to get rid of your control. And you, like half of the deity, can live in its destiny at will. When you need it, you can eat it at any time and draw its energy. Ugh! Do I still have the soul of the young dragon? How do I remember that I ate it all? Forget it, don't want to, just treat it as a surprise. Casually thrown the ball of light into Browder's mouth. Okay. Delicious cake taste. It's just a bit expensive. Licked his lips, Browder continued to grab another ball of light. Although he can directly see the light ball effect, it is still fun to draw with his eyes closed. Broken Dead Soul, soul energy plus 1. I knew I wouldn't lend the lamp of other worlds to Regulus, now there are so many garbage souls in it. Threw it into his mouth again, and Browder could clearly hear the sound of himself chewing it. Just eat biscuits. Go on. Complete Wizard Soul, Bellatrix, soul energy plus 100, magic power plus 1. Browder had to cover his face. Tai Ji Ying Ren. The lamp of other worlds, everything is good, it is this grande-like soul that accepts this, and it is really unhappy at the same time. Throwing the soul directly back into the lamp of other worlds, Browder pouted and re-extracted the soul. There are 2 more broken corpse souls, Browder is very dissatisfied. Today's last one, look at who is so lucky. Voldemort's soul fragment, Hufflepuff's golden cup, soul energy plus 500, mana plus 10, physical strength plus 10, snake cavity effect plus 1, all damage magic effect plus 10%. That's right, the gold cup of Hufflepuff in the Gringotts treasury of Lestrange's home has been taken out by Browder. And even Voldemort's soul inside was taken out. After all, even the real demigod Lich Philogram will out the soul if it is illuminated by the lamp of other worlds, not to mention the Horcrux that does not have a high degree of protection. The soul ball in Browder's hand is black, and when it is in his hand, he shows a face that is not clear from time to time. Still fangs and claws. But Browder sees a lot of such souls, just poke with his finger, and the soul ceases, and then shivered. Who calls Browder can eat him at any time. But after taking a look, Browder threw the soul back into the lamp of other worlds. I couldn't hold back the soul I took out of the locket last time, so I must hold back this time. This soul is still very useful. The effects of the souls in the 2 Horcruxes are not exactly the same, but they are generally similar. Voldemort's soul fragment, Slytherin's locket, soul energy plus 500, UU reading www.uugonshu.com mana plus 10, charisma plus 10, snake cavity effect plus 1, so damage magic effect plus 10%. This taste is the best, like stewed snake meat. And while chewing, I still struggle in my mouth. On the contrary, it feels like eating octopus alive. As for the usefulness of the added charm, Browder thinks he has become more handsome. But when asked if Regulus has become handsome, Regulus is honest every time. You wear that cloak and hat every day, who can tell that you have not become handsome? Woo, it makes sense. But it was also because he had eaten a fragment of Voldemort's soul, so Browder also carried Voldemort's magical aura. That's why the Phoenix wand that was twins to Voldemort's wand resonated with his magic power. But the fake is fake, and this magical breath will not exist for long. When Browder is completely digested, he won't know if the wand will listen to him. Instead of being so troublesome then, it is better not to choose. And if Harry Potter's wand is not twins with Voldemort's wand, then Harry Potter may have finished playing in the graveyard of the Goblet of Fire episode. Browder still wants to watch the show. As for now, choose dessert again. Broken Wizard Soul, Gideon Pruitt, Soul Energy plus 30, Physical Strength plus 1. This is not bad. Into his mouth, Browder suddenly thought that the name of this soul seemed to have been spoken to Regulus today. Where is? Forget it, if I can't remember it, I don't want to. Chapter 18, 9 3/4 Stations. On the last day of August, Browder completed one of the 3 wands ordered by Ollivander's wand shop. A long ivy vine is cut into 5 sections and condensed into a ball to make the wand body, and the tongue with magical power is used as the inner core, so this 8 1/2 inch wand has one characteristic. Super soft. Soft enough to break into a ring. If you add a double-headed plug, this magic wand can really be used as a bracelet to hang on your wrist. Had it not been for Browder's experiment that it could be used to cast spells, Browder would have thought it was not a real magic wand. And this wand seems to be completely opposite to the Ogre Willow wand. Sharp as a knife. Standing on the training ground again, Browder held the ivy wand and cast the same spell on the steel doll. But this magic beam just flew out from the tip of the stick, and fell to the ground like an under-eaten chicken. This magic wand is also extreme. It is totally unsuitable for combat. It's not that I am teasing you, you have to learn even the wand from me, right? Good luck, you are pleased, and you all give me peace. Flowers clustered. Cast a flower curse, the stick head began to bloom flowers without money. Is still blooming just now, the fragrance is very strong. Soon piled up on the ground. Was attracted by the fragrance of the flower. Suddenly one by one Camelina popped out of the hat on Browder's head, and then jumped down into the flower pile. Began to eat. Although they also eat leftovers, Browder has raised the puff pastel for so many years, and still finds that they prefer to eat flowers, especially flowers made by magic. The more you eat, the more colorful the hair on your body becomes. If there is a selection of the most beautiful Purongrong in the magical world in the future, Browder feels that all these he has raised are strong candidates for the gold medal. It seems that this magic wand is perfect for feeding. Waiting for the dozens of puffballs that came out to eat and drink enough, Browder cleaned up all the bits and pieces of dregs. These puffballs just seemed to be home, and jumped into Blow. Does hat? Don't get me wrong, this hat is not a sacred artifact, it's just a non-marking stretch curse that has been cast, and the space inside is enough for these puffers to stay. It's okay if you don't want to stay in it, it's like there is a blue velvet on Browder's shoulder now. It seems that I really want to go to sleep after eating and drinking, and I really started to doze off lying on Browder's shoulder. Browder scratched its little face amusedly, this puff pastel swayed cutely from side to side, but didn't open his eyes. Okay, the experiment has been done, so I can just take a break. I'm going to Hogwarts tomorrow, there must be no such leisurely nap time. Alas, the hardest thing is to be a student. However, the most memorable thing is that it is also the student period. Lying on the recliner, Browder hugged the blue velvet and began to sleep. Hey, it's really no different from a pillow. September 1st, 9 3/4 of the station ushered in its most important day of the year. The first day of Hogwarts. Although there are festivals such as Christmas, many little wizards will take the train to the country to celebrate the festival, but today is definitely the busiest. And just on this day, the fireplace in the waiting room of the 9 3/4 station suddenly lit a fire, and someone arrived here with this closet. Is there something hard to imagine with a closet here? After all, if every little wizard who goes to Hogwarts to go to school has to pass through the pillars between Platform 9 and Platform 10 at King's Station, wouldn't it be sure to hit the pillar that day? The most convenient way of transportation in the wizarding world is still the fireplace. If it weren't for Hogwarts' defense measures to be the best, and there are many secrets that can't be found, in fact, many people might have thought about being in Hogwarts directly. Let's fully open the fireplace and make it a commute to class here. Say far. The person who walked out of this man's fireplace was naturally Browder. Even if he was going to Hogwarts, he still dressed in that suit, velvet cloak, puffed wool hat. Regulus said it so many times it was useless. Behind Browder, Cobb rushed out of the fireplace carrying 2 large boxes. Ran and cried, "Woo, thank the kind master for letting a humble house elf like me use the fireplace. Oh, Cobb is so happy." House elves seemed to Browder to be very suitable servants, but sometimes they were always too exaggerated. Browder talked to Cobb for 10 years and didn't make it change, so Browder didn't talk nonsense. And it feels good to be taken care of like this. Although Browder thinks he is going to be terminally ill. Lazy cancer. After Cobb wept and said goodbye to him, Browder got on the train. Browder came early. There were not many people on the train when he came. After Browder walked around and observed, Chiron walked into a box with no other people. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com through the boxes on the railing above his head, and then took out a pair of Battle Legends Come Out. And computer down. There are many interesting copies inside the chessboard. Although there are no new cards and card pack rewards after clearing the level, there will be records. Isn't this a good opportunity to show off with other friends? It turns out that although this card game was made by Browder, he is not very good at playing this game. Although he won in a hurry in the end, the score was really not high. But, just win. Browder, who had recovered, found that the puffers almost all ran out again, filling the entire box. Look at it this way, there shouldn't be anyone else in this box. But, in fact, when the Purong did not come out, someone passed by and wanted to come in and sit. But seeing Browder's fancy clothes, the students who wanted to come in turned left and right, and continued to look for other places. Such a dress is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Only the blue velvet wool that continued to fall asleep and continued to sleep was left outside. Browder put away all the other velvet wool. "It is really heavy for you to press so much on my shoulders. Okay, continue playing cards. Try to change the deck again this time. The deck without legends is really too difficult." But at this moment, the door of this carriage was still knocked, and a small head came in probing into it. "Hello, there is no place anywhere else, can I sit here?" "Here? Of course. I didn't occupy this carriage." Browder nodded naturally. "Isn't wearing fancy clothes just for occupying the carriage?" Chapter 19, Chinese Girl, Train Gummy. "Thank you." Little head, the girl walked in with a happily smile. She came in with a super large suitcase and looked at the luggage rack on her head with a headache. Browder didn't help either, mainly because he didn't turn his eyes when he looked at the girl and forgot about it. The main reason, it can be seen from the sky that Browder has forgotten how long he has not seen a yellow-skinned Chinese. Is it true that the Chinese are more in line with some of their own orientations? I didn't feel this way the last time I saw Viva. Looks so cute. But then Browder saw this girl wanting to ask him for help, but embarrassed eyes. "Oh, forget the gentleman's manner. Remove the wand from the wrist, it is directly a floating spell, let this big and heavy suitcase fly up by itself." The eyes of the Chinese girl were shining. "You can use magic? So are you from a magic family?" Browder nodded, "Yes." "What's wrong?" This response, a straight steel man. "Nothing," the girl scratched her head, embarrassed, "I just feel envious. Because I am half and half, my mom is a wizard, and my dad is an ordinary person. But I grew up in an ordinary person's family. If it weren't for the letter from Hogwarts, my mother could keep her as a wizard. Keep it hidden. This is the source of many half-blood little wizards now. After all, according to the international wizarding law, even if a wizard and a muggle get married, under normal circumstances, they cannot tell the other half the truth. Is so incompatible." Browder did not comment, so after saying this, the car became quiet again. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself," the girl chuckled sweetly, "my name is Chu Zhang. Hello, my name is Browder Lestrange. Browder smiled and pointed to his shoulder. This is the velvet I raised, but it's sleeping now. Chujong looked at the blue thing on Browder's shoulder and was surprised. This, isn't it a pillow? Of course not. Browder smiled and took down the velvet and handed it to Chuzhang's hand. This is a magical creature called velvet. It is completely harmless. Chuzhang hugged the velvet in his hands, and it really feels great. For Chuzhang, these 2 months are really 2 months that have completely changed the world outlook. An owl suddenly sent her an invitation to enroll in a magic school, inviting her to become a horse monkey burning, well, a wizard. Has always been such a gentle mother, suddenly turned into a wizard, took out a small wooden stick in front of her and father really turned magic. Chu really didn't believe it at first, because she didn't have the slightest feeling that she had supernatural powers at all. But my mother said yes. When he was a child, Chuzhang had a magical riot, which broke all the furniture in his home. It was the mother who used restore as before and asked the aura who happened to find out what happened to help erase the memories of the relevant personnel. Chu always remembered how she felt when she really flew up after her mother showed her floating and lift off. Is so wonderful. Then I arrived at Diagon Alley and saw the really strange magical world. Is really exciting. Then after she got the magic wand, she couldn't use magic. Is really too, makes her frustrated. But my mother said that it was because she couldn't let it go first, so she had to study at Hogwarts. Otherwise, what is the school for? A word made Chuzhang cheer up. In the past 2 months, Chuzhang also read his textbooks and some extracurricular readings in advance. The most novel thing in her is where are the fantastic beasts. So there are elves in the world. There are really dragons, and there are really little fairies. Is so exciting. And now on the train, she saw the first magical animal. Purong. Isn't it too cute? It is dozens of times more cute than the illustration in the book. Although she had read the book so many times, she couldn't see the real thing at first glance. It feels so comfortable to hold. Browder's intoxicated eyes when he sees Chuzhang holding the velvet is also funny. It's too easy to be satisfied, I still have a dragon on my body. Would you like to show it to you now? Forget it, I'm afraid it really scares her. With the Purong as a topic, Browder can have a good chat with Chuzhang. Mainly, Chuzhang also seems to want to raise velvet. You don't need to bring breeding like Browder, just keep it as a normal pet. Browder thinks it's very simple, just give you the poof in your arms. Chuzhang was surprised and delighted. But how is this embarrassing? Browder smiled, then tapped his hat with his magic wand. The army of Purong began to erupt. When the chin was about to fall in autumn, the carriage was again filled with colorful puffers. So cute! Chuzhang's eyes are full of little stars again. It's okay, I have raised so many. Browder is now super persuasive in a sentence, it's nothing to give you one. Is this really a hot girl? Forget it, do it. But Chuzhang hadn't spoken yet, and the door of their box here suddenly opened again. 2 familiar red-haired twins ran directly in, then Browder, is it just a gift for us 2 each? We also like it very much. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. They were really familiar with each other, so they called Browder's name directly. Just met once, right? Their first business lesson for being so compassionate. But Browder actually discovered that these 2 illegal plots were eavesdropping outside, so it's not surprising, hear you? Good. Thank you for a 3 gold kalong. Robber. ×2. To Miss Zhang. Free. Give us. We want 3 gold pluses. 1. No robber, did you do this? The 2 people continued to sing and talk, and Chuzhang was stunned. I am not a robber. Browder was very contented, but I am a profiteer. To you 2 guys who are plotting badly, I have no idea of giving a friendly price. It turned out to be Miss Zhang. Friendly price? Isn't it the first time you met? When did you have friendship? Browder answered without blushing, born. Who calls Zhang a beautiful lady? S words made Chu Zhang blush, and the twins looked at each other and patted their legs. Gosh Fred, we actually assisted. That's right George, this guy Browder is too thick-skinned, he climbed up right away. Should we withdraw? Don't forget our purpose. Oh, right. After the exchange between the twins, a small box came out to Browder. This is the magic toy snack we made. The train gummy. Try it. Very interesting. Chapter 20, Failed Prank, about to arrive. What sugar? Browder didn't hear clearly. Forget it, let me taste it anyway. The twins nodded together. Then try it. Browder took a piece of fudge directly from the box George handed him and put it in his mouth. The taste still doesn't. Oh, it suddenly became spicy. Browder opened his mouth and made the sound of a train whistle, and then black smoke began to emerge from both ears. Ha 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 ha. Browder finds it interesting. The twins looked at each other when they saw Browder. How did this fudge succeed? Is Browder really embarrassed about the promised concession? And Chu Zhang's first time seeing such a change after eating, I was really surprised. Really deserves to be a magical world. The twins were driven out of the box with a red poof on their head. This is from Browder. Browder likes this train gummy. But these two puffers are also Browder's punishment for the twins. Don't think I don't know what you two are thinking? Want to make me fool? You are still tender. Although Browder gave the order to treat the twins as their masters, they were not allowed to come down today. Make your red hair explode. But the twins have just been kicked out, so I haven't found them yet. George, I think we have lost again. This prank did not succeed at all. But the train jelly made it. Yes, how did you do it? We haven't succeeded in these 2 months. Fred, do you remember the ingredients of the gummy you made this time? Ah, what a failure. The pranks and research and development were unsuccessful. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the window came from behind the two people. The twins looked back and saw Browder, who was looking at them with a hippie smile across the glass door of the box. Opening the door, Browder patted a piece of paper directly on the face of one of the twins. Fred, this is my report on the human test of the new food. You must complete it as soon as possible after you go back. If it is perfect, our Purong magic toy store can purchase. Browder's words surprised the two twins who have seen at most 7 Jin Jialong. Pranks are their preference, and if their preference can really make money, why not do it? But... Great, the other twin took off the paper from the man's face. But Browder, I am Fred. Okay, don't use the tricks against others to deal with me. Browder shook his wand. I have marked you with different marks since just now. No matter how you change, I can recognize who is who. The twins pat their heads at the same time, their expressions even more depressed. What a hateful mark! This is the greatest curse in the world for us. Where is the mark? No matter how the twins looked at it, they didn't feel that the other side had changed from before. After Browder laughed differently, he closed the box door again. For the twins who seem to like pranks, it is not so interesting if they can be easily distinguished. However, even if the twins looked to Dumbledore, they would not be able to find any marks. Because Browder didn't actually use any magic marks. The reason why he can distinguish two people easily is because of the puff pastel on their heads. Although the two velvet are both red, the same size and similar in appearance, they are completely different in Browder's view. The conversation between the two people in the box just now revealed who they were. After that, the two poofs given to them were also seated separately. But Browder won't tell the twins about this principle, let them worry about it. Prank, you are really tender. Then. Browder naturally continued the conversation with the cute Chuzhong, such as preaching and teaching the Chuzhong Hua mantra. Chuzhong is naturally very happy when he hears that what these puffballs love to eat are flowers conjured by spells. She doesn't have to spend extra money on food. So I learn the spell very hard. When the train was about to arrive at Hogwarts, Chuzhong had already transformed into a flower with a strong fragrance. It seems that she is very suitable for casting such a spell. These 2 months at home have been unsuccessful in learning other spells. Browder thinks he taught well. Chuzhong feeds the blue puff pastel the flowers he has transformed, and it tastes very delicious. Chuzhong is really happy. The magical world is so fun. Only this time, someone knocked on the door suddenly. That is a girl who seems to like sports. Sorry to bother you, the train is coming to Hogwarts soon, please change into your wizard robes. Thank you. Let's change it now. The athletic girl nodded, and then went to inform the next box. But the athletic girl just thought of something when she was about to leave. She turned back and read www.uyugonshu.com. Right, you are all first-year freshmen? Gryffindor College welcomes you to join. After saying this, the athletic girl really left. The Gryffindor girls are really enthusiastic. Browder sighed, then stood up. I'll go out first, and you will tell me after you change it. I don't even pronounce my surname directly. Okay. Chuzhong smiled. Actually, it's not changing clothes. The wizard's robe is as big as it is, just put it on the outside of ordinary clothes. There is no need to undress at all. But if Browder doesn't go out, that's a real loss of favor. Holding his wizard robe, Browder put it on outside the door. Hi, brother, a student passing by felt strange to Browder, don't you take off your cloak? Well, Browder didn't take off the cloak when he wore the wizard robe. So even if the wizard's robe is big, Browder looks bloated from the front. But Browder naturally didn't have the slightest idea of taking off the cloak inside. Browder looked at the talking boy instead. Are you also a freshman? That's right. The boy was careless. Then I advise you to wear more clothes. Browder gave advice. We are going to take a boat for a while. It will definitely be very cold. This is true, but the main reason is that Browder doesn't want to take off the velvet cloak. Boat. The boy was taken aback, and hurried to his box, while running back to thank him. Thank you, brother. Browder smiled. Boys and girls at this age are very lively. I hope it's not all bear children. Otherwise, I would really punch one. Chapter 21, Above the Black Lake, the mermaid appeared. Departing at 11 in the morning and arriving at Hogwarts, it was already past 6 o'clock and the sky was dark. The wind is bitterly cold. Chuzhong Xing heard Browder say that he wears an extra thick dress under the wizard robe, otherwise she may be frozen before reaching the place where she is going to board the boat. But at this time, she was arguing with the big man in front of her whether she should still be holding the puff pastel in her arms. Hagrid, Hogwarts hunting ground guard, keykeeper, a big man nearly 2 meters away. He is the person responsible for leading the first-year students on a special path to Hogwarts. Browder patted Chuzhong on the shoulder, and then put the blue puff pastel back into his hat. Hagrid next to looked with big eyes and small eyes. Although I can't bring pets, I didn't say that I can't bring a hat. It's just that there are pets in the hat. Forget it, it's just velvet. Your hat is so beautiful, I don't know what material it is made of. Hagrid asked Browder. Thank you for the compliment. Browder was happy that someone complimented his hat. If you like it, I can make another one for you. Look, it can change the color. Browder tapped his hat with his magic wand, the color changed from pink to red, and then to blue. Browder tapped many times, except for green, other colors appeared. Hagrid seemed to like it even more. Except for Chuzhong, the other first-year students are speechless to the two fools, the big and the young. Is this showing us how high our IQ is? Hagrid realized that it was time to leave when he saw that the senior students had all gone to Hogwarts from the other way, so he shook the lantern in his hand to let everyone follow him. The freshmen followed Hagrid on a narrow and steep path, and the roads on both sides were dark. Browder heard the exclamation of the freshmen being pierced by the invisible bushes on both sides many times. And the pace of people as tall as Hagrid is so big that first-year students have to trot to keep up. His body is very large, and he also blocked the light of the lantern. The first-year students really stumbled. Browder also heard Chujong muttering that this road is not easy to follow. So Browder took out his magic wand while holding Chuzhang's hand. Fluorescence flashes. A group of lights lit on Browder's stick, illuminating the nearby road. It's so beautiful. Chuzhang stared at Browder's wand. Magic is really amazing. Yes, Browder said with a smile, and you can do it in autumn. I can teach you. Okay. Chuzhang smiled and nodded. Although the students behind Browder complained that his lights should be brighter, Browder didn't care. He could see it without lighting. Turned another bend, and the long narrow path suddenly opened up, and what you saw was a lake. A huge castle with many turrets and towers sits between two high mountains, and the glass of the windows shines under the starry sky. It's just this lake. It's worthy of being called the Black Lake. The moon doesn't reflect any light. There are many small boats on the lake. Hagrid asked 4 people to go to the opposite castle together. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. According to legend, the 4 founders of Hogwarts arrived at Hogwarts for the first time on a boat across the Black Lake and established this famous European wizarding school. So letting freshmen experience this session is regarded as a memorial. It's just that Browder doesn't think there is anything memorable doing this. Browder and Chuzhang got on a boat, and the other 2 freshmen who came up were a boy who was told by Browder to take a boat on the train, and the other was a girl with black hair. Hi, brother, thank you for telling me that I should wear more, I am not cold at all now. The boy said with a smile, my name is Belby, Marcos Belby. Browder raised his eyebrows, hello. I think fortunately you are not named Marcos, not Carl. Marcos didn't understand. It's okay, just treat me as nonsense, Browder said with a smile, my name is Browder, Browder Lestrange. Followed by Chuzhang, she also said her name. The other girl just wanted to give her name, but she sneezed. Browder bumped Marcos on the shoulder, brother, it's time for you to show off your gentlemanship. Marcos opened his mouth, but still sighed, okay. Although I never thought I was a gentleman. Removed a shaggy cloak from the wizard robe, and the girl shyly took it and put it on herself. Thank you, the girl introduced herself, I'm Belle, Katie Bell. Are all good, all good. These small boats can go to the castle automatically without having to paddle, so the people on the boat can take the opportunity to make friends. Oh, such a sense of ritual has come out. But there was nothing to do. Browder began to talk about the mountains again, you know? It is said that Hogwarts was built in this place because of a dream of Ms. Ravenclaw. In the dream, a warthog killed her brought to a cliff by the lake. Really? Chuzhang was surprised, why haven't I seen it in Hogwarts, a school history? Browder doesn't blush at all, so it's a legend. Marcos and Katie are both laughing. They think Browder is just making up legend. www.readaloud.com. I am not a lie. Browder pointed to the lake next to him, if you don't believe me, we ask. How about the mermaid? Mermaid. The 3 people on the boat looked at Browder's direction at the same time, but there was nothing. Lie again? Browder ignored these 3 pairs of sights and spoke directly to the lake over there. But Chuzhang and the 3 of them didn't understand what they said, only they felt very sharp. It didn't take long for the place where Browder pointed just now, and there really was a wave, and 4 or 5 heads stick out from the water. Wow! Marcos yelled, and his voice made other new students on the boat see those little heads as well. It turned out to be a mermaid. Katie screamed, my mother never told me there was a mermaid at Hogwarts. Hogwarts has too many secrets, Browder exclaimed. I don't know if I can understand these secrets in 7 years. But compared to the mermaid, Chujong paid more attention to the language that Browder did not understand. Browder, can you speak mermaid words? Chujong was very surprised. Of course. Browder nodded. The language of mermaid is still easy to learn, as long as you get used to the feeling of speaking underwater. Compared with that, eagle language and snake language are much harder to learn. And dragon language, you know, every dragon has its own accent. That simply prevents you from understanding what they are talking about. Chujong, Marcos, Katie's gaze at Browder is nothing but worship. Browder glanced at Chujong, contented. Okay. This is pretty good. Chapter 22, Professor McGonagall, Sorting Hat. The castle is getting closer and closer. When Hagrid yelled head down, the fleet carrying the new life had reached the range of Hogwarts Castle. The boat carried them through a curtain of ivy vines on the surface of the cliff that covered the population, and proceeded along a black waterway that passed directly under the castle. It took a long time before they arrived at an underground port. How many underground floors should this be Hogwarts Castle? Marcos asked. Browder shrugged, I don't know that, there is no such thing as this waterway in the legend. Chujong and Katie laughed together. All the new students got off the boat and then climbed up the mountain road full of rocks and pebbles. Is really the same as the path just before boarding. Hagrid blocked the light in front again. So Browder also fluorescence flicker again. Compared with before, there are only Marcos and Katie beside Browder and Chujong. Under the guidance of the light, the freshmen continued to climb up a passage between the shore rocks, and finally came to a damp and level grass in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a section of stone stairs and finally gathered in front of the huge oak main entrance of the castle. Hagrid raised his huge fist and knocked on the door 3 times. The door opened immediately. At the door stood a tall child wizard with a black head in an emerald green robe. Her expression is so serious. Browder saw from a distance what Hagrid had said to her, and then she opened the door and took all the freshmen upstairs. After walking through a floor full of colored flags, Browder heard the voice of a lot of people talking from behind the entrance on the right. But the witch did not bring the freshmen directly in. The witch took the freshmen to an empty room far from there. The space in the castle is really big, Marcos is sighing, his home is not as big as a small room here. The witch introduced herself here. She is Professor McGonagall. She wrote all the admission notices. Everyone knows this name. Especially a few people from Muggle families. It was Diagon Alley that Professor McGonagall took them to. Professor McGonagall introduced that there are 4 colleges in Hogwarts, and every student should strive for points for his college, because at the end of the year there is a college cup awarded to the college with the highest score before the end of the school year. As soon as you enter the auditorium, the sorting ceremony will begin, so everyone can now tidy up their appearance. When he said this, Professor McGonagall saw that Browder couldn't help it, his hat was really strange. But Browder doesn't care about what others think of his hat. Browder asked Chujong to help her see where there was dirt elsewhere. Checked around and found nothing. Even though he walked for a long time, Browder walked very steadily. It's not like Marcos fell on the way, but Katie is helping him clean up now. Browder, Chujong asked Browder, which college do you want to go to? Browder did not answer, but just asked, what do you think? I really want to go to Ravenclaw. Chujong smiled, because my mother graduated there, I really want to see the place my mother told me. Oh, I got it. Then I will choose Ravenclaw. Browder said decisively. Marcos on the other side was disapproved. Browder, isn't your last name Lestrange? This is not the name of a pure-blooded nobleman, should you go to Slytherin? Where I want to go, of course I have the final say. Browder shook his index finger, expressing disdain, and I decided very early that I would definitely not go to Slytherin. Ugh! Why? Everyone else is so strange. Because I decided which college to go to before, I changed my hat to the color of which college. I don't want to wear a green hat. Browder's words are even more categorical. But sorry, no one else understands this talk. Chuzhong is of Chinese descent, but he has never heard this. But Browder didn't explain it. Anyway, according to his wishes. Maybe I'm going to Gryffindor. Soon, Professor McGonagall came back, put his gaze on Browder's hat again and led all the freshmen to the auditorium. Opened the door, all the freshmen were surprised at the brilliant decoration in the auditorium. Most people have never seen it before. The other senior students were all sitting at 4 long tables. Above their heads, thousands of candles floated in mid-air, illuminating the entire hall. The table is full of shiny gold plates and goblets. There is another long table on the stage in front of the auditorium and the teachers are sitting there. Professor McGonagall led the freshmen to the high platform and told them to stand facing the seniors and their backs to the teacher. The thousands of faces staring at them are like little pale lanterns in the shining candlelight. Browder walked all the way, his saliva was about to flow out, but he had to desperately suppress the light of other worlds. Because no one has mentioned that there are so many ghosts in the auditorium. They are sitting together with other older students. Grand's General Lamp of Other Worlds really wants to take away all these ghosts. But in this case, Browder must have something wrong. There are so many wizards here, and every one of them can see ghosts. How could they not see when Browder took them away? Besides, Dumbledore was watching them on stage. Low profile. Browder really finally let the light of the other world cease, and the sorting ceremony has officially begun. The way is a special hat in front, the sorting hat carrying the thinking of the 4 founders who built this school. Freshmen wear it one by one, and let him decide. When Browder suppressed the lamp of other worlds just now, this sorting hat actually sang. According to Marcos, not at all. Browder felt that fortunately he did not listen. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and held a long roll of parchment in his hand. When I read your name, please put on this hat and sit on a stool waiting for assignment. She said, Marcos Bellaby. The order in which the first name is read is the initial letter of the new student's last name. There is no freshman starting with A in this school year, and Marcos became the first. Browder thought Marcos would go directly to Gryffindor, but after putting the sorting hat on Marcos's head, he mumbled for a while, then shouted. Ravenclaw. Is this sorting hat broken? Then. Katie Bell. Well, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is also B. Gryffindor. Ugh. Really broken? Autumn Jong. S English is Chok Hang, so it's right behind Katie. Ravenclaw. Okay, Chu must be very happy. It took a long time before it was Browder's turn. However, after Browder sat on the chair, Professor McGonagall spoke to him in addition, Mr. Lestrange, please take off your hat first. Do you want me to wear a hat on top of it? Hey! At the Gryffindor table, the second-year Weasley twins have discovered that these 2 red puffers just don't come off their heads, so they have been laughed at for a long time today. Now that Browder is asked to take off his hat by Professor McGonagall, the 2 of them are really curious. George, do you think Browder has no hair? Probably, Fred. Maybe it's leprosy. 2 people are laughing. But after Browder took off his hat, a fluffy long black hair was draped over his shoulder. Browder is naturally not diarrhea, on the contrary, there are many more. I don't think I wore such a funny hat just now, but now that I look at it, Browder is really a beautiful man. Ahem, the last sentence was thought by Browder himself. Although some people really think so. Then Browder will be sorted out. Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on Browder's head. Before Browder could think about how to talk to the sorting hat had already opened his mouth. Chapter 23, Arguing with Each Other, Want to be Embarrassed. In fact, no matter where you look at it, Browder really is the purest Slytherin. Pure blood, pursuit of strength, has his own ambition. However, Browder had a reason to refuse. He, Browder, don't want to cuckold. Literal meaning. So Browder wanted to discuss with the Sorting Hat how to get himself to Ravenclaw. After all, everything shows that the Sorting Hat is really negotiable. But I really didn't expect this hat to play cards in an unreasonable way, and when it touched his head, he would shout out directly. What is it? What a devil! Therefore, Browder's hands holding his hat stretched out super fast, and when the lie sound just came out, he directly covered the cracked seam of the Sorting Hat, barely covering the place of his mouth. Let you shout. Especially, the sound of the sound cannot be heard. None of the people present have seen the students who blocked the Sorting Hat from reporting the college choice. Is strange enough, and the handsome face finally added some points back to you. How come you have to lose points now? The pink hat without a hand fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Several velvet fleas flung out of the hat as if it had been dizzy. Mr. Lestrange! Professor McGonagall yelled to Browder next to him. Hey, Professor, please let me talk to the Sorting Hat more. Browder thought of an excuse. He doesn't seem to really understand me yet. He didn't think about which college I should go to. Professor McGonagall looked at Browder, who closed his eyes and communicated with the Sorting Hat, and wanted to say, but said nothing. This is called respecting the autonomy of students. Hi. Boy. Are you still not letting go of my mouth? I can't yell at all now. I couldn't yell at all. The Sorting Hat was finally willing to communicate with Browder. That's right, Mr. Browder. Browder smiled. Dear Mr. Sorting Hat, I should be assigned to Ravenclaw to you. How much I love learning knowledge. Yes, you love to study, but isn't the purpose of your study to increase your own strength? The Sorting Hat said the truth. Do you still want to say this? Of course not. Browder lied directly, although it is also to increase strength, but I also want to better understand the world. Oh. Boy, do you want to lie to yourself? The Sorting Hat was a little helpless. Browder is righteous, yes, I like to lie to myself. It is wrong to lie to other people. This sentence is true. The Sorting Hat had to admit, the boy was very confused, but he really liked lying to himself more than lying to others. Browder then began to use his own way to continue to persuade the Sorting Hat. For example, now he is obviously suitable for both colleges, and the decision of the Sorting Hat will determine his future interpersonal relationships, and then his future life. So can you be more careful? Don't be foolish. Ugh! Didn't you say to persuade the Sorting Hat? How did it become a responsibility in the end? But the Sorting Hat also admitted it after thinking about it. Is this an empirical error? Other pure-blooded nobles like Browder should like to go to Slytherin. But even if Browder said so, the Sorting Hat could not find more reasons to assign Browder to Ravenclaw. Oh! The Sorting Hat suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and his tone suddenly became ambiguous. So it's because of love. Browder blushed. Ho, this is a big bonus item. The young love between young people, please. Oh, my old guy feels heartbeat. The Sorting Hat was super excited. Well then. Then I will make an exception and let you go. Wait a minute. Browder suddenly said, Mr. Sorting Hat, please wait a minute. What's wrong? Are you regretting it again? The Sorting Hat was really confused. No, I just want you to announce it in 30 seconds. Browder became grinning. I want to be an embarrassment. Hat embarrassment. The Sorting Cap suddenly yelled, how do you know this name? No, I don't want you to be an embarrassment. Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat yelled in a loud voice. Professor McGonagall next to him was shocked. Really? Mr. Sorting Hat, you are very unkind. Browder was very unhappy. I am not a human. The Sorting Hat muttered. When Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting cap from Browder's head, Browder also heard it say, "Every hat embarrassment is my mistake." Hat embarrassed, that is, after putting on the sorting hat, he didn't let the sorting hat decide which college to go to for 5 minutes. Up to now, there are only 2 hat embarrassments that Browder knows. One of them is Professor McGonagall, who is next to Browder. The sorting hat is between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. It really took a very long time. The second is Peter Pettigrew, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Although many people think he should go to Hufflepuff, the sorting hat means he has the courage to hide. Now it looks like, nothing wrong. Browder also wants to be a hat embarrassment, although it is meaningless, it is also an achievement. It's just that the sorting hat didn't give him a chance at all. Pity. Few people know that Regulus is a master of occlumency. To save so many people in front of Voldemort, it is no less difficult than Severus Snape, who was a spy. It is impossible for occlumency to reach the top level. When the other party wants to know the secrets in your head, they can see what they want to see. This is the ability that occlumency masters can achieve. Is just completely closed, not a master at all. Similarly, no one knows that under Regulus's teaching, Browder has also learned occlumency to this degree. What the sorting hat wants to see is what Browder expected. Is really a great magic. After Browder learned it, he felt that his ability to control the soul had improved a lot. Sure enough, every world has its own unique place, and he needs to learn within humility. Browder is still learning mindfulness, but the progress is not as fast as occlumency. After all, Browder doesn't like others to explore his secrets, but he doesn't like to explore other people's secrets. The study of magic in this world, very strangely fits the wizard's own ideas. It's like, Browder has learned the life of Avada, but he can't learn the heartbreaking charm. Chapter 24, Ravenclaw, Troublemaker. But anyway, Browder's wish came true and he was assigned to Ravenclaw. Picked up the hats on the ground and snatched them back from the girls holding the puff pastel. Browder tapped the hat with his magic wand, and the hat turned blue. After finishing his hair and putting on his hat, Browder happily went to Ravenclaw's table. "Hi, brother. I'm so glad to be in the same college with you." Marcos stood up from Ravenclaw's long table to greet Browder. "If you can," Browder sighed, "I really don't want you to come to meet me." Marcos can be assigned to Ravenclaw. It shows that he is not a brainless person, and knows what Browder means in a second. "Well, you guys who value and despise friends." Marcos also sat back in his position with thoughts. Chujong was very happy to see Browder next to her. "Congratulations on your hat turning blue." "Thank you," Browder replied, "this is your pet, please. Look at the hat." There is no response. "Ugh." Browder knocked on his hat again in confusion, still no response. Browder wants to be angry, but gentlemanly, gentlemanly. Tapped it 3 times, and finally it reacted. A blue velvet came out of the hat. But looking closely, it turned out to be sleeping again. It will come out, or because the bottom is pink and yellow, and the other 2 poofs have pushed it out. This lazy guy. Chujong looked at it and found it interesting. Take down the blue puff pastel and hold it in his arms. It's really soft and comfortable. Browder was envious of this. The object was the puff pastel. The branching ceremony continues. After Browder, no one else lasted that long. One is that other people dare not hold the sorting cap's mouth, and the other is that the sorting cap is stimulated by the word hat embarrassment, so as to increase the speed as much as possible. Although in order to prepare for the sorting ceremony, the sorting hat is to think about what should be said for the whole year on the cabinet of the principal's office. If Browder tried again, it might not take more than 30 seconds. There are only 40 or 50 little wizards who enroll in Hogwarts every year, and each college has about 10 points. Ravenclaw happened to be selected by 10 little wizards this year, but fortunately it did not fall below the single digits. But even if there are 10, it is not the last one. There are only 7 Slytherins. Gryffindor has the most. Although Browder doesn't count, he is close to 20. But when he saw Gryffindor, Browder smiled. The red hair of the two great men is so eye-catching. The Weasley twins also saw the sight of Browder on the opposite side. The three parties met to form a strong spark. Must revenge. Must prank back. Must come again, it's so interesting. I have to say that the twins really have too much appetite for Browder, otherwise they won't be so troubled with them. Will Browder's puffing be given to others casually? Aunt Narcissa's son Decca asked him for 2, but Browder didn't give it. After understanding each other's meaning, Browder smiled happily. It seems that future campus life will not be boring. After the sorting ceremony, Browder's long-awaited part finally arrived. It's time to eat. Browder is really hungry. I heard that the Hogwarts kitchen hides more than 100 house elves. Browder wants to see if their craftsmanship is good for the house elves who specialize in food in his own home. If not, I should call the liver and liver to Hogwarts. But before he really got to eat, Principal Dumbledore still spoke like the principal of Muggle World School. Isn't it smelly and long? But except for Browder, the other students are very interested in Principal Dumbledore. This is now the greatest white magician in Britain. Contrary to Browder's expectation, Dumbledore graciously announced where the school was forbidden to enter and exit, and quickly announced the end of the entrance ceremony. Now, eat it. Dumbledore just finished speaking, when a lot of food appeared in front of everyone. Browder recognized at a glance that this was the magic of house elves, just such a large-scale delivery of food. Maybe the number of house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen is more than 100. But Browder is now full of thoughts of wanting to eat. Directly grasped the claw. Hoo! It tastes really good. Liver, you don't need to come here. Until the last person finished the meal, all the plates and debris on the table disappeared. Principal Dumbledore was very happy to let the prefects of each college take the students back to their dormitories. Especially for freshmen in the first grade, please tell them the different content of their colleges is naturally good. Following the two prefects, one man and one woman, Browder and the 10 Ravenclaw freshmen were also the first time they saw the magic of Hogwarts. For example, moving stairs, like portraits of their greetings. I don't know if the stairs will disappear. Novelty www.readaloud.com really novel. Then just on the road, a somewhat special translucent figure stopped them. Look at who Pippi meets, a group of nerdy kitty hawks who only read books. It really seems to happen one day when all of you are blocked outside the tower. The figure named Peppy Ghost looked very unhappy, suddenly took out a few dung eggs in his hand and threw them at them. Fortunately, the two prefects successfully caught the dung eggs with a spell, and they exploded. Pippi, if you do this, I will go to Baron Barrow. The male prefect said to Pippi. Oh, I'll go to Baron Barrow. No idea at all, like Peppy Ghost is afraid of him. Although Pippi said so, after making a face, he went into the wall next to him and disappeared. Browder, Chujong was very strange along the way. Is that Pippi Ghost also a ghost? Why can he pick up things? It happened that Browder knew this, and he pretended to be Pippi doesn't look like a ghost, because he can't be regarded as a living creature in the past, present or in the future. It should be regarded as a natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon? All senior Ravenclaw students came to listen to Browder's talk. Because this Pippi Ghost should be a very rare mischief. Browder said with a smile, it is an inhuman ghost phantom born out of people's laughter. A non-human ghost phantom? Few people have heard of such an academic name. Yes. Browder nodded, the opposite of the troublemaker is Bogut. Bogut born out of fear. Chapter 25, Demonstrate Talent, Tower Eagle Head. Browder's words, the students in Raven Grow around are listening. However, the research on the non-human ghost phantom is too unpopular, so no one can refute or supplement Browder's words. So, Browder successfully installed X again. Feels better. The students of Ravenclaw are so smart, Browder can think of many questions just by mentioning it. They all regarded Pepe ghosts as ghosts before, but only Pepe ghosts could touch the real thing. The dung egg just now was being carefully put away by the prefect. Trickster? It's really a race suitable for Pippi. Naturally funny. Browder hasn't finished saying, because it is a peculiar natural phenomenon, both troublemakers and Bogut are rare to be clearly seen by Muggles. Many of the world's well-known Muggle playground circuses and haunted houses are their birthplaces. Amusement parks and circuses bring joy to people, and they converge into troublemakers. Think about it, isn't Pepe Ghost just like a clown? And in the haunted house, even if there are ghosts, Muggles can't see them, but they will scare themselves. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 people scare themselves, but when there are too many people, these fears aggregate into Bogut. Browder is now showing his knowledge. Ravenclaw here will be respected as long as he has enough knowledge. Didn't the senior students have a sense of identification with Browder? Although, no matter how much, Browder has nothing to say. Because of the delay of Pippi, it is better to go to Ravenclaw dormitory early. Well, let's set off again. There are 3 tall towers in Hogwarts Castle. The first is the astronomical tower. Let the students in 3rd grade and above study the astronomy class. Although this class is chosen by the students of each grade as the same boring course number 1 as the magic history class. The second is the Gryffindor common room and dormitory. The third is Ravenclaw's common room and dormitory. But unlike the other 3 colleges, those who enter the Ravenclaw common room must first correctly answer the logical riddle given by the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. As long as the answer is correct, you can enter. Whether you are a Ravenclaw student or not. If you don't hit it right, even the prefect will not be able to enter. This is what the male prefect personally said while standing in front of the knocker. Still the same sentence, Ravenclaw worships knowledge. However, no one knows where the eagle-head door knocker came to know so many tricky questions. Even if there is only one a day, no one has heard of the same question. But it is also because there is only one problem in one day, so if there is a problem with Ravenclaw's kitty, then just wait outside the question, wait for others to think about it. It's nothing strange that dozens of students are standing outside the Ravenclaw door at the same time thinking about answers. And as long as the answer is correct, doesn't it mean that you understand a question? This is progress. I am improving every day. As for today's question, it has already been answered by the brainstorming senior students in advance, so you freshmen should also try today's question. Today's is very simple, and the freshmen in the 1st grade should be fine. The male prefect grabbed the bronze door knocker and knocked, and the bronze eagle head came back to life, spreading its sharp wings. The more you take away, the bigger it becomes. Is really a very simple question. Browder has already thought about it. It's just a simple cognitive trap problem. But now is the time when other senior students enter the common room. In the end, only 10 Ravenclaw first-year freshmen were left outside. Browder snapped his fingers. Well, everyone, I have already thought of the answer, do I need to tell you? No need. Including Chujong and Marcos, the 9 of them already have a sense of self-esteem as Ravenclaw. Browder shrugged, knocked on the door and knocked on the eagle-shaped knocker, and then said his answer. Space. The door opened with a creak. In the common room, the male leader was surprised. Hi, Lestrange, you already? Sorry, Prefect, we haven't finished yet, so please wait a minute. After Broad spoke very quickly, he closed the door again. So, Browder turned to look at his fellow students. Has anyone already thought of it? You can tell me first. Me. A boy raised his hand. I'm coming. This boy is called Eddie Camichel. Lessons from the heavens. Of the 10 new students in Ravenclaw this year, only 3 boys. Is Browder, Marcos, and him. So I thought of this boy first. Browder was quite surprised. Fortunately, it's not a idiot who accidentally divided it into. Eddie Camichel whispered, whole. Although the words are different, the meaning is the same as that of Browder. Large after takeaway, but it does not necessarily mean that the volume has become larger. Browder asked him to try on the knocker, and it opened. So it is a simple question. Although the prefect meant that their first-year freshmen would answer the questions together, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, but Browder turned it into a personal battle in a few words. He felt that even if he could rely on collective wisdom, but it should also cultivate individual thinking skills. Otherwise, even if they are pursuing knowledge, there will definitely be many people who follow the trend, this pair of students. The growth is unfavorable. Hi, ladies, didn't any of you think of the answer to the question? Browder started to stimulate the girls below. Browder clearly heard the 7 girls hum with their noses together. So next, freshmen who thought of similar answers came out one by one. Are all girls? Chuzhong passed 5 levels. Marcos, are you embarrassing your fellow males? Browder started teasing Marcos. Brother, cheer up. But just after that, Marcos was still sweaty and nothing happened, but the remaining 4 girls thought of the answer and passed the test. Marcos fainted on the floor. Wow! It seems to be a hit. Drew out his wand, Browder transformed an image, an empty bookcase. Even if he becomes the last place, Marcos can't really be considered dumb. Seeing this bookcase, Marcos immediately understood it. It's blank space. Marcos sat up, shouting loudly. But it's not a good thing to greet him. I let you shout. A soft candy was thrown directly into Marcos's throat by Browder. Ah, what is it? Ah. So spicy. Then there was the sound of a train whistling in Marcos's mouth, and black smoke came out of his ears. Train gummy. This is punishment. Chapter 26, Allocate Dormitories, The Power of Holy Light. Ravenclaw Common Room is a large round room. There are arched windows in the lounge, and blue and bronze silks hang on the walls. There are stars painted on the ceiling of the dome, and the dark blue carpet below is also covered with stars. There are tables, chairs, and bookshelves on the floor, and a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stands in an alcove opposite the door. Anyway, all this is so new to freshmen in the first grade. Although he came in, the prefect's work was not over. Now we have to allocate dormitories for everyone. Upstairs from the spiral staircase on the left, the male prefect took Browder, Marcos, and Eddie to a row of dormitories. Ravenclaw's dormitory is for 2 people. It happened that there was a single room for 1 senior in the previous school year. One of them can live with the senior and the other 2. There is almost no need to decide. Browder and Marcos stepped back at the same time and pushed Eddie forward. At this time, there was really a tacit understanding. The male prefect smiled, only Eddie was downcast. Although they are still strangers, it is always more convenient to live with their peers. Well, Browder and Marcos think so too. When they came to a new house, the male prefect asked Browder and Marcos to write their names on the nameplate outside the door. Open the door again, their luggage is already inside. Browder is thinking, is this a contract? Or just tell the house elves to send the luggage with these 2 names to this room. The space in the room is still not small, making Browder at least look comfortable. Is that all? The blue decorations are a bit too monotonous, so I can change it sometime. Opening his suitcase, Browder quickly put his things in the right place with the floating spell, which made Marcos, who was just opening the bag next to him, extremely envious, and asked Browder for help. Browder quit, made a face and ran out of the room. Ravenclaw's tower is not small, how can you not visit it more? Now go to the common room. When he came to the common room, Browder found that the seats were already full. Although it is in the same tower, Ravenclaw here is different from the Gryffindor tower where you can hear the strong cheers next door. It is very quiet here. Is like in a library. In the lounge, most people are reading books, and a small number of people are playing but they don't make much noise. Browder also saw someone playing Battle Legend. But when he walked over and glanced at it, Browder was very disgusted and found that they were pecking each other. Turned around again, and Browder suddenly noticed a person floating outside the window. Oh, it's a ghost. Who is that? Browder asked a senior lady by the window. Senpai took a look and replied, that's Ms. Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw. Then why didn't I see her at the dinner party? Browder asked knowingly. Ms. Grey doesn't really like crowded places, and she doesn't like talking to others very much. The senior sister also complained in her tone, know that I'm in 5th grade, but I haven't spoken to her alone. Oh, that's really a shy ghost. Browder said so, but Browder was thinking of something else. Because he saw this Lady Grey, who is Helena Ravenclaw, Browder suddenly remembered Ravenclaw's crown. That is a magical item that legend can help the owner to increase wisdom, of course, it is also a Horcrux. Compared to the locket and gold cup, which do not have any powerful magic effects, the crown itself is enough to attract Browder. Really want to know what kind of attributes this crown is. But, where is the responsive room? Hi, Autumn. Browder, who had waited long enough, greeted Chujong, who had just come down. Marcos, who was sitting across from Browder playing Battle Legends with him, pouted, this guy really looks down on friends. And Chujong said a few more words, but her attention also turned to the Battle Legend. Before, she had never seen such a game where villains were actually fighting. Really enough to be a wizard. But Browder said that he had played enough, and he could just teach Chu to play. Saying that, Browder wanted to press the endgame button, but Marcos desperately protected him. Marcos has actually been abused by Browder for several rounds, and finally saw the possibility of winning in this round. How can Browder escape? Chujong heard Marcos say this, he also chuckles out of laughter, although I have only known Browder for half a day, he brings more knowledge of laughter than anyone in the past. Is really attractive. Browder would be proud if he knew that Chujong thought so. Although what Browder wants to say is, the main reason is his own handsome face. Obviously I can rely on my face to eat, but I have to rely on talent. I myself have to despise myself. Will other people vomit blood when they hear these words? It's certain to want to beat Browder anyway. Marcos now wants to beat Browder, ah. Are you still playing? My paladin's sword is already hungry and thirsty. Eat when you are hungry and thirsty. It's not that there is no food. Browder snapped his fingers while complaining. A house elf suddenly appeared next to Browder, cool is at your service, dear sir, what do you need? Please bring us 2 cups of black tea, and prepare some food for Mr. Bell to be full. Yes, sir. Cuckoo nodded and disappeared directly, and then the food Browder ordered appeared on the table. www.readaloud.com. Browder shrugged to the 2 who had been watching, Hogwarts house elves are super convenient. Okay, let's turn my attention back to the game. Browder started the round, drew a new card, and then laughed. Click on your own avatar, a voice appears, you are dead. This is to show that you will win. But Marcos didn't believe it. He now has 15 HP and Browder 14. Browder has nothing on the field. He has 6 Holy Avenger recruits, 1/1, plus 1 Bronze Warden. Silver Warden, Epic, 6 charges, 3/6. Halo, all Holy Avenger recruits get +2/+2. Even if one-armed, release the aura of courage. Although he has no cards in his hand, how can he be killed once? Browder answered directly. The holy light will dirty you to death. Holy light cerebral, epic, 6 charges, 4/6. Arrival, gain control of an opponent with an attack power of 3 or less. With the holy light, all opponents will be my servants. Seeing Silver Warden was robbed, Marcos was about to vomit blood. Then another one. Goddess of Light, Athena legend, 4 charges, 3/3. Advent, MLM, crossed out, to gain control of all 1/1 minions. Transfer the power of holy light, MLM, crossed out, to the world. Marcos vomited blood. Thank you. Is another voice prompt. Marcos is going to stage a real PK. Chapter 27, Animagus, Wizard and Man. Browder realized that he might still recognize the bed. Because the quality of sleep was not very high yesterday, I woke up several times in the middle. Alas! Browder lamented that it was the life of the nobleman that his willpower was corrupted. I could sleep on a tree trunk in my last life. No, it's blissful enough to be able to sleep. Because that means that where you are now is truly safe. Think about it carefully, maybe Browder maybe because his subconscious mind hasn't felt that Hogwarts is an absolutely safe place. There are so many things to pay attention to here. Like Marcos's snoring sound. Seems to throw him out the window. Isn't it just how many times have you dirty with the holy light? Do you need such revenge? There are only 7 courses for Hogwarts in the 1st grade, and they are all basic courses. Transfiguration, Defense against the Dark Arts, Conjuration, Potions, Astronomy, History of Magic and Herbology. Each subject has a super powerful course teacher to teach everyone to ensure that everyone can learn it. Browder's first class at Hogwarts was a transformation class. Is the Dean of Gryffindor College and Professor McGonagall, who is also the Vice President. At breakfast in the morning, the Ravenclaw's little eagles gathered to discuss. No matter how you look at it, Professor McGonagall's somewhat rigid character should be Ravenclaw. Although I am a little sorry to Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw, shouldn't she be the Dean of Ravenclaw? But Browder was talking about the hat embarrassment, and everyone instantly felt that the Sorting Hat was amazing. Perhaps, Professor McGonagall has a unique bravery in his heart, which no one else knows. For this reason, Browder and Marcos Eddie ate together super fast, and then arrived at the deformation classroom as quickly as possible. Chu Zhang's name behind Browder is useless. Because they saw that Professor McGonagall had finished breakfast and left. But when they came to the metamorphosis classroom, the 3 of them realized it was empty. There was no one in the classroom, and I didn't see every professor. Oh! There is also a black cat. It quietly crawled on the desk in front of the classroom. Marcos and Eddie both felt a loss. They knew it was early, so it's better to have breakfast. But Browder went straight to bow to the black cat. Professor, can you answer us a question? Marcos and Eddie haven't reacted yet. Browder, what are you doing there? Talk to cats? Do you still understand cats' language? Hey, 2 fools. Browder expressed disdain for the 2 of them. If you notice in advance, you will know that Professor McGonagall is one of the 7 animagus recorded by the Ministry of Magic. And her animagus form is... Browder did not finish. Because Professor McGonagall has changed back to himself when he said it. Seeing the process from cats to humans, their 3 views are about to collapse. Thank you, Mr. Lestrange, thank you for your attention to an old lady like me. Professor McGonagall rarely showed a small face. Ravenclaw adds 5 points. As for you, Professor McGonagall turned to Marcos and Eddie, it is normal not to see animagus. If your transformation class can achieve a high enough score, I can help you try to complete it. Animagus belongs to him. Although even the kin become more like animals. The former Professor McGonagall is not clear about how, but her favorite now is to eat fish. Marcos and Eddie nodded now. By the way, Mr. Lestrange, Professor McGonagall turned back and asked Browder, what do you want to ask me? Oh! I almost forgot. I want to ask, what does it feel like to be embarrassed? Browder said with a smile, even though I asked Mr. Sorting Hat to release my academy later, he just wouldn't listen. Hat embarrassment. Professor McGonagall smiled a little, I haven't heard the word for a long time. But the Sorting Hat hopes to avoid the hat embarrassment, I can understand it. After all, each hat embarrassment represents the branch A mistake of the hat. It is such a magical item that has been so wise after 1,000 years, but it is the most face-conscious. It is peculiar enough that Professor McGonagall can say so many things in one breath, especially not a topic of educating students. After she answered, she asked Browder another question. Then Mr. Lestrange, why did you cover the mouth of the sorting cap yesterday? I obviously heard it yesterday. The sorting cap felt like I was going to send you to Slater when I put it on your head. Lynn. But you resolutely opposed. Don't you like Slytherin? This question is already very acute. Had a lot of temptations to Browder. But Browder didn't care. He replied generously, yes. I don't like Slytherin. Marcos and Eddie covered each other's mouths in surprise. This must be kept secret. Besides, Browder didn't care. He continued even more generously, although I am a pure-blood wizard and the patriarch of 28 Holy Family, I don't like the idea of pure blood. Where is the so-called pure blood? If it is true, what kind of people were the parents of the first wizard? This question is more acute, but Professor McGonagall is very satisfied. But what Browder said next surprised her even more. What I said specifically, I don't actually hate pure blood declarations, I hate all the attitudes of treating myself as superior in the same class. Professor McGonagall had the same idea with Marcos and Eddie for the first time. Isn't he mad at you reading www.uugonshu.com? Browder still said to himself, because now many wizards seem to regard wizards as a race, whether they are pure blood or not they have this kind of thinking. But what I want to say is that although we are wizards, our race is human. Same as those muggles. Having power and power does not mean that we can hurt others at will. Browder spoke, and began to recall the past in his mind. An ordinary person who was randomly beaten and scolded by a vampire, after being embraced as a vampire, would kill more ordinary humans at will. And a well-respected official, when a crisis hits, even deceive ordinary people, using their lives as a shield to escape. Is that the original evil root of man? Or are you stunned by power and power? Browder still can't understand it. Why does Browder like Autumn so much now? Not only because she is of Chinese descent, but also because of her mother's contribution. Not all wizards can hide their wands and live ordinary lives like a day for decades. Not even the influence of the international wizarding law. More because of love. Autumn grew up surrounded by this kind of love. Listening to Browder's words, Marcos and Eddie still couldn't understand, but Professor McGonagall was silent. Because Professor McGonagall thought of his mother who hid his wand. Also thought of myself who had already agreed to the young and handsome farmer's proposal, but repented the next day because he didn't want to live the same life as his mother. Is it because of power? Chapter 28, Transformation Lesson, Copy. Ha 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 ha. As he talked, Browder laughed suddenly. I just think about it, just treat it like I'm thinking about it. Suddenly said that, Marcos and Eddie seemed to be really persuaded, and finally let out the breath that they could not breathe just now. Professor McGonagall didn't respond much. Only after a long time, he sighed slowly. At this time, other students who were going to take the transformation course also arrived one after another. Professor McGonagall directly asked all three of them to go to the table and do it, don't think about the ones that are missing. Browder kept laughing until the lesson began. Because he can't tell lies. He only lied to himself. Since the deformation class is a class that must be taken from the first grade, it naturally shows that this class is very important. This lesson is not just a spell. Transfiguration is a branch of magic that changes the shape or appearance of an object, and this is what this course introduces. Transfiguration is a theory-based subject. The spells taught include conversion spells, to transform a part of an object, such as making people grow bunny ears, vanishing spells, to make the object completely disappear, and summoning spells, to make the object appear out of thin air. This kind of spell may turn inanimate objects into animate objects, or vice versa. Like Professor McGonagall, he turned the big table into a cow in front of all the students, attracting the eyes of all the students who came. However, such deformation is limited, and the deformed item will return to its original shape if it is destroyed. And most of the deformed things can only last for a period of time, at most, that is, until the caster dies. And if you want to truly change the texture of the item permanently, you need the help of the magic stone. But also because of this. According to Professor McGonagall, the transformation course is one of the most complex and dangerous courses in the entire Hogwarts. Whoever wants to make trouble in this class, don't come to class after that. Looking at Professor McGonagall's serious face, no one really dared to try whether what she said was true or false. Professor McGonagall is still satisfied with the quiet performance of the students. Just seeing Browder sitting in the first row looking at her with bright eyes, Professor McGonagall always remembered his amazing remarks just now. With a wave of the magic wand, a lot of theories appeared on the blackboard in front of the classroom. Professor McGonagall asked everyone to copy these theories on parchment and understand more. Because the 4 colleges of the whole grade are in class together, Browder almost immediately heard the complaints of the Gryffindor students sitting opposite. But they were still more afraid of Professor McGonagall than the theory on the blackboard. Forget it, just copy it. I would bring an automatic quill pen if I knew it. Professor McGonagall really waited for every student to finish copying before sending out a match, letting the students make every effort to turn it into a needle. Compared with the vanishing mantra and the summoning mantra, the conversion mantra is the simplest, suitable for first-grade students to practice. At least if something goes wrong, Professor McGonagall can directly recover. Browder had taught himself a simple course before, but listening to Professor McGonagall's systematic remarks has also gained a lot. But it is actually very strange that Browder is not proficient in the conversion curse. On the contrary, he is very proficient in the disappearance curse. He is so proficient in hitting a match with his wand, and it disappears unconsciously. So embarrassing, I can only ask for another match. Chujong next to looked at and laughed. She is also trying, and the effect is still there. The matches have become thinner, and the 2 ends have a tendency to become sharp. Professor McGonagall praised her after seeing it. In the first class, in fact, Professor McGonagall didn't really hope that the students would be better in class. Chujong has done such a good job. Browder took a look, and felt that he could not lose to Chu, and slammed the match with his wand. Boom! The match burned and almost burned Browder's wand. Clear springs are like water. Browder used another spell that is considered the scope of the summoning spell to put out the fire. This is even more embarrassing, but the basics are not well done. Professor McGonagall also found it strange after seeing it. Is this a good job or a bad job? So after giving Browder another match, Professor McGonagall went directly to Browder and watched him change. Browder smiled awkwardly, then poked a match with his wand. The match then grew bigger. The table almost collapsed. Chujong couldn't help but smile. Browder, why do you always do some difficult spells? Professor McGonagall understands it. Browder must have practiced these spells a lot before, so he is used to the release of these spells. But he just knows how to use the spells, but he doesn't know why he uses the type. Do whatever you want. This kind of situation is a more dangerous type in the transformation class. If you have a bad foundation, you will be greedy for the effect of the spell, and it is easy to cause trouble. So Professor McGonagall asked Browder to copy the basic knowledge on the blackboard again and let him understand more. So Browder was dumbfounded. What? Copy it. Browder's hands are sore. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and I have not seen how much he understands the basics. Chu was beside him to help Browder read it. But such help is not as good as the word she said in the middle. Browder, don't just copy it, but understand it. Otherwise, if you continue to do this next class, then Professor McGonagall may tell you how many times. Just this sentence made Browder cold all over his body. The effect was better than that of Avidiso. Alas, whether it is an ordinary person or a wizard, the methods of this teacher have not changed much. No, the wizard convenience may be more severe. After all, magic can hurt people. So, Browder thinks he should quickly understand all this knowledge. Otherwise, he will be dead next week. After the transformation class, it happened to be the favorite class of many little wizards. Flying lessons is to teach how to use the broom to fly. This course is only available in the first grade. It's just flying. After a year of learning, everything I can learn should be returned. I won't, that's a natural fear of heights. Of course, this is all about the little wizards who were born in non-magical families, such as Browder, who can already fly at the age of 5. A group of house elves around him always pay attention. He just wants to fall to the ground and has no choice. And Chuzhong is naturally flying for the first time. The first-year students are not allowed to bring broomsticks to Hogwarts, so now every little wizard is very excited to come to flying lessons. But the more excited the little wizards, the more upset Mrs. Hooch, who taught this class. Every year, a little wizard is injured during the first flight lesson. Can she not always pay attention? Chapter 29, Sweep 7 Stars, Flying Competition. The flight class is located on a grassy area next to the Forbidden Forest. It is wide enough and the ground is soft enough. The weather today is very good. Browder can hear the flower fairies and grass elves singing in the Forbidden Forest. Their language is difficult to understand. Browder did not learn. This flight class was given by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, so there were more than 20 broomsticks in 2 rows on the grass. Some little wizards who arrived early all went to look at these broomsticks, then complained again and again. Because these broomsticks are old broomsticks of the sweeping series, let alone the recently launched Light Wheel series, even the Comet series can't keep up. But Browder thinks it's okay, at least it's still a clean broom, isn't it? And, isn't such an old broom even more testing the user's control ability? Who can't use the new broom? With so many abilities installed, children can fly at Quidditch speed. It's better than using an old broom like this to see who can fly faster, and that's more powerful. This is not only Ravenclaw who said it here, but Hufflepuff also agreed. It's just that most of the boys respond. There are more boys in Hufflepuff, and 9 of the 14 freshmen are boys. Eddie feels very disadvantaged, but Marcos feels enthusiastic. It's a shame for Ravenclaw not to win, we can definitely win. The two are really different. But Chu stretched La Browder's sleeve and asked him why he proposed it. Browder told her quietly, because the broom I use in my house sweeps the 7 stars. Chuzhong suddenly laughed. Not long after, Mrs. Hooch arrived. She has short grey hair. Her yellow eyes are as sharp as those of an eagle. No nonsense, Mrs. Hooch shouted directly, okay, don't chirp like a brood of chickens. Now all stand by the broom for me. Hurry, hurry. The little wizards have long wanted to pass, and they are fast. Put your right hand over the broomstick, said Madame Hushi, standing in front of the team, then say loudly, get up. Stand up. Browder called out only once, and his broom ran into his hand. Browder chuckled and wanted to show off to others, but found that Chuzhong and Eddie's broomsticks were in their respective hands. Then there is one left that can be mocked a lot. Hey, hot-blooded Marcos, Browder said leisurely, holding the broomstick, didn't you say you caught up with a muggle plane on a broomstick? Why don't the broomstick listen to you now? Slow wordy. Marcos also blushed a little, this is a mistake. Get up! Get up! But the more anxious Marcos is, the less he will listen to the broom, the most is a roll. The boys on Hufflepuff's side succeeded, so they are now watching Marcos' jokes. Marcos blushed, my broom is broken. Stand up. Put one hand on Marcos's broomstick, and the broomstick flew up. It's not broken. Browder took down the stage directly. Marcos really wants to hit Browder with a broom. Is this still a friend? Take down my station all day. Marcos's face turned pale after being stimulated. Calmed down again and shouted get up, but the broom flew directly this time. It seems that Marcos is too excited, perhaps his state is similar to drunkenness in the eyes of broom. Drunk, don't let you drive, let alone riding a broomstick. Mrs. Hooch took the two to give a demonstration of riding a broomstick for everyone, and taught them how to avoid sliding down on the broom. After the demonstration, Mrs. Huochi asked everyone to practice once, and she walked around the team herself to correct their wrong sitting posture. But she turned out to be here on Browder. Because Mrs. Hooch said his posture was wrong at all. Browder was super surprised. How is this possible? This is a super accelerated sitting posture of hard work. But Mrs. Hooch doesn't care if you accelerate or not. Now learn the safe movements first. This time it was Marcos's turn to taunt Browder. Retribution is unhappy. After teaching all the necessary movements, Madame Hooch took a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no injury until now. But a proposal from Browder suddenly made Madame Hooch's face green. Because Browder wants Madame Hooch to be a referee and ambulance team member, they want to hold a broomstick race here. If someone accidentally drops the broom, you can also ask her to give a levitation charm. Is this the game Ravenclaw's kitty can think of? Why do you hear that all the Gryffindor cubs want to do? No, if it were the cubs, the game might have already started, they wouldn't care if they were injured. Browder also took the opportunity to add more reasons. There is no flying lessons in the second grade, and the first grade is not allowed to join the Quidditch team. If they want to enter the Quidditch team in the second grade, they must perform well. Right? Isn't a game like a good way? Is also considered training. So and so, Madame Hooch agreed after thinking about it. But she still has one condition www.readaloud.com it is forbidden who you will win in the end, and this game cannot be told to the students of Gryffindor. With regard to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, she might be in charge of it. If Gryffindor held a competition like this with the Slytherin students, she would not be able to manage it. There will be several students want to enter the medical wing. Mrs. Hooch really doesn't worry about the death of a student, but is afraid that Pomfrey from the medical wing will come to chat with her again and propose to cancel the flight class. Ravenclaw and everyone in Hufflepuff agreed to Mrs. Hooch's terms. So the venue is left to choose. This is very simple, just fly around the grass here. People who do not have confidence in their flying ability and do not participate will be the referees, divided into 4 groups and stand in 4 corners to supervise who cheated and did not fly around the field. This is good and fair. Everyone is eager to try. All boys participated, while girls also participated. Browder was surprised to find that he was at the starting line, and Chuzhong was also waiting there. I want to try too. Chuzhong was still eager to try, it felt good to be in the sky just now. I hope you don't fall. Browder blessed the poisoned milk, I know what it's like to kiss the ground. Chuzhong will not be frightened, accept your good words. Ready. With a whistle from Mrs. Hooch, the game begins. So the little eagle badgers who were still standing on the ground quickly mounted their broomsticks, stared at the ground, and launched the rocket. Browder jumped out directly. He is still his own super high-speed pose. I won't change it. He smiled happily. Chapter 30, First Flight, Walking Around the Castle at Night. Browder can be said to be the first. Because they just took off, a series of little wizards became ground guards. The reason is simple: they can't control their broomsticks. This high-speed flight is a bit different from the practice in the class just now. People who are accustomed to the broomsticks of the Light Wheel series and the Comet series, and then go back and ride across the 7 stars, it feels like a person who has a ticket for automatic driving and wants to drive a manual car. I started lying down. I don't know which gear to change when I get faster. Like Marcos, he really touched the ground directly. And Eddie was taken directly by him. Hufflepuff is almost the same over there. I just got stuck just trying to speed up. Browder set off a few steps late, and then took the lead. The people of Hufflepuff only discovered Browder's insidious at this time, and one by one got up quickly to regain control of the broomstick. But it's not that except for Browder, no one took off successfully. Chujong followed Browder. It seems that she really has a talent for flying. Regardless of the Hufflepuff's little badgers chasing like this, they never caught up with Browder in the end. This is not Quidditch again. And it has a turn, but it can't catch up by accelerating. 2 little badgers accelerated super fast, and almost flew into the Forbidden Forest when turning. Hey, first place, very happy. Hufflepuff was not convinced, saying that he would come back to the flight class next week. Browder agreed. He doesn't have to be the first. If you don't run around Hogwarts during the curfew, how can you be called a Hogwarts student? Otherwise, why would Mr. Filch, the administrator, hate students so much and always want to put them in confinement? Especially those troublemakers in Gryffindor? Of course Browder wanted to do the same. Although there is a curfew at Hogwarts, there is no curfew curse. Isn't this a disguised way of encouraging students to take risks? Anyway, there should be no deadly traps in the castle that can be explored by the students. And if you are caught by Mr. Filch, it can only be said that you are inferior to others, and the punishment is to be punished. The only problem is that their Ravenclaw's Eaglehead Knocker will change a puzzle every 12 o'clock. Browder is really afraid that when he comes back, he will answer the wrong question and won't be able to enter. Up. After Marcos finally fell asleep, Browder set off. Before he came out, Browder deliberately found out the invisibility cloak he was going to use for this, and it was absolutely perfect after putting it on. Sprayed with deodorant, not to mention cats, even the dogs cannot smell any human smell. Don't say, Hogwarts at night is really a bit scary. But there is still a powerful thing about Browder running around the castle at night. He doesn't need a light to see clearly. The lamp of other worlds only he can see the light. It seems that this world also has similar magic items. Seems to be called Glory Hand. It's just that the method of making this magic prop is too inhumane. This glorious hand is really a hand. It is usually made by wrapping and soaking mandela grass or other herbs with the hands of the hanged person. The person holding the hand can put a candle on it to light it in the dark, but other people cannot see the light of the candle, only the holder can see it. Although it is convenient, such magic items in this world will definitely be called black magic items when they are taken out, and they will be forcibly confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. But Browder is not familiar with the dark tunnels in Hogwarts, so now he just runs around casually. The main reason is that Browder now wants to find where the responsive room is. He can't remember anything about such a specific location. Just remember to have a strong idea in your mind, and then walk back and forth 3 times in a certain corridor. But, who knows how many corridors are there in Hogwarts? So Browder felt a headache. Use dumb methods at best, experiment one by one in the corridor. 1 school year, you can always find it, right? Let's run around and get familiar with the road. But turning around, Browder noticed the difference between Hogwarts at night and during the day. Such as resting portraits and stairs. Browder really watched these portraits on both sides of the road, and they actually had to rest at night. In the painting Happy Banquet, the people in it were all drunk and fell asleep on the ground. Is too realistic. And the stairs are not as active as they are during the day. They are all fixed in one place. Browder stared at it for 10 minutes and didn't see any stairs moving. The other is Filch, who is even more fascinating. Browder was watching a portrait, and Filch ran out from behind the armor next to the portrait, and he cursed and said that if you caught it, you must look good with those little ghosts. These seniors who run around at night are really amazing. Because Filch was rumored to be a person who knew all the secrets of Hogwarts, he could escape in his hands. I really admire him. But Browder's surprise is still behind. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Because Browder was still watching Filch leave, two heads surreptitiously stuck out behind the armor. Red hair. Filch really is gone, right? Yes, he was led to another secret path. Hey, I was almost caught, fortunately for this parchment. The two Weasley brothers are about to withdraw into the secret tunnel again. But now that Browder has seen them, how can he let them go? Brother Weasley, wandering around the school during the curfew, deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. 50 points per person. This voice sounded behind the twins. This made all the twins' smiles freeze on their faces. What happened? I clearly saw no one else on the parchment. However, I suddenly felt that the sound was so familiar. Turning my head and shining it with the light, I saw Browder's head floating in the air. Although scary, it made the twins breathe. Although they like pranks, the deduction of 100 points is more than they can afford. Okay. Brad, you dare to scare us? The twins continued to shout at the same time, we need compensation. Look for ghosts for compensation or something. I won't give it to you. Browder looked disdainful, I have caught you two now. It is my kindness not to hand you to Filch to exchange points. This is true, so the twins became super thankful. But thank you, the two of them still have questions. Browder, why doesn't your name appear on this parchment? Chapter 31, Live Map, Blood Relationship Ceremony. Parchment? What parchment? Browder didn't figure it out. That's it. George took what was in his hand in front of Browder. It was a few thick parchment papers stacked together with patterns on them. Browder took a closer look, isn't this a map? And George gave Browder a worthy position. Two ribbons were floating with the words George Weasley and Fred Weasley on them, and farther away, Argus Fee the ribbon of Ursi is going away. Oh. It turned out to be a live spot map. Is this thing in the twins' hands so early? Seeing Browder's surprised expression, the twins are quite proud, but the main problem is not this map, but why Browder is next to them, but there are only two of them on the map? Since we got this map in Filch's office last semester, the names of everyone we met will be shown on the map. Fred explained. Look, even Principal Dumbledore is here, George continued, although he is walking around in the principal's office again. But why is there no U on it? The twins said hello with their heads full. Is Brad better than Dumbledore? This is impossible. Browder looked at the live map and then at the Weasley brothers. After thinking about it, it suddenly dawned on him, I see. This map is the magic that can display names, so everyone at Hogwarts will display their names on it. But what if I block the magic of the name? Browder asked rhetorically. The twins looked at each other. They still don't understand the magic of names, so they can't give a correct explanation. But, they can also try to guess. The magic of the name is blocked, so it won't be displayed on this map. So I didn't see you just now. Regarding the twins' guess, Browder proudly said that he was right, and Gryffindor added 10 points. But how did you block the magic of the name? Fred still didn't understand. It must be a very deep magic? Dumbledore is useless. Dumbledore is useless because it's unnecessary. He doesn't need to cover his position. It doesn't mean he certainly won't. Browder took off all his cloak proudly, revealing the velvet cloak inside. See, no, this is my cloak of super magic props, which can hide all the information exposed. All detection magic has no effect on me wearing this cloak. Not to mention the magic of the name. Even the traces attached to me can be blocked. After listening to Browder's explanation, the twins really had red light in their eyes, expressing a strong greed towards the dirty cloak that Browder was wearing. What is trace silk? It is the tracking magic issued by the Ministry of Magic attached to every minor wizard, and the magic of every minor wizard will be recorded by the trace. For the Weasley twins, this thing is completely a magic dog leash. Let them dare not use magic anywhere except at Hogwarts. Now that they heard that there are magic items that can even shield traces, why would they not want it? But Browder won't give it. How can it be given to you if I have used up all my remaining ancestors' blood with just this one? It's impossible to even try them on. At most, Browder took it off, allowing the Weasley twins to see the name Browder Lestrange on the live spot map, and then disappeared again, confirming the effect. Browder wears clothes super fast. What? So envious, so envious. The twins' eyes are about to fire. But what can Browder do? At this moment, the system that Browder ignored for a long time rang again. A target with a strong greed for the sacred instrument is detected, and the blood relationship ritual and blood relationship item manufacturing are activated. Blood relationship ceremony. Hold a blood relationship ceremony with the target to make the other party your blood relative. Blood relatives can get blood relative items. Blood-related item manufacturing, using a holy artifact as a template, consume 1 bottle of blood-related blood to make blood-related items. This item can only be used by the blood relative. Deprivable. What? Why is this system different from my usual system? Why do things that I can't understand come all of a sudden? Why is this ritual activated by the opponent's greed for one's holy artifacts? Browder is also a brain problem now. But this system is Super Buddha, and it doesn't mean anything to explain to Browder. But anyway, do you have a way to make blood relatives similar to the sacred artifacts for others? Only need to consume the opponent's blood? Browder suddenly had an inspiration. This is so useful. Can even be used to become a god. Browder was very excited. Of course, the specific effects need to be tested. There are also 2 guinea pigs that have activated new features for themselves. You can experiment on them yourself. The twins' thoughts of want it so much have not faded, and Browder can just take the opportunity to ask questions. Browder pretends to be very upset. www.readaloud.com. You guys really want this cloak? The twins nodded very together. The method is not without it. After all, I made this super magical equipment myself. God, Browder mysteriously said, but it's very complicated and a little scary. Hearing the twins here, they calmed down a bit. Is the equipment made with black magic? If Browder said yes, the twins with 3 superb views would definitely be gone. But of course Browder shook his head. This has nothing to do with black magic. It's just a disapproved method of making magic items. Browder can be considered a big fool. You should know that most of the powerful magic items in this world are made by fairies, and fairies have never understood the magic forging methods of gems and metals. But in contrast, humans have also mastered the magic wand making method that the fairies don't know. As a result, the fairies are envious and quarreling about the right to use the wand, but they have been disapproved. Finally, they launched a rebellion, and the wizard who possessed the wand suppress. But it doesn't mean that humans have no way to make powerful props. Browder continued to fudge. My ancestors once studied vampires and invented a method of using blood to make and strengthen magic props. The produced props. The effect is no worse than what a fairy does. But this method is banned because it resembles black magic. But I found relevant information at home, and finally successfully completed the production of the props. If you give me your blood, I can help you make a cloak like this. But keep it secret. You have to do me a favor. Chapter 32, School violence did not end well. Use blood to make magic items? Really sounds like black magic. Fred and George looked at each other, and naturally they had never heard of such a way to make magic props after all. Browder fooled them. But they really want such magic items. And even though Browder is Lestrange, it seems that since he did not go to Slytherin, he should not be biased towards the Dark Wizard. Browder, what do you need us to help you? Fred asked this question first. I want to find a responsive room. Browder scratched his head carelessly. I heard that there is everything in it, and you can do whatever you want. But I can't find the location of the responsive room. I just read the book and said that it is located in a corridor in Hogwarts, and people with strong ideas need to walk back and forth 3 times before it becomes apparent. If I look for it alone, I don't know how long it will take. So my condition is that you help me find him. Hearing Browder's condition, the Weasley twins really sighed secretly. It's not just a particularly dark condition. Looking for a responsive room? No problem, we want to find it too. Even Browder has provided a sufficiently specific way to enter the door, how could they be unwilling? It's just a matter of blood, and it needs to be considered. But at this time, Browder proposed that he needs to find the room for requests before he can make magic equipment for them. The twins are angry, this is a distrust of their Weasley brothers. But I don't know why, this distrust has diluted their guard against the special magic equipment that Browder just mentioned. There is still some time to consider, so let's find the responsive room first. People are like this. If it lasts for a long time, the original alert will gradually decrease. Browder discovered that he is actually quite suitable to be a master of MLM, crossed out. I really know how to fool people. From Regulus to the twins. No, I clearly lied to them just now. Sin. Then try to cheat yourself. To the end, if you take this as the truth, then this thing is true. The long river of history is so wide. Does anyone know if there has been such a method? Even the gods are not perfect omniscience and omnipotence. With the lead of the Weasley twins, Browder really quickly learned about Hogwarts' hidden passages, hiding places, and places that need attention. These are the twins who have explored a little bit since they entered school last year. Although Filch was caught sometimes at first, after having this parchment, he was never caught again. This live spot map is really easy to use, and the spell it opens is also very close to the twins. I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. It's really not a good thing to run around at Hogwarts every night. But how did you know the spell of this parchment paper? Browder had a lot of questions. When it is not turned on, there is no prompt on this, it's just blank parchment. We didn't pay attention either, Fred explained. We really did not do a good job when this sentence appeared on this parchment. After reading it, we discovered the secret. Oh, this shows that this live spot map is not just a magic item, it also contains the will of the producer, like a sorting hat. Browder spoke highly of it. This is really amazing, I don't know how it was made. As for the producers, it will be obvious when the time comes, the prongs, the big feet, the moon face, the worm tail. Gryffindor's Predator Quartet, within a few years, each is quite famous. Only now, dead to death, grasping, hiding, the only one who is free is already impoverished, where can I still see the original vigor? Only the slugs they used to bully are now the respected potions master and the dean of Slytherin. Ugh! Does this indicate that school violence will not end well? In the daytime, Browder is going to take the slug class mentioned earlier today. But Dean Severus Snape is more like a big bat than a slug. Ming Ming is also in his early 30s, how can I make myself so uncut? Return to the potion master. Slytherin back. How long has this hair been unwashed? It really looks greasy. And Browder thought about why Harry Potter's mother didn't choose him and chose James Porter. Even if there was no such thing as shit, his appearance was much worse than James Porter. Browder has seen James Porter's appearance in the Daily Prophet, and he can really compare with Regulus. Mr. Lestrange, there are so many potions on my face that can make you not take notes seriously. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Snape said to Browder in his gloomy voice. He just taught a Gryffindor student and said a long list of knowledge points, and everyone else was recording it, except that Browder raised his head, which was super obvious. Browder just wanted to say what was in his heart. He was grasped by his own hand, and the other one quickly recorded the content on the blackboard. In the transformation class, he has been intensively observed by Professor McGonagall. He really didn't want to be focused on by Professor Snape in the potions class. Although Browder wanted to study the mental health of this super lover, taught him how to improve his appearance. But now it seems to be more than 10 years late. Lily has the last name of Potter, and they are all dead. So, I'll continue to copy the blackboard. I heard from senior students that they actually care about one problem every year. Who is the teacher of defense against the dark arts class? According to the seniors in the 7th grade, the teachers who teach this course are different every year. This position seems to be cursed. No one can do it for more than 2 years. The teacher of this year's defense against the dark arts class is a witch in her 30s. She is from Gryffindor and has a very hot temper. She doesn't believe in anything cursed, so she has been fighting for this position for several years. However, she soon discovered that there might be a curse, and she might leave this post if she was dissatisfied with teaching for a year. Because she found out that she was pregnant. But the key issue is that she has not been married yet. Wow, this is Merlin's beard. Chapter 33, Flow Network, Leisurely Everyday. The senior students were quite surprised by this sudden occurrence. If this happened to other teachers, it would really be something that everyone can remember for a lifetime. But if it's a defense against the dark arts class teacher, what? How many reasons is this? See how many strange things can be ranked? Ravenclaw, here is a list of good deeds that have been handed down by students decades ago. The above lists the reasons why the annual defense against the dark arts teacher does not work long in the post. While they are amazed by this list, these new students are also obliged to write down the reasons for the new year. Looking at the length of this parchment, the students who were so bored and started making this list may think that this curse has never been solved, so they will keep writing it down. Browder took this list as a relief. But looking at it, Browder would marvel at the Dark Lord's abilities. The ordinary curse ability is not so lasting and effective. This has almost transcended the definition of black magic and has become a kind of magic art. The more he learns the magic of this world, the more Browder feels that he has a broad and profound side. Although from the perspective of high-end power, it will not be the opponent of the magic empire of Browder too, but from the perspective of infrastructure construction, it is completely fine to say that it is a high magic. The so-called high magic and low magic are not an estimate of combat power, but an estimate of the popularity of magic. Every child with magic talent in this world can be found by the Ministry of Magic, and then all wizards have completed a stable social form. How can this be said to be not a high magic? And this world has a magic hub that amazes Browder. Even Browder seems to be completely comparable to the magic net. That is FlowNet. Flow Network controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Is this hub, so that the wizards of the whole world can be said to be close at hand. It is not only Flow fans that can allow wizards to use the Flow Network, such as door keys and phantom shifts. These methods that can be reached in a short time in this world in a very distant place are all connected with the Flow Network. That is, the distance occupied by the wizarding world is so large. If there are wizards on the entire Earth, doesn't it mean that you don't need an airplane to travel? Broadcasting Airbus is going bankrupt. There is another digression: if it can colonize the alien planet and still arrive in a flash, then it is completely fine to use it to sacrifice to become a god. But no matter how Browder searched, he couldn't find who created the Flow net. Philo powder can be found, 2 silver coins and 1 spoon, sold by an unknown shop in Diagon Alley. This shop is a truly global chain. You can see its signature in every country, and the price remains the same. It is very approachable. But exactly how fluff fans are made, no ordinary wizard knows. Every year, St. Gomos can see cases where wizards imitate fluff fans themselves, and then they are sent injured when experimenting. The doctors in charge of St. Gomong are impatient. It's clear that you can buy a spoonful for only 2 silver kixes, and you have to be bombed to St. Gomos to speak a few Jin Jialong to cure. Isn't this something wrong? Although Browder felt that the water inside was actually very deep. Among the remaining 4 subjects, compared to the boring history of magic, mainly because the ghost teacher said nothing, and every time Browder went to class, he had to suppress the lamp of other worlds, astronomy silence, Browder swears, he fell asleep, and the boredom of herbal medicine. Browder likes to buy finished potions directly, he doesn't like flowers and plants. Browder still prefers spell lessons. And the instructor of the curse class is the Dean of Ravenclaw College, Professor Felius Flitwick. Don't look at Professor Flitwick because he is so small because he has some fairy blood, he needs to stand on a stack of books in class to see everyone clearly. But when he was young, he was a serious duel champion. Is not a duel of Muggle physical fitness, but a duel of spell competition. Some students have privately speculated that, except for President Dumbledore, the person with the strongest fighting ability in the school is not Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape, but the little good-tempered Professor Flitwick. But the spell class he taught is not to teach students how to use magic, but to learn spells to assist in the use of magic. Mantras are a type of spells that can be given new or additional attributes to objects. The main content of this course is to learn this type of spells. Although it feels like enchanting, it is completely different. When making magic items, these spells are very much needed. For example, the floating spell and acceleration spell on the broomstick, the invisibility spell on the invisibility cloak, and the applications are too wide. Even the study of magic wands is one of the branches of the study of spells. However, although this subject is very boring, it is also the favorite lesson of the little wizard. Because in this class, they were able to take out their wands. Unlike some other courses, the first sentence from the teacher was "Put away your magic wand." UU reading www.uugonshu.com is really frustrating. I spent a long time at Hogwarts, so Browder got used to the leisurely life. Such a daily life, Browder is really addictive. It's so easy. Getting here easily gave Browder a strange home feeling. If it weren't for the appointment with the Weasley twins in the middle of the night, Browder looked like a good baby everywhere. With twins leading the way, Browder was never caught by Filch even without the invisibility cloak. In fact, if he had been paying attention to the live map, Filch would not even be able to catch the corners of their clothes. But who tells twins to like pranks, and just like the feeling of walking a tightrope? Sometimes they would be seen by Filch on purpose, and then fled with a smile. Of course, such behavior would only dare to face Filch. If they met other professors and teachers who went out to watch the night, it would really be how far they would go. Professors can use magic to catch people. This kind of tightrope walking is really exciting. Browder didn't have much interest at first, but after every success, he would happily high-five with the twins. Nice job. The twins felt that Browder shouldn't go to Ravenclaw either. Gryffindor is the best for him. Have they seen such a naughty Ravenclaw there? Shouldn't the people there be a bunch of nerds? But Browder didn't think he was suitable for Gryffindor. Because he no longer has the courage that Gryffindor needs. True courage is not temporary. For a while, that is called recklessness. Chapter 34, Black in Transition. But the daily time didn't last long. Browder was taken home from Hogwarts by Regulus because of one incident. When Browder knew that he had obtained 2 more bottles of ancestral blood, he already knew Regulus would come to him, so he had greeted Chew and Marcos in advance. Any notes to be taken in class, copy a copy for him. When Browder saw Regulus in Professor Flitwick's office, he asked questions first. Which one passed away this time? Browder was very calm. It's Borlux's grandfather. Regulus also answered calmly. In the past few years, the elders of the Black family really seem to have reached their limit at the same time, and their bodies have been experiencing problems at the same time. It feels like these years. Although for Browder, the death of those elders who have not seen a few times may mean getting ancestors' blood for him. But there must be etiquette. Borlux Black, the father of Regulus's mother, Mrs. Walburga, and the father of Browder's grandfather, Sinus Black. This is also an elder who is close by blood. His funeral, Browder must attend. Leaving from the fireplace in the Floo network that had been connected to Professor Dumbledore, Browder went directly to the Black's house at 12 Grimmauld Place. There are no other guests here, but Mrs. Jenny is sitting in the living room with two little Blacks, waiting for Regulus to return. Browder saw the two little guys playing with Creaker. Although it felt like Creaker was being played, his expression was not unhappy. "Ah, it's Browder." The boy among them saw Browder and shouted. Browder twitched his face, called out a poof and threw it at him. "Shut up, Scoppy, don't speak so loudly now." Little Scoppy hugged the flying puffball, and he really didn't speak for a while, teasing the puffball. He seemed to be in a good mood. 2. The average child, even if he knows magic, will not react much to the death of his elder when he is over 5 years old. Scoppy Black, the son of Regulus, the younger brother in the womb, is very naughty. According to Regulus, he is more like his brother Sirius. Will he not be assigned to Gryffindor in the future? Scorpio, meaning Scorpio, is also the way to name a pure-blood wizard. Well, there are so many constellations in the sky and so many with the same name, and it is not considered to have taken the name of Decla's son. As for the other little girl, she was in front of Browder. "Browder, it's been a long time." "Yes, Ollie." Browder knelt on one knee. "It's been a long time since I saw my little princess. How are you?" The little girl was still smiling. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." "Hey? This little girl doesn't seem as skinny as before. It really became a lady. Is not easy." Olivia Black, the eldest daughter of Regulus. "It's nice to be less naughty." Regulus originally wanted to give this daughter another name, which is Walburga, her mother's name. But it was opposed by Mrs. Walburga, who had not died at the time. The name I thought of was also opposed by Various. Finally, this ordinary name with no special meaning was approved. But this name is also pretty. Olivia. Also called out a Velvet to hold her. Browder was here waiting for others to arrive. This other person is talking about Narcissa. Regulus has just told Browder that all the Malfoys happened to be traveling in a foreign country, and they traveled to various countries to give Deca an insight, although he should most want to go to Romania to watch the dragon, especially go and see if Deca can go to Durmstrang school. Browder thinks this is nothing. Although he is a nobleman, Deca's personality raised by the Malfoys is very soft, like a little princess. It should be difficult to survive in Durmstrang. Before Browder waited, the Malfoys had already arrived. Although it was supposed to end the trip early and return home, and return to Malfoy Manor to change his clothes, Browder could still see that they were in the dust. Especially Deca, who is a little sluggish. Maybe he has already come back before seeing the dragon? Although he is the head of the Lestrange family, Browder is only 11 years old, so he will not be responsible for the funeral. What he has to do now is to watch the children. Suddenly became the king of kids. Fortunately, they are not so stubborn children, they are better to coax. Especially Deca, even if he is older than the brothers of Black, but he is not much mature. Browder conjured up a small slap-sized mini fire dragon, which has allowed him to circle around for a long time. Is really a small character, and I don't know who to follow. The funeral of the elders was very grand. The number of other pure-blooded nobles who came to attend was not many, but they were all blood relatives who had been married to the Black family. The elders of the Black family were all in poor health, so Regulus didn't want them to come. But actually 2 people came. It is the deceased, the two sons of Bollocks Black, and the two younger brothers of Mrs. Walburga Alfad Black, who was expelled from the family for funding Sirius, and Browder's grandfather, Sinus Black. He was expelled from the family for sponsoring the pure-blooded traitor Sirius. Now, at the moment when Sirius is proved as an undercover agent, www.readaloud.com, Alfad Black is naturally welcomed back into the family. That is still woe. Mrs. Urbuga did it herself before she died. But the physical condition of these two brothers is not very good now, not much better than before their father died. Browder is actually quite surprised how the bodies of these elders have all deteriorated at the same time. Maybe a curse? Like a teacher in defense against the dark arts class? But after some experimentation, Browder found nothing. Unless it is the curse of the gods on their family, otherwise it is really just the time limit for all of them collectively. At the end of the funeral, Browder saw Narcissa go out for a while, and then he picked someone up here. Browder thought that Bellatrix was resurrected at the first glance. But when I look closer, I see her light brown hair and softer eyes. This is Andromeda, Bellatrix's sister, Narcissa's sister, who was also expelled from the family for marrying a Muggle-born wizard. She also received news of her grandfather's death, so she wanted to attend the funeral. But she was expelled from the family, so she was not allowed at first. But the Black family is now headed by Regulus, and he has never been so rigid. Even if he is no longer a member of the Black family, it is still possible to come to the funeral. So in the end, Narcissa went out to pick up her sister. Browder thinks this is good. Even if it is pure blood, the relationship between relatives cannot be completely profitable. When Andromeda came, the other nobles also knew about it. The Black family has also changed. Chapter 35, Curse of Black, Two Hallows. The funeral was going on. I don't know if the word smooth is appropriate. At least nothing more special happened. At the end of the funeral, Browder should have returned directly to Hogwarts, but Regulus asked him to stay one more night, and there were things to talk to him. Browder knew what he was going to say. It was the physical problems of the elders of the Black family. This thing is too weird. Even Regulus told Browder that even recently he felt that sometimes he suddenly felt weak. Is really a curse? Is a curse on Black's entire family? Regulus even felt 100% of the curse given to them by the Dark Lord. After all, this hero of the Dark Age really hit him in the face too much. If he is still alive and has regained a part of his strength, it is very likely that he will curse the entire family of betrayers as a testimony of his return. After seeing Voldemort's powerful power, Regulus would have such an idea, regardless of whether Voldemort is still alive or not really restored. Browder didn't think so, but he was infected by Regulus' emotions, and he couldn't get it right. After all, it was Voldemort, and his accomplishments in black magic were beyond imagination. And if it is true, then contact it sooner. For those elders, Browder could not be particularly concerned, but for Regulus, Browder couldn't let him die easily. After all, he is a family whom Browder has identified. If only there is a holy artifact that can break the curse. Get rid of it directly, or make blood relatives for the Regulus family to get immune. Correct. I have 2 more bottles of ancestors' blood. Let's make new sacred artifacts at night. Lie down on the bed. Browder's consciousness enters the system castle. Because the new ancestral blood has not come, Browder hasn't come in for a long time. Every day here is the accumulation of essence and blood. But now after coming in, Browder also found a difference. The castle has become more elegant. And outside the main entrance of the castle, another magic circle with a radius of 5 meters appeared. Although it looks like it was painted with blood, it was surprisingly not bloody. Browder inquired, "This magic circle is called blood relationship ritual. The use is naturally to establish blood relationship with other people. But does this look a bit too evil? If the twins see such a magic circle in the future, how can they still hold a ceremony with him?" Browder really feels a headache. But fortunately, the system will answer Browder at this time. As long as Browder activates the blood relationship ritual, the magic circle will automatically appear at Browder's feet, and then it will be a magic circle composed of magic. It is humane enough. Browder can't complain about the system anymore. Forget it, hurry up and make a new holy artifact. Browder can't wait too. Walking into the castle and boarding the altar, Browder started making the sacred artifact without any nonsense. The sacred artifacts are really good everywhere, but the fact that they can't freely choose the required attributes when making them is somewhat criticized by Browder. I don't know twice whether there will be sacred artifacts against curse effects. The blood inflammation began to burn again. No matter how many times Browder watched it, he would find this scene very beautiful. How about making a legendary spell Blood Flame and joining Battle Legend? It will definitely be very popular. However, the next expansion has already been decided to be the Magic Empire, so let's record it first. Browder began to run into a small business again, thinking wildly. It wasn't until the blood inflammation gradually extinguished that Browder recovered. Looked towards the middle of the altar, where a book appeared. Elemental Forging, +0, Sacred Artifacts, Magic Power +1, Magic Effect of all elements +2%, Random Secondary Element Fragments everyday *1. It seems to be a very useful sacred artifact, but it is not suitable for Browder's needs now. Easily strengthened to +3, the effect doubled. Elemental Forging, +3, Sacred Artifacts, Magic Power +4, all element magic effects +8%, Random Secondary Element Fragments everyday *4. As expected, no stronger effect can be seen without using the power of the ancestors. But Browder decided for a while, still felt that the remaining bottle of ancestral blood would be used to make another sacred artifact. I hope this is a holy artifact that can be used. The altar reopened, and the blood inflammation reignited. This time it turned out to be a windmill. And the effect has surprised Browder. Wheel of Destiny, +0, Sacred Talisman, can be judged once every 30 days, from Immune Curse, Immune Poisoning, Immune Burning, Immune Transformation, Immune Force Field, Immune Charm, Immunity Pain, Immune Immediate Death to obtain an effect. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Strong. Too strong. Browder's eyes are about to pop out. Is this really a +0 sacred effect? Compared with it, other sacred artifacts are said to be broken copper and iron, right? Don't think it can be used once every 30 days, and there are many choices. But as long as the desired effect is selected, reading www.yuyugonshu.com would really be able to spend a whole day. And the effect also has the most needed immune curse. Really not bad. Browder is pretty happy. Especially the last one, immune to death. What kind of straight death magic is in this world? Of course it was Avada's soul. If this immunity effect is selected, would it be possible to really ignore this magic that makes everyone smelling? Browder is still afraid to try. There is nothing to say about direct enhancement, if only it can be used once a day. But it turns out that this is daydreaming. Wheel of Destiny, +5, Sacred Amulet, can be judged once every 25 days, from Immune Curse, Immune Poisoning, Immune Burning, Immune Transformation, Immune Force Field, Immune Charm, Immunity Pain, Immune Immediate Death to obtain an effect. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Use up half of the stored essence and blood to increase to +5, but only reduce the cooling time. But this is already good. Browder is content. If you really need to use it, even if it's just one day away, it may save your life. But this windmill-like sacred instrument can only be used by himself, so if Regulus needs it, he must conclude a blood relationship ceremony and make him a Wheel of Destiny blood relative item. I wanted the twins to try it first. But now, just do what you say. Browder doesn't care if Regulus and his wife are disturbed in the middle of the night, so he directly asks Kriaker to invite Regulus over. If you are doing something to contribute to the Black family, then I am really embarrassed. Chapter 36, Unbetrayed Blood Ritual. Even if Regulus and Browder agree with each other as family members, they would not be too happy to be disturbed and called out in the middle of the night. Especially since he was really trying to contribute to the Black family again. Now I see Browder, it would be nice if he didn't come and kill him. But Browder turned Regulus back into a foresight nobleman. Although this boss is a bit gaff, I have a way to deal with the curse. What can I do? Regulus became very anxious. Is there any magic item that can remove the curse effect? For so many years, Regulus has noticed that there are always strange magic items on Browder, and each of them seems to be quite practical. Because of this, Regulus found out that something was wrong, so he couldn't wait to ask Browder for help. I didn't expect that he could do nothing. But it's not long before now? Why is there another way? But it can be solved. Regulus is most afraid of this unknown curse, which will spread to his wife and children. And then? What to do? Regulus' eyes were full of expectation. Browder didn't speak, but after chanting a language Regulus didn't understand, a huge blue magic circle suddenly radiated on the ground. 5 meters in a circle, the magic circle shining with blue luster, and if you look closely, it is full of symbolic language that Regulus has never seen. Regulus! Browder called his name. Regulus looked directly at Browder, and was taken aback. Browder's eyes were replaced by the same flashing blue light, which seemed so mysterious. Yes. Confident that Browder would not harm him, Regulus tried his best to calm his voice. Would you like to set this unbreakable, unbetrayed blood ritual, become my companion and gain my strength? These words, actually are pretty second degree. Regulus is still thinking that this is like signing the unbreakable curse and the fidelity curse together. As for what power can be obtained, Regulus naturally knew that it was the countermeasure he needed most to curse. I do. Regulus replied. The last time I answered like that, was it when I got married? I feel so ashamed. But after Regulus replied, the magic that was originally developed around Browder began to shrink around Regulus. After the magic circle disappeared completely, Regulus didn't feel any special power. I just felt that the heart suddenly became empty. I lowered my head and found a drop of blood flying out of his chest, and then flying into Browder's body. Is that all right? Regulus questioned. No. Browder replied, on the contrary, it's only now. The magic circle was once again unfolded under Regulus' feet, but this time the magical power of Regulus was painted, but it appeared green. Regulus was just about to say something, but he suddenly felt a hot throat, and a burst of blood spurted from his mouth. Really vomit blood. But unlike when he was injured, his body was inevitably weak, but it quickly recovered under the nourishment of the magical power of the magic circle. This group of blood gathered in front of Regulus. The intersection of blood and magic. Browder read the words he felt numb, pretending to be, with the wheel of destiny as a backing, it will become the power I give you. The green magic circle slowly shrinks again with the blood as the center. Blood and magic merged together, and finally the light disappeared, and a small 4-leaf windmill appeared in front of Regulus. This is... Such a shape inevitably made Regulus hesitate. Browder inquired about it and exclaimed, hurry up and accept it, and I will tell you about its effects. It will definitely satisfy you. Wheel of Destiny, Regulus Black, Blood Relative Item Amulet, can be judged once every 30 days, from Immune Curse, Immune Poison, Immune Charm, Immunity Transformation to obtain an effect. The effect lasts 12 hours. The blood relative items made based on the Wheel of Fortune prototype have no basic attributes, but the effects can make wizards break their heads. Although it is different from the 8 leaves of the original sacred artifact, choosing from the 8 immune effects, there are only 4 left here, and the most powerful immune to death is gone, but now the most critical for Regulus immune curse, the effect is still there. After Browder told Regulus about the effect of the windmill, he was also unavoidably stunned. Too strong. Although the cooling time is 1 month, shouldn't all powerful magic items be like this? Is just the only pity that this wheel of fortune can only work for yourself, not for others. What should the elders do? Browder frowned in anguish. Regulus, you need to know my special power. Before I really become stronger, the less people you can know, the better. www.readaloud.com for you, it's already 100% trust. But those elders, especially those who still follow the old Slytherin thoughts, I can't believe it and show them my strength. Words are already confident. Regulus agreed. He knew that Browder didn't really care about so-called relatives and friends, he only cared about people he identified with. And getting him to agree is really not easy. Regulus felt a little heavy. But seeing the windmill in Regulus's hands, Browder's expression became very cheerful. Well, don't think about the unhappy things. Hurry up and use the Wheel of Fortune. The sooner you use it, the more can be used sooner next time. And look at your luck. Browder chuckled, if you have a dark face, you will never choose immunity curse. It is destiny after all. Yes, destiny. If Browder hadn't appeared in this world, Regulus in fate would have already become a corpse. Now, just look at which continent Regulus is from. Wheel of Destiny is to blow it when there is magical power on its blades. When you finally stop, you know what the effect is. Browder looked at Regulus's choice with a lively mentality. Although the quarter seems a bit low, it can always be selected in half a year, right? Within half a year, this curse should not be able to kill Regulus. Prayed to Merlin, Regulus was like a child, blowing the windmill excitedly. Wheel of Destiny's 4 blades were blown, and spin quickly. Then, stop. Chapter 37, Return to Hogwarts Daily. Browder has a MMP that I think can be said. If this face is really white, no one can cure it. Regulus is a real European, noble blood, rich, and handsome. MMP, suddenly seemed to beat him. These add up, and it really gave him his destiny. Jingling. After the windmill stopped spinning, there was a clear bell sound. A cyan light shone from the windmill and enveloped Regulus. Browder saw the system prompt. Congratulations to the host's blood relative Regulus Black for using the Wheel of Fortune to obtain the effect immunity to curse. Cyan light fell on Regulus, and another faint black air slowly emerged from his body, gathering above Regulus' head like steam. Then the black mist condensed into a black skull, and a snake crawled out of the skull's mouth. But it didn't take long for the snake to move, the entire black mist began to glow cyan, and then it fell apart under Regulus's gaze. If there is a goddess of destiny in this world, then she must be watching you now. Browder joked, you chose the immunity curse that you want to choose all at once. Maybe the goddess of luck is also watching you. Can only be said to be lucky. Regulus is also very happy now, just a feeling that the burden has been broken. Regulus, however, has an even stranger sense of relief. It seems that it is more than a curse. Regulus suddenly thought of something, stretched out his arm and rolled up his sleeves. As expected. Regulus was surprised to find that the dark mark on his arm was completely gone. No wonder it's so easy. This heavy burden has actually depressed Regulus for so many years. Browder, what's the matter? Regulus's happy mouth almost touched his eyes. Why is this mark gone? Browder looked at it. Perhaps the dark mark itself is a curse, so after you get the curse of immunity, it will be automatically removed. And I doubt it. In fact, the curse that the entire Black family has suffered in the past 2 years is uploaded from your dark mark. Browder, this is speculation, there is no evidence at all, but Regulus thinks about it and feels it is very possible. Can impose a curse on an entire family through a mark, this Voldemort's black magic is too strong. He hasn't recovered so much now, right? So when the dark mark was planted, the curse existed as a way to punish the traitor. Only in the past 2 years did Voldemort recover the magic power that could activate it. Anyway, Regulus must be fine now at least. And those elders who have been cursed. Regulus felt that he could go to Severus to discuss more later. If he sees that the dark mark on his arm is missing, he will be shocked. But now, the energetic Regulus decided to go back to the bedroom as soon as possible to help the Black family even more. Early the next morning, Browder returned directly to Hogwarts through the fireplace. Although Browder in particular has discovered that, although Hogwarts cannot move here directly because of the anti-phantom shifting spell, he can quickly get here with the help of non-wizard movement effects. For example, House Elf. Browder came to Hogwarts to go to school, so he can't control many business matters in the family. How is this possible? After dinner every day, Cobb will covertly send the statements and ledger to Browder's bedside table, and then come and take them away before turning off the lights. Anyway, things are not delayed at all. What if someone doesn't believe that Browder himself made the instructions? Then Browder could go in person, even if he didn't want Cobb to take him back and forth. At best, it was a matter of writing a letter to Professor Flitwick. Back at Hogwarts, Browder also caught up with breakfast time, which made them very happy to see his Caillou Zhang and Marcos Eddy. Oh, as another girl who hasn't seen you for a long time. Hi, Katie, is Gryffindor still used to it? Browder greeted the girl who came to Hogwarts by boat with him. Very good, at least I don't feel restrained. Katie Bell is also a super lively girl, so there is nothing wrong with going to Gryffindor. By the way, Browder, I heard that you competed against Hufflepuff in flight class, and then you got the first thing. Katie said with a smile, you can really hide it, it's been a week. Right. Oh no, even a week is too short. Next time in class, Mrs. Hooch will definitely not give me a good look. Browder began to lament. Why? Katie was strange. Marcos, who had always had food in his mouth, could finally insert a sentence, why? Now that you know it, the other Gryffindors must already know it. Then you haven't taken flight lessons this week. Come on, won't the game be played? As soon as he said this, everyone present laughed. Gryffindor can bear not playing? It is possible for the sun to rise from the north. After laughed, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and continued to eat and eat. Katie also said that during his first flight lesson, what he said to Mrs. Hooch was completely spread. Katie super agrees with the sentence. If the second grader wants to join the Quidditch team in the academy, it should be their chance to show it now. Katie is particularly interested in Quidditch, so he wanted to try to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team in the second grade. So in the next flight lesson, if there is a competition, she must win first place. Hearing that, Browder became even more frowning. Katie, please spare me. If you really win, then the boys in Gryffindor will definitely riot, and you will definitely get more chaotic flight lessons in the future. If Madame Hooch angered me even more because of this, would I still survive? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again. Mrs. Hooch is not so stingy, okay? But since Katie said his ambitions, then Browder naturally wants to. He can also participate in Quidditch in the second grade. After all, he was the first to fly. Sowbag. Marcos and Eddy both thought so, who told them to have embarrassed before. Autumn, how about you? Browder asked Chujong directly, your flying talent is also very good, you also try to practice Quidditch more. Chujong hadn't spoken yet. Katie was very happy. Okay, good. If Chu can practice with me, then I can train better. Caillou Zhang was originally interested in flying, and his talent was not bad, so after thinking about it, he nodded. Friends training together, it feels not bad. But at this moment, a small piece of paper was thrown from a distance, and fell on Browder's head. Chapter 38, The Secret of the Responsive Room. This paper ball flew over from the Gryffindor table. If it were normal, it would hit Browder's hat. But where is there anything normal around Browder? Feeling something approaching, a velvet popped out of Browder's hat, and then opened his mouth, and the ball of paper just fell into its mouth. Is this an extra meal? Purongrong is so beautiful. Ah, times 2. Seeing the Purongrong swallowed the ball of paper they had written, there were 2 short sounds on the Gryffindor table at the same time. Browder, who was familiar with these 2 voices, really turned his head to look. The red-haired Weasley twins are waiting and looking at the top of his head. What's wrong with this? Touching the hat, Browder pulled down the puff pastel which was still chewing. Pulled the ball of paper out of the super unwilling mouth of the velvet. Browder grabbed another piece of bread and stuffed it into the mouth of the velvet. Sweet? A string of puff pastel jumped back into the hat happily. Unfold the paper ball, half of it has been eaten, but looking at the text above, Browder still understands. I found the responsive room. You 2 are fast enough. I won't be in a day, you will find it. At last it was the curfew, and Browder and Weasley's troublemakers came out to meet again. That is. George was also very proud. There is no place in Hogwarts that we can't find. Yes, Fred was making trouble, tell us Hogwarts know-it-all. It seems that the 2 of them are also super happy about finding the responsive room. Okay, don't blow. Browder directly attacked the 2 of them. If you have the ability to find Slytherin's secret room. Slytherin's secret room. What is that? A place where the treasure is hidden. The Weasley twins seem to have never heard of such a place. Yes. Browder's voice darkened. Slytherin's secret room. That is the secret room where Salazar Slytherin, one of the Big 4 who founded Hogwarts, left in Hogwarts. It is said that there is a huge monster in it. After the true descendant of Slytherin arrives, you can use its inside to remove all the blood of impure wizards from Hogwarts. Although Browder was deliberately scary, the twins weren't really scared at all to make them come. Pretend not to count. Really? That old Slytherin guy? Oh. God. Is he really crazy? Should we be glad we are pure blood? The twins are making fun again. But it is undeniable that they are really pure blood, and all of their ancestors are members of the 28 Holy Family. Like their mother Magic Pruitt Weasley, she looks like a housewife now, but she also comes from the Pruitt family. The Black family still married them. Maybe even though he doesn't care, the Weasley family may also maintain pure blood. It is not necessary to have all relatives, as long as there is one. At least it seems so. Although it is dangerous, knowing Hogwarts and secrets they still don't know, the twins are full of energy. Just don't be so motivated now, hurry up and take me to the responsive room. The twins laughed and took Browder upstairs. Leaning on the survival map, Browder and the twins avoided Filch and his cat, Mrs. Loris, who were still searching everywhere, and went straight to the 8th floor. Stopping in the corridor between the tapestries depicting the nerd Barnabas training dwarf ballet dancers and the human-sized vase, the Weasley twins pointed to the empty wall in the middle and said, "It's here." They explained that they were almost caught by Filch yesterday in order to find here. There are no secret roads on the 8th floor, so when they searched here, they didn't pay attention, and they were blocked by Filch and Mrs. Loris. After running around eagerly, there appeared a utility room where they could escape. There is also a broom cabinet inside. Fred described, but unfortunately they are all ordinary broomsticks, they can't fly. We never thought that this is a responsive room. George continued, but after we went out, we came back and found that the utility room was gone. In other words, coincidence. I like this coincidence. Browder merrily, then let us enter and see. What's in the utility room? I don't want to see those broomsticks that can't fly. The twins are complaining, the utility room is not a good place. Browder explained to them, since it is called the responsive room, it must be based on your ideas to open the corresponding room. You are the place to hide, so it is the utility room. And what I want is a room for hiding things. Browder smiled and asked the twins to follow him and walk back and forth together. A room for hiding things? Browder, what do you want to hide? Is it a love letter? The twins have gotten acquainted with Browder, and they talk about everything. But Browder explained as he walked back and forth, "You reading www.yunsha.com. I want to go to the room where things are hidden, but I want to get the things hidden inside." Walked back and forth 3 times, and in front of the 3 of them, a very brightly polished door appeared. We saw that the utility room does not have such an imposing door. Even the handles are brass. Was ours made of wood yesterday? Browder laughed. "Okay, don't complain, let's take a look at the treasures left by generations of students at Hogwarts for so many years. It is definitely more spectacular than the treasures of your family in Gringotts. Our house doesn't store things in Gringa. The money saved is not as expensive as the rent. Well, the Weasleys are a bit miserable." Opened the door, Browder brought the twins in, and the contents dazzled all 3 of them. A lot. They are in a place with the appearance of a city and the size of a cathedral. Its towering walls are piled up with things hidden by thousands of students who have already died. Did someone take this place before? Browder also saw a full set of tables, chairs, and beds. "Wake up, the twins are going crazy. Ha ha ha, they like it so much, there are so many things they haven't seen before. No wonder Browder is looking for this. Be careful, there may be dark magic items hidden here." Browder reminded the 2 people. "Okay." The twins ran away in such a short time, and Browder couldn't hear what they said in the second half. But Browder is about to start. "Now that I have arrived here, find out what you want to find." Ravenclaw's Crown. Chapter 39, Too Much Stuff, 2 Blood Relatives. There are too many things in the hidden room, but the space is too large. Maybe it's because there are so many things? Since the establishment of Hogwarts, I don't know how many students have discovered this place and put in the things they want to hide. But there shouldn't be so many, right? Browder grumbled. Wanting to find Ravenclaw's crown here is actually no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Ah, it's a real measurement. It is also that Browder has completely digested the soul fragment of Voldemort that he ate, and now he has no ability to sense other fragments. Or you can eat another one, but those soul blocks are still useful, and it is really a waste to use it now. Well, you have to control your mouth. Another reason is that he is now at Hogwarts. Browder is different from Harry Potter. He ate Voldemort's soul instead of becoming a Horcrux. The breath of Voldemort that overflowed after eating can even be sensed by the Phoenix Wand. Browder really doesn't believe Deng. Blido couldn't notice it. So I can only find it stupidly. So Browder can only look around for anything that looks like a crown of light. But at this time, the other 2 people who entered here are happy. Yahoo! Ha ha ha! Browder looked up, as if something flew past. Hey! Browder, come and play with us. This is a big place, and it can be used to train Quidditch. The twins flew over Browder's head again, leaving a word. Since there are so many things left here, naturally there are brooms. Although it may be that the original is not easy to use across the 7 stars, but at least it is well maintained. Putting in this hidden room might slow down the rate of decay? When Browder was looking for something, he also found several T-test papers that clearly identified the same person. T. Troll, troll. The analogy to trolls is the lowest grade. What's the use of hiding the paper? Cover your ears and steal the bell? Browder can imagine how many years ago, a Hogwarts senior was walking around holding these exam papers daringly while thinking about where to hide. Then a wow appeared in a room that I hadn't seen before. It was full of things hidden by the seniors, so just hide the things here. Then he left happily, and then received a roaring letter from his mother. The results still need to look at the test paper? Parents can ask the professor directly with an owl. Is very vivid. Although I found a responsive room, the time to find things at night can't be cut. Just stay in the responsive room this time, there is no need to avoid Filch all the time. The Weasley twins continued to search the responsive room with Browder for several days. But it's not like Browder has a special goal, they are hunting for treasure. Identify what they find, and hide them secretly if they like it. For this reason, Browder also gave them a pocket with a traceless curse. The twins just wanted to say that he was friends enough. Browder said it was for money. Come, 5 Jinjialong. Otherwise avoid talking. Profiteer. The real profiteer will pit his friends. The twins cried and cried, but Browder didn't believe them just because of thunder and no rain. The final result was that Browder sold the pocket to the twins on credit. The main reason was to make them feel crisis conscious and make those joke toys. For example, all kinds of quick acting skipping classes, some classes, Browder really wants to escape. By the way, Browder, the twins remembered after being cheated by Jin Jialong, what about the cloak you want to make for us? The one that can avoid the traces. We want it now. Yes, you need it now, or you will be fined. The twins laughed and asked Browder to call things out. This responsive room has been found for several days. Oh right, I really almost forgot about this question. Clap his hands, Browder greeted the twins, then come now. I will do it directly here for you. Here. The twins were very strange, there is no material here. Browder explained, I have said that it is the method of making magic items obtained after studying vampires. Of course it does not need to be so troublesome. But you have to hold a ceremony with me to make sure you don't talk about it. Browder said in a persuasive manner, and stomped his feet, and the huge blue magic circle suddenly opened. Speak. Who will come first? Although a little nervous, the adventurous spirit of the twins from Gryffindor kept them from going back. I'll come first. No, I am here first. Fred, if anything happens to me, remember to take care of my broomstick for me. Your broomsticks are flying apart. That's my velvet wool. Browder is super sure that the two of them are also in chaotic camp. A pair of funny comparisons. After a while, the twins all put on the velvet cape. www.readaloud.com. They are all beautiful, but not as thick as Browder's. But the twins kind of like this. Because it can also be worn in the wizard's robe without looking bloated like Browder. Collect the 2 drops of blood that the twins received during the blood ceremony with him. Browder said that he envied them for being so thin. By the way, if you can wear it, just wear it. Browder also said to the 2 of them. This cloak can also speed up the magic activity in the body and make the magic grow faster, may be worn for 100 years, we can be as good as Dumbledore. Velvet cloak, blood relatives, magic power +2, attack +2, hide the wearer's information, increase the wearer's growth rate by 3%. User, Fred Weasley. The attributes of another George are exactly the same. Is already very good. Even the effect of the power of the ancestors is up. If this is the case, Browder feels that his future plan to become a is more certain. George also asked Browder at this time, Browder, when we were making magic props, a magic circle appeared under our feet, so can we also let others make magic props? Browder directly denied, no, such magic props are very demanding, and only I can do it, you don't understand the principle. Actually Browder didn't understand it himself. And why did I hold a ceremony with you just now? Just to prevent you from telling the story. And when making magic props, you use your own magic power, so the props can only be used by yourself. If you don't believe me, you can exchange clothes and try. Chapter 40, I was so angry that I finally found out. Browder, haven't you been sleeping lately? At lunchtime, Chuzhong asked Browder while biting on a piece of bread. It's okay. Browder drank the pumpkin juice. This tastes great. Then you just dozed off in class, Chuzhong smiled, I thought you were going to die. I didn't mean it, Browder quibbled. I was hypnotized by Professor Binz's voice before I fell asleep. Ha ha ha. Marcos next to almost squirted out the pumpkin pie he had just eaten in his mouth. Can you still be so sincere? Professor Binns is a professor of the history of magic and the only ghost teacher at Hogwarts. He was a teacher at Hogwarts before he was alive, but died in his sleep, but he still appeared when he was about to go to class, although he became a ghost. As a teacher who is rumored to have existed since the school was founded, he is very respectable, but he is also jokingly called forgot to bring his body to class. It was just for Browder, after finally letting the lamp of other worlds stop and treat the ghosts in the castle as food, he felt drowsy for this course. Teacher Binns's dry voice made Browder unable to concentrate at all. So it is a good choice to make up for sleep directly. If you have the courage, you can also try to sleep in the potions class in the afternoon. Eddie was eating chicken drumsticks beside him. Browder replied in seconds, I have no guts. Ha 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 ha. The people all around laughed endlessly. Benefited from Browder's display of his knowledge from day one, and his super spirit of taking the lead, so at least Ravenclaw's entire first-grade students have a tendency to regard him as a leader. But the professors gave Browder mixed reviews. There are professors who like Browder like Professor Flitwick, and there are professors who like Browder like Professor McGonagall who regard Browder as Ravenclaw's Gryffindor. As for Professor Snape, treat him as an ordinary student. After all, Browder did not show any talent for potions, nor did he make trouble in class. Browder always said that he is behaved because of this reason. His potion has never exploded. This is basically the case now. Browder attends classes well during the day, and then ran to the responsive room at night to find something. The twins don't often come to the responsive room at night now, because they still want to continue their adventures. Especially when they heard that Browder said there was a Slytherin's secret chamber in the castle, their adventurous spirit flourished again. But, Browder doesn't care if they can find it. Because it is said that Voldemort spent a long time at school before finding all the secrets in the secret room. And even if they found the twins, they couldn't get in. That is a secret room that needs to be opened by Snake Lao Tong. No other curse is invalid. Browder is actually guessing that there must be other ways to get in besides the passage in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. The reason is simple. Because the pipe under the sink in the girls' bathroom is obviously not for people to pass through. That is the passage for the basilisk. Snakes have snake paths, and people have paths. As long as Slytherin still has aristocratic thoughts, it is impossible not to prepare himself a path that people should take. There is even more than one. Browder naturally wants to find it, and there is a basilisk in the secret room that Browder really wants to study. It's just that there are still some dangers for Browder. Let's wait until Browder is ready. At least Browder's luck is super good, and the Wheel of Fortune asked him to draw immune to death. Who calls the basilisk can stare people to death without paying attention. This is more scary than Avada's life. Cobb, come and help me. The room where the things are hidden is still too big, so after searching for it for a month and no results, Browder finally remembered to find foreign aid. In just 1 month, Browder has gained a lot even if he didn't find Ravenclaw's crown. This harvest is a lot of magic books that record unique knowledge. Many of these should be allocated to the banned area, which is very dangerous. The magical items in this world are almost always the longer they exist, the easier they become. Many of these books have to come to life, and can absorb the soul power of the viewer, and the average student can be obsessed with sleeping and forgetting, and then die on it. But this is useless to Browder. Want to absorb his soul power? I first absorbed most of your soul power in turn, then threw it to the ground and kicked it hard. So, no matter what the book is, I dare not resist. Among these books, what Browder is most interested in is the related books about magic wand. If you have time, you must learn it, and then grab Ollivander's business. How long has it been? Those 2 custom-made dragonhorn wands have not been finished yet, and Browder is in a good mood without going to his shop. Humph! Master Browder! Cobb complied with the contract and was summoned by Browder even though he was so far away. His magic power is really very powerful in the house elves. Call all the other house elves in the house too. Browder rolled up his sleeves. I still don't believe I can't find the crown. Browder really became angry. He wasted too much time on this. This is a very sharp contrast with the Slytherin pendant and Hufflepuff's gold cup. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Yes, Master. Cobb disappeared after speaking. Within a minute, Cobb arrived here with 5 house elves. In the Ravenclaw common room, there is a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. This statue still wears the crown on its head. So Browder used his magic wand to reveal the image of the crown. It's a crown like this, the color may be different, just find it for me in this room. Browder ordered, but don't move after you find it, just come and tell me. Browder wanted to prevent Voldemort's soul from being confused by the house elves and taking the opportunity to attack others. 6 house elves began to look around the room. Their efficiency is much better than Browder. But even so, I really get the news when this night is about to pass. Master! Master! I found it! A small house elf hopped up to Browder and said loudly. He is Cobb's child. Awesome, little Cobb. Browder threw the book in his hand and got up from the recliner. Where? Take me there. Little Cobrel nodded repeatedly, then continued to bounce around to lead Browder. Snaking past several garbage dumps, little Cobb pointed to an old cabinet with bubbling paint. Master is there. Browder looked up and saw that on the top of the cabinet, the pitted stone wizard was wearing a dirty shabby curly hair and a crown that looked like an old faded. That crown is indeed what Browder has been looking for so long. Who? I finally found it. Chapter 41, Slap Horcrux, Crown Effect. Be honest. You let me search for so long, do you know? Browder slapped the floating crown, knocking the fragments of Voldemort's soul in a daze. Browder Lestrange, you are Slytherin. Slapped again. No, I am Ravenclaw. Your parents. Slap again. What do my parents do to me? You are pure blood. A slap with increased strength. Yes, much purer than you. You are a mixed blood posing as pure blood. It seems that he was really fainted, and the crown fell to the ground this time and couldn't get up. That's right. Cooperate obediently and I won't have any pain. Otherwise, you will suffer. Quickly. Turn on the protection so that I don't come personally. Okay. Fortunately, this was in the responsive room, and no one else heard it. Otherwise, just listening to the voice. The misunderstanding is certain. But it does not mean that no other house elves have heard it. They were ordered to stay far away by Browder, and they had to plug their ears. I heard it intermittently, but I was about to misunderstand it. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Browder could only sigh that this soul fragment was also a toast and fine wine. I have to do it. Browder mumbled a few words before moving on to Ravenclaw's crown. Just when Browder was about to grasp the crown, just as he thought, a huge amount of black air emerged from the crown, twisted into a bald man without a nose, and rushed towards Blau with his teeth and claws. Germany is still the old one, nothing new. Browder continued to mumble, then stretched out his left hand and grabbed the black air directly. Then, the bald headless man who should have been completely intangible was grabbed by Browder's neck and fell to the ground again. Fortunately, the soul will not bleed or break its teeth, otherwise the soul that is not in human form may be even more disorganized. I told you to surrender yourself. What are you making? Browder wanted to take a cigarette at this time, and then continued to talk cool words. Every time I can't see what I am thinking and can't confuse me, you can only come out and attack directly. But do you think your soul still has much power? Do you understand? Although Voldemort's soul has been struggling, what he couldn't believe was that he couldn't escape at all. Browder's hand behind him seemed to be nailed to his body, without trembling at all. Death is the last enemy, is he the of death? finally felt that this piece of soul fragment was quiet, and Browder started the formal soul collection work. It can resist a little bit at this time, but after entering the lamp of other worlds, it can only be slaughtered by Browder. The lamp of other worlds approached Voldemort's soul and produced strong suction. In this state, Voldemort saw the lamp of other worlds. This, in his eyes, was the guiding light to hell. Is almost two. In this piece of soul, it became smaller into a ball of light and finally plunged into the light of other world. Call it a day. Browder clapped his hands, then took the Ravenclaw crown on the ground. Without the immersion of the super-powerful black magic of Horcrux, Ravenclaw's crown is slowly returning to its brilliant color. Is also because the crown itself has powerful magical power. Ravenclaw's crown, intelligence plus 20, after wearing it, it will gain the effects of knowledge and strong knowledge, clear thoughts, strengthen the heart and calm judgment. It is another magic item that directly increases the auxiliary ability. Now it looks unusual. There were originally rumors that Ravenclaw's crown had the effect of directly increasing the wisdom of the wearer, and now it is true. Is even more powerful. Is not only learning to have wisdom bonuses, but also able to use spells more accurately in battle, reducing the possibility of errors. This is really good. Browder was about to try it out, but he felt that Lamp of Other Worlds gave him a reminder that the cooking has been done and it is now a dish. Browder became interested, and took the hot soul dessert from the lamp. Is similar to the two previous ones, but there are also differences. Voldemort's soul fragment, Ravenclaw's crown, soul energy plus 500, magic power plus 10, wisdom plus 10, snake voice effect plus 1, all damage magic effect plus 10%. This soul is extremely powerful, like a fiercely burning flame, constantly pulsing in the palm of your hand, and roaring. Peace of mind with you, he is very indignant at your restraint. But all this seemed pale and weak. No matter how powerful he was during his lifetime, any struggle and resistance at this time would be futile. When you need it, you can eat this soul at any time and absorb the energy contained in it. The difference lies in the basic attributes contained in the soul that can improve people. This time it is wisdom plus 10. The additional attribute of the previous pendant is charisma plus 10. And Hufflepuff's golden cup is an extra plus 10 stamina. Are all different, but they are all effective. www.readaloud.com. If Gryffindor's sword is also made into a Horcrux, then the additional attribute should be power. Originally, these pendant crowns and golden cup swords were the relics of the four giants who created Hogwarts, so it's not surprising that they all had a strange effect. It is now confirmed that the locket and the golden cup are not such magical items, but that may be because they have been used as Horcruxes for too long, and the magic power has been robbed by the soul inside. The crown is because the attributes are stronger, so it can always resist the erosion of the Horcrux black magic. The evidence is that after Voldemort's soul was taken away and the black magic was lifted, the crown quickly changed back to its original color. In other words, if Voldemort's soul is allowed to stay in the crown for a longer time, the added wisdom may be more. But after thinking about it, Browder does not regret it. The magical effect of the crown itself is much more useful than the intelligence that I don't know how many points to increase. Now, let's try on the crown. Browder excitedly took off the hat he was wearing now, and then put the crown on top of his head. The Purong felt that the owner had taken off the hat, so they popped out one by one to look at the situation outside. Wow! A lot of food. Should be able to eat a little bit? Browder really has no time to care about them now. After putting on this crown, Browder felt a refreshing feeling, and some unreasonable things in his mind were slightly clear. And some of the choices that were temporarily set aside because of choice difficulties, after weighing the pros and cons more accurately, Browder made the choices he took for granted. Wow, this effect seems to have to wow. Chapter 42, it was discovered by accident that the minister resigned. Browder made a decision, the magic effect is so strong, he will not pick the crown in the future under normal circumstances. Take it with you when you sleep, maybe you have a dream. But even though Browder found this crown and still wears it, he can only travel at night in a brocade and cannot be found by others. As for the way to hide it is very simple, just bring the original hat outside. In the past few months, Browder wears such a weird hat every day. Others have long been used to it, and they have seen nothing below, so no one will know that there is a crown underneath suddenly. And the hat originally had magic that Browder would not take off without picking it up, let alone worry about the crown being discovered by accident. Browder began to boast. I really have a foresight. But he put his hat back on, but Browder felt wrong. Why is the hat so light? Turned his head and didn't need to look for it, Browder suddenly found the puffed velvet in the hat, and they all ran out before he found it. Browder looked at the hundreds of puff pastels in the garbage dump in the room looking for food. Really, instinct? Obviously, they have been feeding them with magic flowers for several years, but they should be eaten as they should. It is also helpless for Browder if he is not picky. Tapped the hat with his wand, and Browder summoned them all to come back. Although there is a lot of trash in this room, there are also a lot of useful books, and there are also a lot of black magic items. Just don't do anything. Purong also came back obediently. But they still have a lot of food in their mouths. Haha! Why did you even get your bones back? Are you dogs? Hey? Wrong? Where did the bones come from here? Are there any dead bodies here? This is an arm bone, and there is a metacarpal bone attached to it. The phalanx should have been bumped up just now. Otherwise, it was eaten by the puff. Browder knew that this bone was a human bone. But judging from the degree of decay, it should have been hundreds of years. Browder directly let the puff pastel lead the way to see where the bones were found. Could it be that a Hogwarts student hid the body here after killing someone? That's right, this is the room where things are hidden. Is there anything good about you? Chuzhong looked at Browder strangely. Why are you in such a good mood today? No. I am as usual. Browder said with a grin. Your mouth is grinning, and you say you are in a bad mood? Chuzhong swears that Browder was humming just now. Humming while eating, this is a very good mood, right? Browder is exactly like a weasel who stole a chicken. But Browder didn't want to say it. Whether it was the fact that he found Ravenclaw's crown, or he found a skeletal body covered with a flowering wand in the garbage dump. Is really a wand with flowers. After all, the wand itself is basically made of wood. If it is possible, it will grow again. Such as vines, shrubs. Chuzhong still wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Marcos, who was reading the Daily Prophet across the seat. Look here. Marcos said excitedly, Minister Millicent Barnold is going to resign. After listening to Marcos, the one who reacted most was Eddie next to him. He moved his head directly. What? Why? Chuzhong didn't know, turned his head and asked Browder, who is that? They reacted so strongly. Browder explained, it is the British Minister of Magic who manages all wizards in the British magical world. She is also a very capable witch. She should have come to power in 1980. It has been 10 years since then. It seems that she has a very good reputation. Chuzhong looked at the enthusiastic Marcos and Eddie, and more little wizards who had seen the Daily Prophet sent by Owl and learned about it. Otherwise there won't be so many people regretting. Below that report, there are still many people expressing their retention. Now the little wizards of Hogwarts grew up under the management of this minister, so they understand her affairs. Millicent Barnold, a very capable minister. One day and one night after Harry Potter escaped Voldemort's attack, the International Secrets Act was violated countless times. She also had to accept an inquiry from the International Federation of Magicians. She performed extremely well, saying these now infamous words, I defend our inalienable right to celebrate, and won the cheers of everyone present. But according to Browder's evaluation, the minister is lucky if he doesn't say anything else. Because she came to power staring at the pressure, but not long after she came to power, Voldemort was wiped out by the boy who survived the catastrophe, and the whole British wizarding world ushered in peace. After 10 years of peace and security, the minister stepped down steadily, and then starting next year, Voldemort will return again. In the lobby, more and more people began to discuss the Minister of Magic. Of course, the topic is also a little bit from the regret that Minister Millicent Barnold stepped down. www.readaloud.com. Which wizard will become the new Minister of Magic? Many people in Gryffindor are vowing to say that Dumbledore will definitely be the next minister. This statement can be agreed by many people. Because Dumbledore is the best in terms of strength and prestige, if he wants to compete for the minister, no one can beat him. Of course, this is based on the situation that Dumbledore is competing for the minister. Dumbledore had no idea at all for the minister of competition. If there is, then Millicent Barnold would not be a minister. Dumbledore didn't even go to compete for the minister during that period of fighting Voldemort. How could it be possible now? Dumbledore's ambitions have been imprisoned in Newmont Guard with Greenwood, or even earlier. Browder also began to talk about his guesses in the crowd. First, Dumbledore will not take the campaign minister. A group of Gryffindors disagree. Second, the minister should be elected from Barty Crouch and Cornelius Fudge. Because now they are the two who have enough prestige in the Ministry of Magic. Many Slytherins spurned on Barty Crouch's name. Third, in his opinion, Cornelius Fudge is more likely to become the new minister, because the affairs of Barty Crouch's son can be remembered by many people for a lifetime. The people in Hufflepuff heard applauding, because Connolly Fudge was from Hufflepuff. In the end, if Dumbledore were to nominate any of them, that one would definitely be elected. Ravenclaw based on affirmation. This inference was approved by most people present. Browder feels good about himself. Chapter 43, Attack Batty and Support Fudge. The change of minister is already a major event in the magic world that has been peaceful for 10 years. There is still some time before Minister Millicent Barnold officially resigned. After the people persuaded her not to resign, everyone's attention was like those of Hogwarts students, and they turned to the new ministerial meeting. Who on it? Just as Browder said, the strong candidates for the new Minister of Magic are Cornelius Fudge and Barty Crouch. Of course, Barty Crouch is the most popular. After all, he enforced the law impartially. Over the years, countless people have had a good impression of him. But also, as Browder said, the fact that his son Barty Crouch Jr. is a Death Eater is also a stain he will never erase in his life. Human beings are actually very interesting. A person who has done bad things all his life, if he does a great thing later, it is really possible that many people will change his mind. Because other people's impression of him is already he is a bad person, it is deeply rooted. Did a good thing, that is, the prodigal son turned back. The prodigal son will not change his head. You can understand this sentence. But if a person has done a good thing for a lifetime, but only did a wrong thing later, it will be completely attacked by many people, and the impression will drop to the bottom. Because of his past behavior, he gained a reputation. He built a golden body and erected an archway. Many people think that he is that kind of person. But the slightest difference is that the golden body shattered, the archway collapsed, and the status plummeted. The evening festival is not guaranteed. This sentence can also be understood. Barty Crouch is in this state now. In the past 10 years, even if he wanted to completely suppress that matter, he was able to mention it from time to time in every corner. Now is the best chance for him to become a minister, but more and more people are making stories about his son. Sitting in his office, watching the news in several newspapers, Barty Crouch couldn't restrain his anger, and threw the newspaper directly into the fireplace. Those Death Eaters! Regulus, even if you want to attack Barty Crouch, you have been too anxious about your actions in recent days? All students in our school can see that this is a deliberate report. In the responsive room, Browder said to Regulus on the double-sided mirror while writing his homework on parchment. The current responsive room is not a room for hiding things, but a room for learning transfiguration spells. No way, the 2-foot parchment homework was not something Browder could write without looking at the information. That was Lucius' idea. Regulus should also be a secret room. The other side of Browder has never been revealed to Regulus's wife and children. The other families I agree to. How can we make Barty Crouch a pure-blooded traitor as minister? Even if he cleverly escaped from his identity as a Death Eater and became a hero, Regulus still supports pure-bloodism, as long as it is not as extreme as the last of the Dark Lord. The Crouch family is also a member of the 28 Holy Family, and even in previous generations, there were women from the Black family who married in the past. But when Barty Crouch was on the trial of the Death Eaters, he showed no mercy to the pure-blood wizards, even severely, even his own son. How could the pure-blooded nobles who survived and did not enter Azkaban make him feel better? News about Barty Crouch Jr. is always frequent. Who do you think did it? I didn't say bad. Browder didn't look at the double-sided mirror, just continuing to write. It's too obvious. It's easy for his people to say that these offensive things are done by Cornelius Fudge. Let him create an image of being attacked by a villain after being selfless. Doesn't that help him instead? As long as someone from Barty Crouch helps him, he will definitely come up with such a similar idea. Offensive, it is never a constant attack. Regulus thought about it, and thought it might be so. After all, Barty Crouch is also a politician. No matter whether he is really selfless or not, there will always be people around him who have ideas. And people who really trust Barty Crouch will help quickly. Then Browder, do you have any ideas? Regulus saw Browder's smirk in the double mirror, knowing that he must have an idea. The idea? It's very simple. Just let our people separate out a small part to help Barty Crouch speak. If you can praise him like that, you can praise him. It's best if there are few people who can speak, suppress it if there are too many people. Browder turned around and said while looking at the double-sided mirror. What's this idea? Regulus frowned. Browder, do you really think so? Of course, I'm serious. Browder nodded vigorously. But of course there must be some differences in this. That is the part of people we assigned to help Crouch. When helping Crouch, we also attacked Fudge, by the way. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and finished attacking. After that, quarry Crouch as you can. We are going to boast of him as the only perfect man in the world, a saint. It's as if his improper role as Minister of Magic is not only a loss to the British magical world, but a loss to the entire world. Browder raised his eyebrows after speaking, and asked Regulus, how about my idea? 1 pink top 10 black to understand. Check it out. You don't even have to think about any special tricks, the simplest one is enough. Regulus, there is almost nothing to say. Browder, I once again feel that agreeing to your terms is the most correct decision in my life. Regulus let out a sigh of relief. Browder looked at him and said with a smile, I think so too. You are really shameless. Regulus' words made Browder laugh again. When did I have a face? By the way, now find someone to contact Fudge. Browder said before the end of the double mirror contact. Fudge? He is also very stubborn. He won't be with us. Regulus frowned. You don't have to stand with him yet. His position prevents him from walking with the pure-blooded nobles. Just send someone to tell him that we don't want Barty Crouch to be a minister, so we want to help him. Just let him know. As for the minister, if we don't find him, he will come to us. Browder finished speaking, and stood up with a smile. It just so happens that my transformation class homework is finished. Then we will talk later, Regulus. Without waiting for Regulus to say anything, Browder has closed the double-sided mirror. Chapter 44, Soy Bag, White Skin, and Black Heart. The decides the head. Browder is like that. He is still the patriarch of one of the 28 holy families. Now of course he is on the side of the pure-blooded nobles. As for the future, it's really hard to say. At least these nobles who are recovering from prolonged life have not bored Browder. Seeing them carefully re-exposing their influence to the outside world, Browder found it very interesting. Although Jin Jialong can clear the way, the minister Millicent Barnold is still walking on thin ice. Who told that minister did not like pure-blooded nobles and always used various regulations to block their development. The best development among them is naturally the Lestrange family, which has expanded that influence with the Puffed Wool Magic Toy Store and the Battle Legend card game. Although not in Azkaban, the whole family is one person. But even so, the Purongrong Magic Shop had already planned a branch plan for several years, and it hasn't been officially until now. Browder still wants to go abroad, especially the wizarding population is the largest, closer to the Muggle American wizarding world. But it has not been successful. So for Minister Millicent Barnold, although Browder thinks she is very strong and lucky, but seeing her resignation, the real idea is actually, you finally stepped down. Old witch! Ha 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 ha! For the next period of time, at breakfast every morning, waiting for the owl to send the latest issue of the Daily Prophet became a big interesting thing about Hogwarts. Because Barty Crouch and Cornelius Fudge really started fighting for the position of minister. Just like Browder said, Barty Crouch really established another selfless self after being attacked a while ago. After sending his sons to Azkaban, he was accused of this incident. The poor image holding on to. From brilliance to pitiful, it seems very abrupt, but it also makes him more supporters. So this would have pleased Barty Crouch. Well, originally. The reason for the unhappiness now is also because Barty Crouch found that among his supporters, there are always some people who can always grab the page of the newspaper, and although the message appeared to praise Mr. Crouch's attack, but between the lines, he did not depart from his iron-faced selflessness deeds, and took the time to attack Cornelius Fudge. Although it was saving time, the intensity of the attack was greater than when Barty Crouch was attacked before. Especially, there are people who attacked from the point that Cornelius Fudge is Hufflepuff. This is really a hornet's nest. There are no more Hufflepuffs than Griffins in the British magical world. After a report, so many wizards almost automatically came to Cornelius Fudge. After reading these reports, Barty Crouch immediately felt wrong. Is this a supporter who helps me? This is clearly harmful to me. The enemy hidden in my camp. And after investigation, more ordinary people have added a dislike to Barty Crouch because of such reports. Some people say that when they vote in the future, they will definitely not vote for Barty Crouch. There are many wizards like this. But most of them were driven, because someone said that first, before letting other people who hated Barty Crouch gathered over. When is angry, it is most taboo for someone to take the lead. It is really possible that anything can happen. Barty Crouch is angry with those who are deliberately taking the lead, but he cares more about the enemies inside. People like Barty Crouch are angry at these enemies in their own camp, and let people investigate who they are, and then, they can only drive away. Hurry up, get rid of all these soybean bags. Soybean buns, white-skinned black heart. Is it clear? This is a bummer. But some of the pens that were pulled out were really loyal supporters of Barty Crouch, but they were also driven to write such articles. After being driven away, they were naturally even more angry. There are people who no longer support him, and there are also people who turn to black him. To put it in a fashionable way, this is called getting off the hook. So it's really a mess. The last super dating Poseidon was pressed down, but at this time everyone immediately knew the final result. Because Dumbledore has publicly expressed his support for Cornelius Fudge. This was the first time he had spoken after he announced that he would not run for Minister of Magic. Directly settled the sound. Even if there were no previous things, Cornelius Fudge should be able to win and become minister with Dumbledore's support alone, let alone now. A battle, the eyes of the wizards of the entire magic world are dazzled. Now that the news about Dumbledore supporting Fudge came out, all the newspapers www.readaloud.com stopped after the last large-scale coverage. Only happy Cornelius Fudge and Barty Crouch at home are ashes. It's really like you said, Browder. Marcos took the Daily Prophet and couldn't find the news now. After Dumbledore supported Cornel Fudge, everyone felt that Cornelius Fudge there is no doubt about being elected. Of course. It is not as cunning as before when he was talking to Regulus in the responsive room. Now Browder is like a proud peacock with its feathers spread out. See who I am, can I make a prediction wrong? Anyone can be elected, and with Dumbledore's support, there is naturally nothing to say. But the involvement of the pure-blood family here also makes things different. Because after the unilateral notification of Cornelius Fudge, the wave after wave of offensives of the pens requested by the pure-blood family really made Cornelius Fudge, who was originally weak, beat Barty Crouch. Choi, if the fruits of victory gradually grow, then Fudge will have a greater chance of being elected. Therefore, Dumbledore's intervention at this time is not a real charity in Fudge's view. After all, he was going to win. From this point of view, the pure-blooded nobles are even more helpful. Is just an idea. But if this kind of thought takes root in the mind of the incoming Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, the impact will be profound. At least, Browder, who has received all the news, feels, his branch plan can begin. Every wizard settlement must open one. Especially Hogsmeade, so I have an excuse to inspect and play early. Chapter 45, Potions are dangerous and need to be cautious, 2-in-1. Time passed quickly, and Cornelius Fudge officially became the new minister of the Ministry of Magic under the vote of the majority of wizards. Is really a triumphant horseshoe in the spring breeze. The first fire in office made many wizards happy. The reason is very simple. He announced that this year's Christmas holiday was extended by 2 days due to the relationship between Gold and Mercury conjoining the moon. Whether it is a wizard or a muggle, the term vacation is really instinctive. Even if it's only 2 more days, it can make Fudge's position more stable. Public opinion is the most important thing. It is also for this reason that Browder realized that the time was approaching the Christmas holiday unconsciously. You need to prepare gifts for every friend. Browder spent the past few months at Hogwarts, wandering outside almost every night, walking through all the secret rooms he could find at Hogwarts. These secret rooms are similar to responsive rooms because of their location, and will no longer be displayed on the map. Compared with the discovery of the Weasley twins, they also found another unique room that was discovered by jumping out of the false window leading to the Gryffindor Tower from the 6th floor. God knows how the Weasley twins found this place. Although they are a little crazy, but they are not going to jump off the building, right? There must be a special place besides these secret rooms, so if someone wants to hide in Hogwarts, the average student can't find it. Like twins just to find Slytherin's secret room, they have been more active these months than before. If Browder hadn't given them an invisible cloak, they would definitely be caught by the Night Watch teacher. But in order to prevent the 2 twins from using the invisible cloaks they borrowed during the day to tease themselves, the cloaks Browder gave them can only take effect at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the special cloaks that automatically expire at 4 o'clock in the morning. This makes the twins complain again and again. After finally getting a good thing like the invisible cloak, it is still a castrated version. Is this still a good brother? Browder doesn't care. But the twins are not just making trouble, they also do scientific research. At least the train gummy has been developed and will soon be sold in the Purong Magic Toy Store. Those 2 special invisibility cloaks are what they use to make most of the buyout money for themselves. The other part is really Jin Jialong, they don't care how they spend Browder. Browder is very optimistic about the 2 of them. In the future, he will definitely be able to support himself and even achieve great success with his ingenuity. As long as you don't die. So now, Browder wants to buy a lot of their ideas with Jin Jialong first, so that they will think that they will lack unique products when they open their own stores. Browder is a profiteer. After all, the profiteer Browder opened a magic toy store by himself, taking precautions and trying to turn his future opponent into his own. Browder's abacus is crackling. The Christmas holiday is approaching, and every student has become impetuous in the last few days. In the potions class, Browder and Marcos were chatting with each other while making potions. They are two teams. Today they are going to make a swelling potion to treat swelling. But while chatting, Browder suddenly discovered that Marcos actually threw the useless porcupine thorn into the cauldron. Fuck, this is a potion used to treat swelling, but Marcos, do you want each of us to be scalded and swollen, and then try other potions that are not qualified? But Giotto has been added, and now there is no way to fish. In Browder's eyes, the pot of potion is changing from black to red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the temperature is rising rapidly. This is about to explode. Unable to explain to Marcoster who hadn't found it yet, Browder pushed him away, then took off the wand from his wrist, pointed it at the cauldron, and chanted, "Sweep it away." The potion in the cauldron was reduced by more than half. But the rest continued to react, and it became more intense. Boom! Exploded like fireworks. I can only say that the quality of this crucible is great, so it doesn't break. So this explosive force can only spray upwards, hit the roof, and then fall down like rain. Is really poisonous water that is a bolus as long as it gets on the body. There is no way, Browder can only use things to block. He is okay. Marcos, Eddie, Chujong and other Ravenclaw girls are all around this table. Quickly knocked on the hat on the top of the head, a large pile of puff pastel popped out super fast, and caught the poisonous water with his body. This long series of activities lasted less than 10 seconds, and the girls' screams were over before they sounded. Fortunately, some of the potions were cleared by Browder first, and then the crucible might explode, and the potion might spread farther, and the puffers would not be able to catch up. When Snape walked over from Hufflepuff, he saw Browder treating the puff pastel one by one. Although there is no puff pastel dead due to strengthening, but the big and small blisters grow on the round body, it must be unsightly. Moreover, the hair of various colors on the puffers has also been corroded quite a bit, and it is even more unsightly. Chujong and other Ravenclaw girls saw them, they immediately came over to help. But Browder said no. Because they still don't know how to treat puffed wool, it's nice not to help. But even if they said that, they all held the untreated puff pastels and felt that they were very pitiful. Then everyone glared at Marcos. The brother Eddie doesn't help him either. The sight of the 7 girls is not so easy to catch. Marcos was very brave. After Snape came to ask what happened, he admitted that it was his carelessness that this happened. Snape glanced at Marcos. I didn't expect Mr. Belby to be brave. It looks like you should actually go to Gryffindor. Because of your reckless action, the potion configuration failed, so Ravenclaw deducted 10 points. Marcos has no objection, no one is injured, otherwise at least 20 points. Mr. Lestrange, as a companion, you did not discover Belby's dangerous behavior in advance, so you deduct Ravenclaw 5 more points. Any objections? Although the girls were glaring, Browder smiled and shook his head, No, Professor. Snape glanced at Browder again, walked back to the podium, and began to say to everyone, I know the holiday is coming, you are all very excited, but if you don't want to lie in the medical wing for the whole holiday, or worse go to St. Gawain, then cheer me up. Kitty Badgers shouted together, I know Professor Snape. Browder is secretly funny. Doesn't this kind-mouthed guy speak well? Marcos sighed and looked at Browder, who had already treated the Purongs, and came over to thank him. Thank you, Browder punched him on the shoulder, aren't we friends? Yeah, my friend. Marcos smirked. I started to feel that I was actually quite talented in potions. The first few lessons I learned were the fastest to make potions. But now for a few months, there are always all kinds of small problems. At Browder's reminder. Marcos started to fall down again after laughing. So, did I have an illusion before? It's definitely not an illusion. Otherwise, you won't be able to make the first potions so quickly. Browder replied, it's just that the potions require careful work. Marcos, you are always too informal and careful. Just one point. And you also lack practice. These potions will be better if you do too much. Browder raised his eyebrows, and don't you have a potion master by your side? Ask your uncle if you have any questions. Marcos's uncle is Damocles Belby, the world's most famous potion master, even more famous than Severus Snape, who is teaching them. Because Damocles Belby's greatest contribution is the independent invention of the wolf poison potion. This even earned him the Merlin medal. Wolf poison potion. Although the werewolf cannot be completely transformed into a human, it is really a huge contribution to make the werewolf maintain human rationality on the night of the full moon. Can invent such a potion, the level of this potion master is naturally conceivable. Marcos heard what Browder said, and felt so, but after thinking about it, he became frustrated. But my uncle has a bad relationship with our family. Almost no contact at all. My dad also said that he is a lunatic, and the best potion is to sleep. A glass of wine before. Marcos's father really has a personality. The grievances of the previous generation are their business, but if you ask him in your own name, he will definitely teach you. After all, Master Damocles Belby has always been unmarried, and your only nephew must have made him care. Marcos thinks about it. Although he didn't communicate very much, the uncle gave him gifts every holiday. Maybe it really works. Marcos immediately said that he would try it this time, and he could also visit his uncle during the Christmas holidays. He wanted to play around. Seeing Marcos really thought about it, Browder felt that this time was worth it. It was a surprise. After knowing that Marcos was the nephew of the potion master, Browder wanted to trick Marcos to meet the master. But if Browder dragged Marcos away, he might have been rebellious and didn't want to go. After all, that potion master is really known for his second weird temper. Marcos went well, and Browder didn't even have Jin Jialong. Now, it just happened to clear this road. After all, Marcos wanted to go. It is gratifying and congratulating, is worthy of these shed hairs. The girls are still holding these puff pastels one by one, stroking the areas where there are no blisters and hair loss. Browder reassures them that the blisters of the puff pastel will disappear quickly and the hair that has fallen will quickly grow back. After all, Browder's puffing is easy to shed because of its sufficient energy. The hat on Browder's head is made of hair that has fallen off from the velvet. Browder had a lot of puff hair in order to make another hat like this 2 days ago. For what? Naturally to make Christmas gifts. Few people praised Browder's hat, and also expressed their desire, that Browder naturally remembered. Yes, it's Hagrid of the Hunting Keeper. Although Browder hadn't seen him a few times except for the first day of enrollment and the next few encounters, Browder kept his promise. Is that he lives really far away. When he reaches his hut, it is really around the Forbidden Forest. And dozens of meters away from his hut, there is no anti-phantom shifting spell. This location is very important. After Browder asked several professors and didn't know what color Hagrid liked, Browder decided to give a pure hat without magic effect. Colorful colors are all on, so you don't have to worry about it. Gifts are really the hardest. To tell the truth, Browder first started raising Puffing Fleece because he wanted to form combat effectiveness earlier, but he found only Puffing Fleece around him who could qualify as a dependent. What? House elf? Browder wants to too. But the scope of the dependents is that they are not allowed to choose intelligent creatures with social attributes. This point is very important. So even the Peruvian Fangtooth stumbles, not to mention the house elves. And after Browder raised a certain number of puffers, he had the idea of using them as cannon fodder to block the spell. It's like Bellatrix used various spells to attack Browder before, but they were all blocked by a few velvet wool. Even the life of Avada is www.readaloud.com, but the more you raise the better, the more reluctant it is. Is getting better and better after all, so I can't be so wasteful. Browder wears this hat, and there is also an early warning effect. No matter what is approaching Browder, if he doesn't respond, it will automatically jump out of the velvet to help block it. For example, the Weasley twins used a ball of paper to write a message and threw it at Browder. Browder didn't find it, but a velvet popped out and ate the ball of paper all at once. It's a ball of paper, so there's nothing wrong, yet it's a change of bread. If you swallow a spell, it's not impossible to be blown to ashes. Purong is always going to die for protecting Browder, so Browder can't treat them well no matter what. Before the stage of raising dragons to reach the explosive force, Browder still cherishes the velvet. After the course was over, Browder went directly to the large enough lobby to help them treat them one by one. The girls from Ravenclaw all came over to watch for inquiries. Chuzhong also raised one before, but I still don't feel much about it. Now the more I look at so many colorful puffs, I feel so beautiful. While watching Browder's treatment, he secretly poked and asked if he could adopt a velvet wool. Browder always answers such questions. Ravenclaw's girl can only pout and say that Browder is stingy. Browder smiled. Yes, I'm stingy. There is a durable Jin Jialong hitting me. Browder continued to perform deep treatment on the puffed wool one by one. But after Browder picked up one of the puff pastels again, his face changed. This Purong has evolved. Chapter 46, The Evolution Test is playing crooked. If Browder's memory is not wrong, this puff pastel was originally red, but now it is completely purple. And it didn't just turn purple, even the appearance has changed a little, the hair has been shortened a lot, and the swelling that was originally on the body has disappeared. And Browder found a special sensation in the palm of his hand. Is the feeling that toxic liquid cannot affect his body after being touched. Browder's puff pastel naturally has purple in it, so without the ability of Browder to remember each of their individual information, I really can't expect the color of this one to have changed overall. Browder looked around at the classmates who were mostly focusing on other puffing wool, and then threw the puffing wool back into his hat. It's not suitable to check the information of this puff pastel in detail. Browder thinks he should wait for himself to take a closer look. After cleaning up the tabletop that the puffball just touched, Browder asked the other girls if he could help him look at the puffball. He was going to the bathroom. The girls all rolled their eyes at Browder, and then once again turned their attention to the other puffed wool. Browder shrugged, stood up, walked out, and returned after a while. Because Browder only cleaned up the venom on his hands this time. It was natural to clean the desktop just now, but it was not natural to clean the palm. It's more natural to go to the bathroom. Because it has no effect on him, Browder doesn't know how poisonous this venom is, it's better to clean it up carefully. Otherwise, if you accidentally bump into someone else, it would be unclear. Venom Purong. External force stimulates evolution type. Characteristics: Venom body swelling. Spell-like ability: Venom spit swelling, 3 times a day, self-destruct. Browder read the system's identification information on this purple puff pastel, only to confirm that it has really evolved. Is really a pleasant surprise. Although it is still not very strong, it still gives Purong a real offensive ability. After all, Purong is good everywhere, but the biggest certainty is that there is no means of attack. The only thing before is hitting people. The hitting person really hits the ball with the ball. It's just definitely not the force of the ball hitting people in Brazil or France. There are only a few dwarf velvets that Browder has seen before. Those are genetic mutation evolution types that are only the size of a tennis ball from birth. And there is no other means of attack. If the systematic evaluation is not for the evolutionary type, Browder would be degraded in every way. Although this venom poultice is not strong enough, because it has evolved, it may be universal and can try to promote it. Browder suddenly thought at this time that he might have fallen into a misunderstanding about the enhancement of the puff pastel. Because the ancestors' power of this sacred artifact is about strengthening the relatives, not necessarily only with the essence and blood. After those Purong velvets are strengthened with essence and blood, at most they will explode one more. It seems that this enhancement effect is much stronger than Browder thought. Maybe you can try it as long as it is a magic item? Browder thinks his brain can be bigger. More experiments are needed. What should be worried about now is that the number of puff pastels is not enough for Browder to experiment. Although there are some magic items in Browder's hands, they are not suitable for experimentation. The most suitable is the elemental forging secondary element fragment that this sacred artifact that has not yet activated the power of the ancestors will bring every day. Although Browder did not even understand why it is called forging, why it is a book. 4 secondary element fragments are credited every day these days, and Browder has also discovered their regularity. Secondary element fragments there are 4 types, the attributes are earth, fire, water, and air. And looking at the attributes, these secondary element fragments themselves do not have additional attributes, but if you get 10 secondary element fragments with the same attributes, you can synthesize an elemental crystal. Elemental crystal is introduced as a consumable when using the element magic of each attribute. And 5 elemental crystals can also be combined into a super elemental crystal. This attribute is still hidden. But just looking at it, it must be very useful, so Browder is all about it. Now I'm going to do an experiment. Browder naturally can't be too stingy, let's see what can be stimulated by external force. In the responsive room, Browder selected one of the best and most active ones from among the piles of velvet, and put away the others. Take out a piece of secondary element fragment, chi, feed it, and let it eat it. Purong doesn't know what Browder does, but they never hesitate to eat, so they swallow them when they grow up. And then waited and waited. Nothing happened. There is nothing strange about this cyan puff pastel, let alone uncomfortable, it looks more energetic. Did you guess wrong? Called up the system to check this poof, but it still didn't see anything, and there was nothing special. Browder thought for a while, maybe it just ate less? After all, Browder raised these poultices from generation to generation, and the nutritious feeding was stronger than other pomades. The digestive system was also stronger. Browder took out another piece of secondary element fragment, chi, this time I don't need Browder to feed it, and the puff pastel will eat by himself. Looks good? However, there is still no response. Hey, I don't believe it. At least you should give me a supportive response, right? Directly grabbed a handful, and Browder fed it piece by piece while remembering the number. When it reached the 5th block, it was finally a little different. When he touched the poof, Browder could feel a slight current passing through. The long hair on the puff pastel was prone to static electricity, but now I didn't notice it for a while and I turned Browder's flashlight back. But Browder was not surprised and rejoiced. It worked, isn't it good? This puffera is really getting more and more energetic. After the electric current is on his body, it calls Browder again and again. I still want to eat this. After seeing it, Browder chuckled, scream if you want to eat. Squeak. You are not a mouse. It's not good to call it that way. Change it to another. Squeak. Purong was a little puzzled. Let me change it. Browder patted its small head, no, the whole body is round. How can it be considered a head, and where is it not? Squeak. Purong was very aggrieved. Could it be possible to change the inborn voice? Why don't you let the dog meow? Browder said to himself, since I can let you evolve, what can't you speak other languages? I also hope you can all speak human words. Browder smiled after speaking. Seems a bit too much. Grabbed a handful of fragments again, Browder started again, feeding Polly. also did not disappoint Browder. When the 10th piece was eaten, the biggest change occurred in this poof. The hairs on its body are standing upright. Seems to be because they are all charged and are repelling each other. Such a good poof is like a hedgehog. Browder smiled for a while. Continue to feed, but this poultice can still eat. Browder felt that he had really raised the foundation of these puff pastels so well. You can't move wild puff pastels if you only eat a few pieces. After eating the 20th yuan, this puff pastel finally never eats again. Not only did I not eat, the hair on my body also softened. The flash of electricity on his body, Browder could see with the naked eye. Continue to observe, but it doesn't give Browder a lot of face, and immediately starts to sleep. Browder is not easy to bother, because Browder feels that it has reached a more critical moment. Is this going to evolve? Browder thinks about his previous behavior. There is really a feeling of playing with pocket monsters. The pieces are fed magical candy with experience. The most critical moment is to see the effect of the evolution of the puffed wool, so Browder will not leave, just wait to see when it wakes up. This wait is 4 hours. When Browder was a little bit sleepy, a current from Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com made Browder startled with sweat. Looked around and found out that a cyan puff pastel that was obviously bigger had just touched Browder's arm. The current on it is also conducted. But this crunchy feeling is really good. Once again called up the system to evaluate this poof, and sure enough it has evolved. Electricity Purongrong. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Characteristics, charged hair. Spell-like ability, lightning, 3 times a day, self-destruct. Although it has only one more spell-like ability like Venom Purongrong, how do you look at lightning? It is a higher-end atmosphere than Venom Spit. Okay, come and show me your spell-like abilities. I was very excited. Second Lauder pointed to a puppet in the front room and said, "Go, use lightning." Electricity Purongrong obediently jumped from the table to the ground, and then used all his strength. A burst of blue light burst out on his back, and the last lightning struck the doll. Crackling. Beat crooked. The doll used as a target was missed, and the doll used as a spare was shot off. Browder only covers his face. It seems that I still have to practice, otherwise, what should I do if I accidentally hurt my teammate in the future? Incompetence is not a problem, it is not a problem to help. But the attack speed of this lightning technique is really fast, really like lightning. And the effect? Ran over and took a look. The dolls that were being beaten on the side were all scorched, and they would definitely lose consciousness when they changed to adults. Looking at it this way, this experiment was very successful. Then, should we make persistent efforts and try to evolve other types of puffed wool? Chapter 47, Start Holiday, Train Home. Browder was still wondering if he wanted to take the opportunity to get out the other evolutionary puffed wool, when he suddenly discovered, today is a holiday. Went back to the bedroom and slept for a return to the cage. He woke up and was ready to ask what class was this morning, but he saw that Marcos had packed his luggage. I think you are really confused. Marcos looked at Browder with the look of an adult looking at a naughty child. This makes Browder super hot. Power him up. Browder pointed, and the electric puffball jumped out of his hat, and then hit Marcos. There is no need for lightning at all, and the static electricity on it can make Marcos feel the new world. Hemp, hemp, hemp. The hair stood up with electricity, his hands and feet were not able to do so. Marcos immediately begged for mercy. Ha 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 ha. Browder grinned while clutching his stomach, but he recruited the puffed velvet back. See if you still use that tone to talk to me. Marcos had been weakened by the electric power, and sat on the ground with a bitter smile. You guys really don't suffer at all. Marcos is not angry, he is still a little more comfortable now. This is similar to the effect of electrotherapy, of course, it is not electric chair therapy. How did you do this? How can the puffed wool still use magic? Marcos asked in surprise. An electric shock of this magnitude has been mistaken by Marcos for magic. Browder didn't say anything bad, he was very arrogant and raised his head. I have raised so many poultices for so many years, and I always have some experience. What if I let them learn magic? I will definitely be more magic. At that time I will use the power of the velvet as a measure of the strength of magic power. Marcos, that is 0.1 pu. Marcos couldn't laugh or cry, ah. It's not giving me face. Okay, then 0.15 bulletin. Can't be more. Browder looked super distressed. Marcos really wants to beat Browder. But can't beat it. The train to go home departed as planned. Although Browder's luggage was a bit messy, but fortunately, there was no delay. Autumn, will you give me your puff pastel to take me home during the holidays? Browder said with a smile to Chujong, I got a way for them to learn magic, and because of this, the lifespan is still it's been extended a bit. It will make it better to accompany you in the future. Really? Chu didn't care much about whether the velvet was magical, but more concerned that its lifespan could be extended. Has been feeding for a few months. Even though this blue puff pastel is a bit lazy, Chujong regards it as his heart. To be honest, Chujong may be more concerned about this puff pastel than Browder. As long as his girlfriend has had a pet, he can almost appreciate this. But Browder and Chujong should not be regarded as boyfriends. Although it seems to others that they always get together, they must have been, but they haven't said it yet. Is it a little early in the first grade? Definitely not. Browder was sure. Okay, then. Chujong handed Browder the blue velvet that he was still holding in his arms. Browder teased and put it in the hat. Without the velvet getting in the way, Browder can finally talk to Chujong a lot. Hum. This is the most important. Speaking of which, Chujong is really not pretty. Although it is not like the actor in the movie, it is not particularly beautiful, but the gentleness of a Chinese girl in her body is very attractive to Browder, like Browder's first girlfriend in his first life. And Browder did not have to marry the most beautiful, so Browder would try to kidnap one of the Vivas he had seen before. No matter how beautiful human women are, they can't be more than Viva. What's more, those succubuses, demons, and tree spirits that Browder has seen in his life, which one is not a beautiful beauty? But Browder was fascinated by them before he saw it, although he should take advantage of it, it was no less. Didn't Zhang Wuji say it? The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful it is. Browder agrees with this. The feeling of being in love and growing up like a novice now makes Browder more like it. Life is still to be enjoyed, otherwise it would be too pitiful. At the 9¼ station, Browder met Chu's mother who came to pick Chu home. Foreseeing the incident a long time ago, Browder decently greeted this Mrs. Zhang, whom Browder admired, and agreed with Chu Zhang to meet again at the station after the holiday, and then turned around and left. Without turning his head, Browder could imagine that Mrs. Zhang would definitely ask Chu Zhang who he was. Such an initial impression was enough. It's a bit abrupt no matter how much. Snapped his fingers and Browder shouted in public in the waiting room, Cobb. The house elf Cobb appeared immediately, Master Browder. Cobb is glad to see you again. Okay, the rest needless to say. Take me home first. Interrupting Cobb's increasingly nagging words, Browder directly asked him to take him away. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. You can use the fireplace when you come, but it's not so good when you go back. The waiting room also has some dangerous sights, especially for students like Browder who are not accompanied by their parents. But when the house elves came out, these eyes were gone. Although as a servant of a wizard, the house elves are also very strong. It is difficult for adult wizards to beat house elves. Because against ordinary wizards, one disarming spell can make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness. A wizard without a magic wand is a dumb cannon. But house elves have always cast spells with their bare hands, without chanting, and are faster than wizards. This is a magic wand for success, a magic wand for failure. The wizards now rely too much on magic wands. Feeling the disappearance of those eyes, Browder couldn't help but cut. If they really dare to attack, then Browder can still admire them. Have no guts at all. But this weakness of the wizards of the world, Browder naturally understands it. Seeing Faye who used to rubbing fireballs casually in his previous life, the attack methods in this world are really very small. If you have a model of dissociation spells, and everyone sees a dissociation spell, can you win? Directly dissociated the wand, wouldn't the opponent have no resistance? But just to think about it, Browder was not a Fae in his previous life, and he didn't understand any magic models or the like. There are a few spell-like abilities, but they are still useless. So, the way Browder thought of was to analyze how all the known wandless magic in the magic world was released, and then released it in a way that he could do. The first one is the magic of house elves. Chapter 48, The Safest in the Quilt, the dragon must look like a dragon. Ah! My dear big bed, I want to kill you. As expected, you are the most comfortable. So soft and so soft. As soon as he got home, Browder didn't care about other things, but lay directly on his big bed. This is Browder's favorite place, with the quilt is the safest place in the world. Cobb was sorting Browder's luggage. The clothes must be washed and replaced whether they are worn or worn. The textbooks are placed on the desk, and there is a pot of flowers. Master, this potted flower. Cautiously walked out of the door, Cobb was asking Browder what to do with this potted flower. Oh, that potted flower. Browder fell asleep and woke up for a short time, and now he didn't even open his eyes to answer Cobb. Help me take good care of it. This is a very precious pot of snake wood, I want to see it grow bigger. Good young master. Cobb left quickly after speaking, without interrupting the young master to rest. This pot of snake wood is the long wand on the bone that Browder encountered in the responsive room. Browder planted the snake wood that had grown from the wand into the soil, but made it bloom in a short time. Snake wood is the common name of many common trees, and their wood has wavy patterns. Snake wood has magical properties and can be used as wand wood. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, used this wood when making his wand. Moreover, snake wood has a characteristic, that is, when making a magic wand, you can set up the secret words spoken in a snake-like voice in advance. No matter who is in the hand of the wand, it will fall asleep when hearing the secret words, and can no longer be used as a wand. Browder wants to try to make a magic wand according to the books he learned about magic wands, before breaking the mystery of full hand casting. The more magic wands the better. It just so happens that Browder is also a snake-like voice now, so he can still try to make such a magic wand with secret words. Very interesting. Browder got up only after he was full. When he came out, he happened to see little Cobb jumping and watering the snake tree. Seeing Browder come out, he turned to say hello in a panic, "Master." Browder waved his hand, and then continued to walk towards the restaurant. Little Cobb disappeared instantly after seeing it. When Browder walked to the kitchen, he happened to see the house elf called the Liver, and Liver bring up plates of food. He is the house elf who is responsible for making food at home. Compared to Cobb's nagging, Liver is very enthusiastic and always wants to make the best food for his little master Browder. It's just that sometimes the food he cooks is so imaginative that Browder can't accept it. These foods today are all Browder's favorites. Just coming home, Browder naturally wants to eat something he loves. The newly created dishes will be served later. Means that the Liver is a little dissatisfied. Obviously, I have made a lot of new dishes in the past few months. I want to eat for the little master. Browder doesn't want to worry about what he is thinking now, and feasts on it bit by bit. It feels so cool. Although he is only 11 years old, Browder has a big appetite. One table of dishes is not enough, and he has to continue to serve new dishes. Hey? And dragon ribs? Browder asked Xiong'an and Liver strangely, isn't all the dragon meat at home finished? There is another dragon dead on the dragon farm. Liver and Liver shook his head quickly, no, because the little master likes dragon meat very much, so this is fresh dragon meat I personally purchased. Good job! Browder praised. Liver and Liver are happier. Rainbow crystal shell. Dragon skin tempura. Apollo pizza. Vampire egg tart. Unicorn cheese. Crystal egg. The last dessert is sage cookies, and the drink is rainbow sparkling champagne. Well, these food names are obtained by this fellow Browder, who has a bad taste, and they are made with common ingredients except for dragon meat. But the Liver and Liver are working hard with the name of Zongji again by the young master. Really full, Browder was super happy. Liver and Liver, the food I made today is delicious. Liver and Liver, tears filled my eyes. The house elves are too easy to satisfy this point, and Browder does not know how to reward them. Called Cobb, connected the fireplace, Browder went to inspect the dragon farm. Although he has been at Hogwarts in the past few months, Browder obtains information about these dragons from Cobb every day. Fire dragon eggs require a lot of heat to hatch. Generally, the temperature will only keep the eggs alive but unable to hatch. So except for the flame, because Browder went to Hogwarts, no other eggs could hatch. So, if it is possible to do a day school at Hogwarts, Browder really wants to do one. Coming out of the fireplace, Browder immediately felt a strong magic wave outside. Stepped out quickly, Browder only saw 2 dragons fighting. Really fighting, not one male and one female. One of them is the flame. Although it has grown to the size of a thatched hut, Browder can still recognize it at a glance. Just in time the flame spewed out his flame attack. It was more than 10 meters in one burn, and it looked very powerful. But unfortunately it picked the wrong opponent. Opposite is its father, the adult Peruvian fangtooth lightning. The wings flashed, and the lightning flew up to avoid the flame's attack. Then there was a crackling of the double horns on the forehead, and a blue-white lightning hit the flame in an instant. The flame was blown away with a sound of wow. But the direction of flying is Browder. Browder was not afraid, and drew out the cannibal willow wand, siege, and crash. A ghost of a siege log flashed, and the curse hit the flame directly. Screamed again, and the flame was knocked back. Rolled on the ground for several laps before stopping. The keel was firm and there was no fracture, but the wing was broken. Seeing Browder, the lightning slowly flew down, then moved to Browder's side, lowered his head to show surrender. Browder patted it on the nose, and with a wave of his hand, lightning flew back to the lair. Actually, the power of lightning is much stronger than Browder, but because of the education during the young dragon period, he has no idea of resisting at all. As soon as lightning left, another house elf came to Browder and lay on the ground all of a sudden, saying that he was guilty and deserved to die. Okay, let's talk about what's going on first. Browder stomped his feet while healed the injury on his palm. Nat, I should decide whether you are guilty or not. Domestic elf Nat got up quickly when he heard the words, and explained what was going on in the most concise language. According to Browder's understanding, it was the flame that grew up and felt that he was stronger, so he wanted to challenge his father's position of lightning. Because of the light, the flame is already a circle larger than the lightning. But strength really doesn't depend on body type. Flame, this half-old child dragon, has not undergone severe strength training, and is stronger than a wild dragon. It is really impossible to beat the lightning that has been trained by Browder's devil. Oh, right. Changing the ivy wand, Browder tapped his hat again. But this time, what came out of the hat was not puffed up, but a hand-sized Peruvian fangtooth. After flew out, the Peruvian fangtooth grew bigger and bigger, and after a round when it came to Browder, it returned to its normal size. Browder touched its nose, and it went back to the dragon's nest. The dragon nodded gracefully, and quickly returned to the dragon's nest without looking at the others. Also seems to be holding back. Browder really carried the dragon with him. This is the flame's mother, whose name is Annie. Originally, Browder wanted to call it Rui, but he always felt that the style of painting fell apart. The ability of this female dragon is to be able to freely grow bigger and smaller. Now the smallest is the palm size, and the largest can grow to the size of a 3-story building. So Browder took it with him as his last life-saving card. Because the flame is the child of lightning and Annie, Browder originally wondered if it could possess both types of magical abilities, but now it is a silly dragon that can only breathe fire. Switching to the second-hand wand that he bought before, Browder threw a pain curse at the still humming flame. What are you still rubbing against? Get up quickly! The flame jumped up again, but the slightly ferocious eyes changed as soon as he saw Browder, and the rest was wrong. www.readaloud.com. Don't pretend to be a puppy. Browder rolled his eyes. You are a dragon, let me release Longway. The dragon should be a bit like a dragon, right? But the flame didn't seem to understand anything, and it remained the same. From the dog, there is no tongue left. It's over, this road is really gone. Or kill meat. Suddenly want to eat dragon ribs again. Browder stopped talking this time, but the flame seemed to feel terribly cold. Immediately there was nothing like a bear, and the teeth stood up, smoke and sparks spurted out of his nostrils along with its breath, and fierce air appeared again. Browder nodded, that's right. Remember. You are a dragon, don't make me like that again, or be careful to become a dragon rib. The flame station is even straighter. Watching Browder and the 2 house elves return to the house, the flame suddenly slumped down, which also prevented the dragon from living. Not that humans like dragons, especially cute young dragons like me, as dogs raise it. Why did the master turn around? Yes, there must be a problem with the owner. Flame strengthened this idea, and continued to take a few steps in the direction of death. Browder naturally didn't know the idea of flames, and he now assigns Nat, who is in charge of here, the plan for this Christmas holiday. Incubate 2 more young dragons. For the flame, Browder can no longer expect. And seeing Annie's appearance just now in such a hurry to return to the dragon's nest, she was really stunned. I must be trying to press the lightning on the ground, what's the matter? So recently, pay attention to whether there are new dragon eggs. Annie, Queen Anne. This attribute is super obvious. I hope the lightning will have the strength to fly out for good flame training in a few days. Chapter 49, check carefully and continue to evolve. After returning from the dragon farm, Browder is about to start preparing to try again to evolve the velvet. But before that, Browder had to take a good look at the electric puff pastel that had evolved. Try the specific intensity of lightning. How much difference is it with the intensity of Peruvian fang tooth? Try to see if the basic attributes such as speed and strength have changed after evolution. What I know now is that even though it has evolved its offensive ability, this Purongrong has not become irritable. This is awesome. After a test, the puff pastel that had used up the electric energy of today's lightning technique was overwhelmed by the magic flower that Browder used to transform. This is a reward. It is also very happy to eat at once. After the test, it is proved that after the evolution of Purongrong, all aspects of quality have been improved as a whole. Although after the improvement, it does not seem like a person has become the captain of the United States, at most ordinary people have become ordinary athletes. But the extra lightning power is not small. Although there is no lightning attack and it is full of kinetic energy enough to knock the flames flying, but the lightning technique is already very powerful. There is absolutely no problem in stunning unsuspecting people with a flash of lightning. 3 shots go up in a row, the person may be familiar. Browder was therefore particularly satisfied. 20 secondary element fragments, chi, can evolve such a pet. Why would Browder be dissatisfied? If it is harsh, even if it is not satisfied, it is because its color is not yellow, and its appearance is not a mouse. Otherwise, you can really try to impersonate Pikachu. After the inspection, Browder was satisfied with everything and found no defects at all. Browder really cares about this. Perhaps, it was Browder who simply used essence and blood to raise these poof down from generation to generation, and then really raised their physique to such an extent that there are no side effects from such evolution? Is this a fool for a fool? It may be that their bodies urgently need to evolve in order to go further, so even if they accidentally got a potion in the potion class, only one of the poofs can evolve. But, now I have to say sorry to the puffed outs who have lived so plainly before, Browder is really too late to find out. Otherwise, I have tried to evolve them with various things. Now, officially start to select the best puffed wool and let them gain more evolutionary forms. The number of secondary element fragments is so large that it is impossible for every poof down to evolve with it. Browder thought that if the evolved poultry is regenerated from small poultry, it should be possible to pass on this evolved ability, so it was decided that each type of poultry should have at least one male and one female. The previous electric puff pastel was male, so I chose the female puff pastel with the best physique. Browder also picked a yellow one. But unlike the male one, this time the female poultry feathers only started to evolve until the 25th one. The evolution was completed after 5 hours. Moreover, the information given by the system is different from that of electric puffing. Electrostatic Purong. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Characteristics: static position, enhanced gas magic effect. Spell-like ability, lightning, 3 times a day, self-destruct. The name and magic characteristics have changed. Although the spell-like abilities are the same, it should be certain that the attack damage must be higher. It is said that if this static electric puffball's flash of lightning has passed, people can directly mature. Browder thought for a while, and began to mourn for the electric puff pastel before. This guy will definitely be forced to be paired by Browder in the future, then he has a wife who can't beat him. Isn't it about to be suppressed again? Hey, speaking of it, the magical creatures in Broad Manor seem to have the ear rake attribute. Even includes Cobb. Browder began to pray, but he won't be able to. After many experiments, Browder has been convinced that the final evolution of the puffers is related to their system and is proportional to the number of secondary element fragments swallowed. Is like the difference between 2 pom-poms. The bigger difference is the 2 fire-type velvet. A male ate 26 pieces of secondary element fragments, fire, and then evolved into flame velvet. The red appearance immediately started to catch fire. Flame Purong. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Features: flame hair, enhanced fire magic effect. Spell-like ability, fireball, 3 times a day, self-destruct. This is already very powerful, right? But the other red female poultry wool was even more terrifying. She ate 30 of them directly, and then evolved further. Flame Purong. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Features: explosive flames, fire magic attacks the target after the second explosion damage. Spell-like abilities, fireball, 5 times a day, serial fireball, 1 time a day, self-destruct. Browder is now not sure if he can take over the full attack of this blazing velvet. Is this a bit over-evolved? Will attack magic again? Is suddenly so powerful, won't the power system collapse? Browder is not sure. If you really make a puffed wool army out www.readwoon.com, is it possible to flatten the entire wizarding world? But what is certain is, there will be another rake ear. The flame velvet shivered in front of the flame velvet. After the 2 sad examples of the air system and the fire system, the evolution of the soil system and the water system are very stable. After summarizing the previous information, even if there were puff pastilles that could not be eaten, Browder forced them to eat at least 25 pieces. Both evolve very smoothly, and finally the husband and wife are in harmony. Rock Purong. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Features: rock body, enhanced earth magic effect. Spell-like abilities: Stone Eskin, 3 times a day, Big Bang. Water drop velvet. Magic power stimulates evolution type. Features: melt the incarnation body, enhanced water magic effect. Spell-like ability: healing, 3 times a day. The evolution type of the earth and water systems will not attack magic. But the stone skin technique of the earth system will strengthen the defense, and the self-detonation has also become a more powerful explosion. And the water body really looks like it has turned into water, and it won't even explode, but it can be cured. This is really the meat shield and healing, plus the first 2 DSPs. Is there a copy for us to brush? Browder couldn't stop spitting out. But with such an evolution, Browder is naturally happy to see it happen. Is very strong. In this way, his strength is naturally enhanced. Looking at the 8 poofs of different sizes, Browder gave them the first unified command after evolution. All give me a litter. I want to see if your offspring are also evolutionary, so that we can make the next plan. Chapter 50, Dragonhorn Wand, Christmas Eve, Christmas. A litter of small Purong is naturally not possible in a short time. Even if the velvet itself produces small velvet quickly, it will take half a month. And who knows if the evolved Purong can still give birth to children, how long will it take to give birth? Browder thinks he should not see it this holiday. To evolve Chu Zhang's lazy velvet extra, Browder told Cobb to look after the velvet, and inform him if he had something to do. Cabu agreed. Chu Zhang's velvet, Browder evolved into water drop velvet without thinking. This way, it is softer and more comfortable to hold, and it can also use healing magic, which is very easy to use. It's just that even if it evolves, this puff pastel still doesn't like to move, except when eating. I don't know how I developed this character, so strange. Christmas Eve came, and he didn't accept Regulus' invitation. Browder stayed at his home. Instructed Cobb to prepare all the gifts for his friends. Browder found a few owls and gave them out. It was easier to use a fireplace, but there is always a lack of surprise. But at this time, Browder felt the protection curse outside the manor, and the lost owl appeared again. Who sent the gift so early? Browder was quite happy, and asked Cobb to bring in the owl. Feeding with nuts, Browder grabbed a gift box from it, only to realize that it was not a Christmas present. Mr. Ollivander finally sent both the 2 magic wands ordered by Browder. This was originally Browder's thing, so naturally it is not a gift. The gift box also came with a letter from Mr. Ollivander. The letter said that because he hadn't seen a dragonhorn that could circulate magic power, he had studied for too long. I apologize here, so I also included 2 set of items for maintaining the wand. In this case, Browder's anger has naturally disappeared a lot. For the face of this letter, he will not squeeze his wand shop into bankruptcy in the future. Let the owl go. Browder can't wait to take out the 2 dragonhorn wands. The horns of Peruvian Fangtooth are black, but the horns of Lightning are silvery white, so both wands are also silvery white. Although the appearance of the cores of the 2 wands looks the same, one is a dragon's nerve and the other is a dragon's heartstring, so there are still subtle differences. The dragon nerve root is more sensitive and suitable for more sophisticated magic, such as the change spell. The root of the dragon's heartstrings naturally has more magical power, and it can also save magical powers appropriately, which is more suitable for duels. Browder is also reading the book about magic wands these days, and he already knows all this. I didn't have this knowledge before, and Browder hadn't experienced it yet. Looking at the magic wand made by Mr. Ollivander, it really makes me strive for perfection. After getting the new wand, Browder naturally rushed to the training ground excitedly. No matter it was already night, he began to test their power. The overall material is very good, coupled with the craftsmanship of excellence. These 2 wands make Browder feel very strong. Although the power of the spell is not as strong as the ogre willow wand, there is no need to worry about hurting yourself once with one use. And also can use different spells. The fineness is naturally better than that of the ivy wand. The magic power of the Purong tongue is still a bit lower, even though it was the one that Browder had selected at that time with the strongest magic power. But this ivy wand is still very beautiful, so let's use it as a bracelet in the future. Said that he could not save his life in the future. Before midnight arrived, Browder was still nagged by Cobb to go to bed, waiting for the present under the Christmas tree in the house after he woke up. The previous gifts were mainly from the Regulus family and the Narcissa family. This time Browder made a lot of friends at Hogwarts. He felt that there would be a lot more gifts. If they didn't, I will remember it for a lifetime. What? It was a refreshing morning and a happy day. Browder is sleeping again. If you don't sleep in during holidays, isn't something missing? Was still awakened by Cobb. But in a daze, Browder suddenly thought that it was Christmas today, so excitedly, he ran to the hall in pajamas. Under a Christmas tree full of magical decorations, it is really full of gifts. Browder is naturally very happy to see so many gifts for himself for the first time in his life. Just sitting in front of the presents, Browder opened the presents one by one. The first one was a gift from the Weasley twins. Browder didn't know they still had free money to buy gifts. But when I opened it, Browder knew that he had guessed wrong. This was really not a purchase. The two of them brought together a can of sugar to Browder. This can of candy is a magic toy they researched on their own. The original plan was called Animal Deformation Candy, used to tease people. But after their own experiments, they found that the effect of this sugar can only deform certain parts of the body, and the duration is less than 5 seconds. Browder thought it was very interesting, so he grabbed one and ate it. Browder's nose suddenly became a pig nose. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. Although he changed back within a few seconds, he still made Browder amused. Very thoughtful product. Did not fully achieve the effect, naturally because the twins' transformation spell was not strong enough. Browder thinks that this idea can also be bought, and let the people in their Purong magic player shop to study the finished product. The key to such a magic toy is creativity. So Browder wanted to snare the twins with infinite brain holes. But they just didn't give up. But in this jar of sugar, Browder found another letter. Why did the twins still play secret letters? Are they being watched? Browder read the letter down and couldn't help laughing. The Weasley twins are complaining to Browder. Because their velvet cloak was confiscated by their mother. The thing is like this. One sentence explanation is that because of the velvet cloak, they dare to use magic at home during the holidays without fear of being discovered by the Ministry of Magic. But their behavior was discovered by their brother, Percy, the prefect of Gryffindor. After talking about the twins, Percy directly told their mother, the real owner of the burrow, Molly Weasley. Then the velvet cloak was confiscated. The twins were beaten back to their original shape again. The magic dog chain can track them again. This makes the twins who are used to free want to cry without tears. Browder thought it was funny, but he still got a letter on how to get the velvet cloak back. Just kidding, it was a prop made with your own magic power, how could it be confiscated? Chapter 51, Holiday Visit, Confrontation Practice. The way to recall the velvet cloak is very simple, without using a magic wand. As long as you think about the feeling of wearing it on your body, and then say the name velvet cloak on your lips, it will really appear on the person in the next moment. After all, even if the twins get blood relative items, they are also a kind of soul items and cannot be taken away. It's also that Browder didn't tell them that this cloak could speed up the growth of magic power, otherwise they told their mother that maybe she wouldn't take it again. Of course, you might also think that this is the black magic equipment that confuses the twins, and you have to seize it even more. Browder also advised the twins to stop using magic in front of their other family members, especially their mother and the older brother Percy. This would save a lot of things. After replying to the letter, Browder continued to open another gift. There is no need for Browder's reply in the other gifts. They are all relatively simple gifts. A first-year junior high school student, at least Browder's other friends have no local tyrants. In front of Blau, where else are the tyrants? Chuzhong sent a package of handmade cookies she made, and she left a message that she had received the drop velvet. It is cuter now. And he can heal magic. It's very special, she feels very comfortable after trying it once. Browder was very happy to watch. Then there is a gift from Marcos, a scary box that will pop out of a female ghost when opened. Browder was frightened, and then he laughed. Marcos really knows Browder's preferences. Browder liked this gift very much. His letter said that he visited his uncle during his vacation and made his uncle very happy. Then when Marcos asked some questions that he didn't understand in class, he answered with joy. Marcos has benefited a lot and thinks it is much better than being sprayed by Professor Snape's old bat at Hogwarts. Browder is also very happy. But it is because Marcos is his nephew that he will teach so hard. Marcos's uncle's reputation for bad temper is proportional to his achievements. Browder's reply is very simple. It is to let Marcos continue to work hard. They are not good at potions in this class of Ravenclaw, so in the future, the task of competing for credits with other college students in potions class will be given to Marcos. Saying that, I'm really not afraid that Marcos is not easy to learn. He is a little bit vain. Among other gifts, Browder's favorite is the gift of Aunt Narcissa. A newly made blue dress. Although he was still a little dissatisfied with Browder's visit to Ravenclaw, the aunt still made a new dress for Browder. Browder really didn't know before, that his aunt actually likes to make clothes like other people's mothers, made them by herself. You can learn about a new dress every year. There is such a mother, no wonder Draco is not growing up. Mentioned Draco, Browder also found out that he had given himself a gift. Is a movable Australian protein eye model closed in a glass box, which is very realistic. This dragon is the most beautiful among all existing fire dragons. The pearl-like scales are iridescent, gleaming and colorful, and the eyes have no pupils, hence the name protein eyes. Was excluded from Browder's original selection list of dependents because it was too rare and not aggressive. My cousin really likes dragons. After all, Draco means dragon in a certain language, so this model must be his own favorite. It is not easy to give it to Browder. Browder thought he could prepare a gift for Dracodo. See if you can do it before the time limit. Near noon, Browder finally packed everything, then put on a new dress and went to visit his relatives. First of all, it is the Blacks. First sent a letter, and then Browder received a reply that the fireplace had been connected, and flew over. Browder came to Black House and saw the Regulus family again. Is also a happy family. Feels great. After lunch, Regulus and Browder started their conversation. But while talking, Browder suddenly wanted to try his current magic power. Regulus, can you please try a duel with me? I want to try my current level. Browder asked Regulus. Duel. Regulus pouted, why? After a few months of class at Hogwarts, I thought I could beat me. It's not. Browder took out the dragon horn wand and shook it. My customized wand finally arrived and I want to try it. And I rarely fight against human wizards, and I should be used to this kind of battle. A feeling of. I usually practice either cob or lightning, neither is human. Regulus glanced at the silver-white wand and praised its beauty. Well, it just happens that I haven't touched it for a while, I'm afraid it will become rusty. But it's not suitable for hands-on in the old house, so go to my manor. Regulus stood up. Creaker. Yes, master, Creaker is here. White hair began to grow in his ears, indicating that he was almost entering the old age of house elves. Creaker jumped out. Tell Madame Browder and I are going to the manor. Regulus ordered. Yes, master. Creaker disappeared. Regulus then extended his arm to Browder. Knowing Regulus was going to apparate, Browder put his hand on his arm. Then there was a distorted movement, and Black Manor arrived in the next second. Regulus turned his head and looked at Browder, who was still calm. "I think you can learn apparition now, you look better than me." Browder shrugged, "I think so too." The two talked and laughed and were taken to a training ground by the house elves in the manor. "Okay Browder," Regulus also drew his wand out, "you mustn't want the kind of ridiculous fighting like you and me, right?" "Of course." Browder held the dragonhorn wand in his left hand, "So I'll start." Bone to pieces. Directly attacked, Browder didn't say much nonsense. But Regulus wants to roll his eyes. Hey, you are a sneak attack." Bone to pieces. The two curses fought each other, but the smoke produced after the magic burst blocked the sight of the two people. Roar. Suddenly Regulus heard the roar of a beast, and then a porcupine rushed from the opposite side. Transfiguration spell, just didn't see what Browder turned into this porcupine. Siege and crash. The phantom of the siege log flashed again. www.readaloud.com. The porcupine was beaten back directly. Flying sand and walking rocks. Regulus rolled up a cloud of dust on the ground, and the sand was blown to the other side, blowing away the smoke. But the other side is now empty. The speed is really fast. Armor bodyguard. Regulus directly defended. Almost at the same time, Browder's voice came from above, "Accept your weapon." The red light hit Regulus and was bounced away, becoming useless. Regulus looked up and saw that Browder was caught by a big bird and took off in the air. Browder learns this changing spell really fast. The curse stops immediately. The blue light flies towards Browder. If he hits this, Browder will fall off. But Browder would not be hit like this. End of termination. The same termination spell, but cancel each other out. Rolled up the gravel again, Regulus pointed at Browder, "1,000 arrows. This is going to go down." The big bird behind him turned back into a velvet. This velvet was extraordinarily large, and it should have been cast by Browder. A huge curse. Browder landed with it. Purong landed more quickly, so he caught Browder and served as a rescue bed. Bone to pieces. Browder pointed to the ground was broken, and some rocks appeared. Combination molding. The stones were gathered together under Browder's command and became a rock giant over 3 meters high. Then the rock giant ran towards Regulus. Ugh! Regulus didn't understand. The curse stops immediately. A spell hit the rock giant, and it stopped moving. Chapter 52, Juvenia Dulcis, copy 10 times again. The rock giant stopped, but there was a white light on the wand in Browder's hand. Before the rock giant began to fall apart, he started moving towards Regulus again. This is really incredible. Regulus thought, he didn't completely disintegrate after being hit by the curse. That should be Browder's continuous spell casting. So it's very simple, regardless of the rock giant, just attack Browder who is still guiding magic. Regulus directly turned into a cloud of black smoke, bypassing the attack of the rock giant, and rushed directly to Browder. Browder's biggest disadvantage now is that he can't use apparition. This is a duel, but Regulus is not allowed to use it. But when he bypassed the rock giant, Regulus saw that the wand in Browder's left hand was facing the rock giant, and then the other silver wand in his right hand was facing him. This is really bad. Browder's smiling gums are all exposed, forced to show up. The black smoke disappeared completely, and Regulus reappeared just a few meters high. Browder thinks he should win this way, right? Although I said I didn't think I could beat Regulus before, Browder was of course happy when he had a chance. But Browder relaxed at this moment. Regulus has not lost his fighting power yet. Flaming flames. A wave of fire rushed towards Browder, which forced Browder to let go of the magic that controlled the rock giant, and instead turned the puff pastel into a bird again, leading him to fly to the side quickly. 1,000 arrows are sent. Regulus' voice came again, and many large rocks hit Browder, who was flying in the air. The big bird of Purong velvet changing hides, and Browder's 2 wands are battered to pieces together, but it still doesn't escape. Purong was hit by a big rock, as if he passed out, touched and deformed, and then brought Browder to the ground again. Browder is a little dizzy now, but then from behind the flames, a big snake heads out to Browder and stops. Browder sighed, "Well, I surrender." "Regulus, don't you need it, don't you let the citrus officinalis." "It's no way, why did you become so much stronger now?" Regulus' voice came from behind the flying dust, "And I used 2 magic wands by surprise. I didn't have you when I just graduated." "So smart." After the dust settled, Regulus also appeared in front of Browder, standing on the head of another snake. To be precise, these 2 snake heads are one creature. It has a snake head on its head and tail. Each head has only 1 eye, and its sharp teeth are very poisonous. He is called Havania Orantium, a kind of magical creature with wisdom equivalent to human beings in adulthood. For so many years, Regulus didn't just form a family, he was also looking for various ways to become stronger, coping with the possible return of the Dark Lord in the future. There are too many people he wants to protect. And from Dumbledore's phoenix, and Browder secretly raising the dragon, Regulus thought of a way. That is to borrow the ability of magical creatures. There are not many magical creatures here in Britain, and they are almost all known, so Regulus tried his best to get some magical creatures that few people know. For example, this Havania chinensis, this is a magical creature unique to that country, which is obtained from a relatively closed country in China. Of course, the word closed is similar in the magic world of other countries in Britain. Browder greeted the citrus in front of him in snake language, and he also greeted Browder, closed his mouth, and enjoyed Browder's touch. And another snake head swam with Regulus, and also enjoyed Browder's touch. Regulus jumped down and said enviously, "You still say me? Your relationship with them is almost better than me. They were brought up by me personally." Browder directly replied, "Who told your snake language to stumbling? I have taught you for so long, but it's not good to say?" Of course, Havania chinensis would prefer to communicate with them. Regulus does not admit that he has poor linguistic talents. Browder always feels heartache every time he sees the Havania citrifolia. This big snake, which is 10 years old, is more than 10 meters long, but he has always been a favorite of his family. However, their wisdom is too high, so high that the guardian of the family members can't think of him as a family member for brainwashing and strengthening. Otherwise, Browder will him from Regulus. Fed them, and then Browder reluctantly watched Regulus put them in with the big pockets in his clothes. Well, it's time to care about the gains and losses of the battle just now. Every time a duel is trained, the highlights and mistakes in the duel must be summarized. Especially mistakes. Highlights cannot be achieved every time, but mistakes should be avoided every time. Making mistakes now, after learning experience, not committing them again is the true meaning of training. Sweat or even bleed now, just to avoid bleeding or even tears in dangerous moments in the future. Browder has almost succeeded in everything just now www.readaloud.com, but that time of relaxation caused him a complete defeat. Regulus criticized, Browder listened humbly on the surface, MMP in his heart. Humph! If it weren't for the fear of hurting Regulus, how would I keep my hand at that time? Browder cherishes his family very much, a family he truly identifies with. But the mistake just now is also because Browder hasn't adapted to phase fighting style. If he doesn't lift the weight lightly, he will be afraid that his attack will be accidentally injured. Regulus is not afraid of this. He hasn't done his best yet. According to his real method, there are too many places in the middle that should actually be used instead. This spell is a bug in this world, an instant death attack that even a low-powered wizard can use. Browder has never seen it in his previous life. However, Browder decided to work hard now to get used to phase fighting style. Because Browder has calculated, it is difficult for him to become an alien ranger again in this life. Because Outlander Ranger is a very powerful legendary class, you need to plunder the essence of different planes to advance. Once you advance, you can fight the demigod frontally and you are not afraid of time stopping. There are no resources that can be plundered in this life, so I really take the line of Fae and work hard to achieve the position of God. Browder thinks a lot. And then Regulus found that he was distracted, and a thump bounced on Browder's forehead. What? Browder held his forehead and went down. Regulus is still grinning. Take your mind. Go back and summarize what I said 10 times, and give it to me before the end of the holiday. Copy again? Who taught this trick? Chapter 53, Two Little Female Dragons, the holiday is over. Back at 12 Grimmauld Place, Browder hurriedly left without staying any longer. I hope Regulus can forget the things that made me copy the summary. Correct. Who told you to say so fast? I didn't remember it at all. Of course there is no way to copy without memorizing it. Browder likes his great idea. But within a minute of Browder's return home, a piece of paper flew out of the fireplace. Cobb brought it to Browder, and Browder almost tore the paper. This is the summary. Although there are only a few hundred words, it just made Browder roll his eyes. Regulus knows Browder too much. How could he find an excuse to escape? Regulus is also taking revenge. Who told Browder to say that he has poor language learning ability? Can he be careful suddenly? Master. During dinner time, Cobb came to look for Browder, who was eating. Nath said, "The 2 newly hatched dragon eggs, the little dragons inside are about to break their shells. So please come over, Master." Really? It's really fast this time. Browder put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and put on a coat. Let's go. A few days during the vacation, Browder took a good rest, and he seemed to be a little fatter to the naked eye. When he arrived at the dragon farm, Browder quickly went to the professional incubator room. Annie and Lightning are lying on their stomachs outside. And the flame is a little farther away. The flames have been tossed by Browder a lot in the past few days, but Browder is afraid that after he goes to school, the flames will not have his constraints, and slowly return to the original state again. Would you like to discount the wing bones? This will definitely make the memory deeper. Browder thought about such a thing, and the flames in the distance could not help but shudder. I should stay further away. In the incubator room, there is a dragon egg in each of the 2 large pots being heated by the flame. The egg itself has begun to move, which is a sign that it is about to hatch. Browder praised Nat, then put on fire and heat insulation dragon leather gloves, and took out one of the dragon eggs that moved more. Without the temperature to continue heating, the dragon in the egg will want to come out. There can be no help from any external force in the middle, and Xiaolong needs to open the egg hard by himself. From a biological point of view, it is this kind of struggling to break the eggshell to make the blood of the organism in the egg more smooth and healthier. And for magical creatures like dragons, there are also effects that make magic more smooth. While waiting for the little dragon to break its shell, Browder found that the shaking of the other egg had reached the standard, so he took it out. Let's see which one is born faster. Every time a dragon is born is a pleasure. Although most of the latter entered Browder's stomach, seeing the weakest appearance of such a powerful magical creature can also give Browder a lot of insight. Let's raise it up and eat it. This is flame again. The flames that had run far outside the incubator room was another bitter cold. What? Who is thinking about my flesh again? I get beaten every day, the meat is not delicious at all. After more than half an hour of struggle, the 2 little dragons came out of their shells. After all, unexpectedly, the little dragon in the dragon egg that was taken out was born first. And it was a model that swelled up from birth. Ugh! The ability to change body like Annie? Browder's eyes lit up. A dragon with this ability can be carried with you, there are not too many dragons. And what makes Browder happier, when he uses the system to identify the dragon, in addition to the ability to see this change, he also has the ability to breathe frost. Is really good. After a little inspection and found that the little dragon was another female dragon, Browder named her Aisha. Although the other dragon does not have the ability to swallow frost, it also has the ability to become smaller and larger, and is also a female dragon. Browder then named Anna. It's pretty good to play with this stock. Browder thinks his talent for naming is really great. Give the two dragons to Nat's care, Browder returned home contentedly. If you are not a dragon, you should actually think about how the third generation should breed in the future. Now the second generation dragons are the heirs of Anne and Lightning. If they mate internally, the bloodline is not very good. So, we still have to continue to buy wild Peruvian fang-tooth dragon eggs from outside, and then domesticate them like the first generation, and then mate and multiply with the second generation dragon. Browder hopes that Annie's ability to change size can be passed on. But although he had experience in domesticating wild dragon eggs, Browder always felt that there might be another group of untamed dragons entering his stomach. But in this case, can I temporarily let go of the flame for a while? Browder fell into deep thought. Correct. Still have to continue to experiment. Browder took out the dragon egg fragments of the two little dragons, Aisha and Anna, and wanted to test whether these magical substances would also trigger their evolution if they were eaten by the velvet. If so, isn't it just the puff pastel with dragon blood? Browder is often whimsical recently, you reading www.youcanshu.com let the Purongrong eat everything. But he didn't want to think about it. Before, the Purongrong had eaten a lot, but there was no accidental evolution. Why? It must be that the magic is not enough? When they were dragon eggs, these shells had relatively strong magic power on them, but now that the dragon comes out of the shell, the magic power is basically transferred to the dragon. So how much do you eat with such shells? Ah! It really started to evolve. Browder was super happy watching a puff pastel that had eaten a whole dragon egg fragment began to evolve. The whole body of Purongrong still turned white and began to reflect light. Good phenomenon, good phenomenon. Browder is happier. However, after waiting for half an hour, the evolution of this puff pastel is over. Then what appeared in front of Browder was an egg. Purongrong has indeed evolved, but it is not a dragon but an egg. Browder looked at the egg, always feeling that there was a crow behind his head calling idiot and then flying away. Ah! Shameful. This egg velvet has no magical abilities, and even self-detonates, but it has a particularly strong characteristic. Browder felt a little sorry for it. But thinking about it again, Browder feels that he will not lack hidden weapons in the future. There is no slab, but this egg can be used instead. If anyone dares to speak ill of me in the future, then eat me. I still feel a little ashamed. Browder's cheeky couldn't stand the shame, so he ran back to hide under the quilt. Until the holiday is over. Chapter 54, Train Platform, Explosion Pie. What is the shortest time? Of course, is a holiday. It has passed completely without paying attention. There are currently 11 years of compulsory education in the UK. The first 6 years, namely the age of 5 to 11, are primary schools, and the next 5 years, that is, the age of 11 to 16 are secondary schools. Hogwarts, needless to say, it is a school under the middle school system, so if you see you during the holidays, you will follow the middle school. There are 3 major holidays for middle school students: Christmas, from mid-December to mid-January, depending on the school, Easter, according to the school. Some schools start from the end of March and end in mid-April, some the school is closed for 1 month, from the end of March to the end of April, summer vacation, from the beginning of July to the beginning of September. So, it's actually mid-January 1991. Because he developed the habit of sleeping late during the holidays, Browder almost did not get up again. Good habits are difficult to develop, but bad habits are not difficult to develop. Fortunately, Cobb finally pulled Browder out of the bed, otherwise even if the train departure time is more than 11 o'clock, Browder may be late. However, he was still daunting with Muggle students. It was not until the deadline was approaching that Browder was ready to go through the fireplace with Cobb to the 9 3/4 station. But as soon as he came here, Browder, who was still a little tired at home, suddenly changed back to a shrewd Browder. It is one thing to be safe at home, but it is another thing to go out in public. But even so, Browder, who is still the hat and cloak, is still the existence of other people walking around. Hi! Browder, how did you have a good holiday? Browder already felt who was approaching, and now he pretended to be undetected before being photographed on his shoulder. Hearing the sound, Browder turned around happily. Autumn, how are you doing? Different from Browder, who was a little fatter after a holiday, Chew was a little thinner. Only the baby on his face was fat and fleshy, and his wrists were all thin as if they broke. And in her arms, Browder is very envious, even after the evolution is still very lazy water drop puff. Chu Zhang tweeted to Browder how much surprise the evolved Purongrong had given her, and even when she was taken by her mother to meet the uncles and aunts she had never seen before, those uncles and aunts gave her this pets are very interested. If Chu Zhang hadn't tried to protect him, he might have been dismissed. Browder thought it was funny. Then Autumn, do I need to give you another magic item that can be filled with puff pastel? It's not very expensive, as long as the non-marking expansion spell is added. You can do it anytime in autumn. Take it with you. If someone hears Browder's words, he can really spray his face. Not expensive? Then you send a chant to the entire Hogwarts first-year students, so that the Lestrange family's income for 1 year is gone. Chu Zhang certainly doesn't know this. She has no idea about the value of magic items. The most is that her wand is 7 gallons. But this is not the same price as a gold card in the battle legend played by other students. But Kaiwichi pointed to Browder's hat. Is it something like your hat? Of course it can be like this. Browder first replied in the affirmative, but you don't have a lot of poultice like me, so you don't need such a big one. A small object will do. Oh. Chu Zhang nodded, but shook his head. No need, Browder, I have gained a lot from you. I still won't let you spend money. Browder's smile was a little stiff, and this sudden rejection was really unexpected. Don't be afraid of my expense. Browder grabbed Chu Zhang's left hand directly, and a ring appeared in Browder's palm. Before Chu Zhang didn't respond, he put it directly on her middle finger. I will give you everything. Are you ready? Chu Zhang looked at the ring on his hand, then looked at Browder, his face blushed with a bang, and then ran away. Don't run in autumn. Browder followed directly. Not far from where Browder and Chu Zhang stood just now, Marcos and Eddie stood there as they watched the show. When will Browder find us? Eddie asked Marcos. I bet he found it long ago, but he just pretended not to see it. Marcos said. They waited a little longer, and then they saw Browder put a ring on Chu Zhang. Merlin's beard. Merlin's pants. Marcos and Eddie stared at each other. Browder is progressing too fast, right? Sure enough, a cheeky person is someone who can do great things. Don't think about it, let's hurry up. Try to be a light bulb in front of Browder, so that he can't do what he wants to do next. Marcos, aren't you afraid that Browder will put the venom of the invisible demon into your pumpkin juice? The big deal, I won't drink pumpkin juice anymore. Marcos and Eddie still didn't use this light bulb. Although I found Browder and Chu Zhang sitting on the same side in the train carriage, they were beaten out by Browder with a burst chestnut curse as soon as they opened the door. Close the door, a large amount of velvet blocked the glass door where you can see it. Chu Zhang, who was still nervous, was relieved all of a sudden. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is really interesting. Chu Zhang has been studying at Hogwarts for a few months, and recently she was led by her mother to meet many wizard relatives and friends who had never seen her before, but her concept has not changed much. Browder then told her an iron rule in the wizarding world, that is, anything can happen, and secrets are everywhere. Take this train for example. There are also secrets in this. What's the secret? Chuzhong was very interested. For example, the pumpkin pie here can be turned into an explosive pie at any time. Browder smiled and took all the puff pastel back, and opened the door just to see the witch pushing the snack cart passing by. Madam, sorry. Browder gave enough respect. Can you tell me how long you have been on this train? How long? The chubby witch smiled. I can't remember how long, but I was kindly kept on this train by Otalian Gambers so that I could have a job. Browder explained to Chuzhong that Minister Otalian Gamber, a forward-looking minister, founded the Hogwarts train. Previously, Hogwarts used door keys to go to school, so many little wizards would miss it time. But he was in office from 1827 to 1835. So guess how old this witch is? Can you show us the true power of your pumpkin pie? Browder asked again. The fat witch smiled happily. It's been a long time since the little wizard knew my secret. She picked up a pumpkin pie she made, then opened the window and threw it out. Boom! Pumpkin pie exploded. Chapter 55, the train arrives at the station. Boom! The pumpkin pie thrown out of the car window exploded. Although it was only the intensity of the fireworks explosion, it was enough to make Chuzhong round his eyes, and his small mouth was so scared that he could see his small tongue. Browder just wanted to see Chuzhong's surprised expression. Now he is smiling and contented. So Browder's arm was slapped by Chu, who recovered. At this time, the other boxes that heard the explosion opened their doors and looked out, but found nothing. Madam, I want this, this, and this. Browder stopped asking, but started buying food on this snack cart. The fat witch smiled and took out all the snacks Browder wanted. Went back to the box and closed the door. Browder teased Chuzhong with a pumpkin pie. How about it? Autumn, isn't there a lot of secrets? Do you still dare to eat pumpkin pie now? Chuzhong was also really scared, but after hearing what Browder said, his face was slightly raised. Of course I dare to eat. Who will be scared by you? As he said, Chuzhong really took a piece of pumpkin pie and started eating. She already liked this. Browder exclaimed, Autumn, you have a lot of courage. Seeing the explosion just now, you still dare to eat so fast. In fact, Chu was also emboldened by himself, eating a piece of pumpkin pie, and didn't feel anything. Chuzhong also secretly relieved. The reason is very simple. Browder, you won't deliberately harm me. So also there is nothing to worry about. Chuzhong started to fight Browder. Browder was hit directly. But what was said, Browder was moved instead. Is he so trustworthy? Why didn't I know before? This feels really good. Browder smiled, and Chuzhong, who was watching, also laughed. He really didn't know whether it was shrewd or simple. Always feel that he is switching back and forth between multiple personalities. Browder just said that the magic world is full of secrets? But isn't Browder himself full of endless secrets? Chuzhong is really attracted to him so that he can't take his eyes off. The train continues on. But someone interrupted Browder. There is another light bulb knocking on the door. Browder turned his head and saw two Weasley twins whose faces were pressed straight on the door glass of the car. How do they feel awkward by their expressions? Hi! How is Browder's holiday? George waved his hand and greeted Browder. Browder really has no idea of talking to them now, so he just asks them what's the matter. Hey! Fred pretended to smile heartily. I didn't want to advance some Jinji along with you? We decided to join the selection of Gryffindor's Quidditch team this time. Many of the players in the previous session either graduated or prepared for the advanced wizarding examination, and they all withdrew from the Quidditch team, so we think we are likely to succeed. So we want to advance a little Jinjialong to buy a good broom. Boss, can you? Browder also didn't know what to say to these two twins who were suddenly very attentive. But with just the boss, Browder felt that he could advance them in advance. After all, they have a good reputation. The twins are second-year Gryffindor students and can also participate in the assessment. See how they usually play with broomsticks, Browder agreed. Okay. There is no need to advance, just as you have provided so many bonus points. Tell me the broom model you want to buy, and I will directly find someone to buy it and send it to you with an L. Browder saves a trouble, and it saves more money. Compared to the broomsticks that twins must buy at retail prices, Browder can buy them at the internal price, and earn extra favors, which is not a loss in business. If you really snare the twins into your command, it will still make a profit. Looking at the high-five twins, Browder yawned, is there nothing else? Then stop disturbing me. The twins saluted at the same time, yes, boss. Then they ran away. Browder looked at their back and shook his head. Browder envied them for their carelessness. Although the twins actually think Browder is even more heartless. Re-entered the box, Browder looked at the drop of puff pastel that Chew was holding, and suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask the twins what happened to the two puff pastels. He didn't find it just now. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. After running for several hours, the train finally reached the terminal. Hagrid's loud voice can be heard in the carriage. Browder opened the window, looked outside, and saw Hagrid. He is wearing the colorful hat given to him by Browder, which looks right. Hi. Hagrid. Browder's voice was not so young that Hagrid noticed him. How about the hat? Do you like it? Hagrid was also very happy to see Browder. Of course, I like him very much. Since you sent it, I haven't picked it off. It's better to take it off and clean it up properly. But Browder didn't say this. It's like spitting out himself. Now that I'm back from vacation, I don't have to go to make a boat in the cold wind anymore. www.readaloud.com. It's January, it's really possible to freeze to death. Hagrid is now mainly for the first-year students who don't know how to go, and let them keep up with the seniors. After they come to school, they all have to take this road. There are huge carriages not far away. However, most students can only see a car without a horse. Because this section of Hogwarts is pulled by night skies. And yet she can only be seen by those who have seen death. Is the person who has seen the moment when other people die to see Yechi. There were only 4 people in the same carriage, Browder and Chujong, as well as Marcos and Katie who was pulled over by him. This is a classmate who was sitting in the same boat when he first entered school. As for Eddie, there is a female classmate, who cares about him. Waiting for the carriage to start moving, Chujong, Marcos and Katie both began to argue about how much magic was used on the carriage. But Browder told them directly that there was basically no. Because they can't see the front, the invisible demon creature is pulling them forward, not the carriage itself moving. Chujong and Katie both believed. Browder's knowledge already convinced them. But Marcos doesn't believe it. So Browder directly supported him and let him touch a strand of Yechi hair. Marcos shuddered and quickly withdrew his hand. It is true. But it also seemed to touch something particularly cold, and the heat from the whole body was sucked away. Is so scary. Chapter 56, Lay the Foundation, the snake sound inside the wall. I returned to Hogwarts at the end of the holiday. Browder felt he should take a moment to relax. Since there is no more lazy sleep, it is natural to get up early and go to class. Especially the transformation class, Professor McGonagall is now really asking Browder questions in every class. This makes Browder unable to take a short run. These are the main questions. Professor McGonagall won't give him extra points if Browder answers correctly, and no points will be deducted if he answers wrong. Just copy the corresponding knowledge points dozens of times. Browder dared to say that as a whole Hogwarts first-year student, no one has used more parchment than him. But, the effect is really remarkable. Browder has a more solid foundation in the transformation spell. During the previous vacation, Browder and Regulus played against each other. Didn't Regulus all feel surprised by Browder's soaring polymorphism skills? Without the strictness of Professor McGonagall's repetition, Browder would not even say turning the puff pastel into a bird. He might even make a mistake when using it, instead he would turn himself into a cow or something. So although the Shanghai Municipal Affairs Bureau often complains, Browder is very grateful to Professor McGonagall. Such a good teacher is really unusual. Came to the hall for breakfast early, Browder has not forgotten to feed the puffers. Every time I feed a puff pastel like this, it is also to hide that there are hundreds of them, and there is a dragon. But when Browder tapped his hat with his magic wand, it attracted a lot of attention. Silver wand. Browder's new wand makes many people who see it for the first time feel very eye-catching. Because it is beautiful. Marcos asked Browder what dye is this dyed with? Browder responded by putting another piece of candy into Marcos's mouth. Different from the last train jelly, after the candy was eaten by him today, Marcos turned into a big in front of many people in the hall. The big AO cried for 10 seconds before Marcos changed back. All the people watching this scene laughed. But because of this, he was interested in the sugar that Browder brought out. Many people also want to try. But Browder didn't give it. This is a non-sale product that was just made. There is no quantity for everyone to try. Will only be used to give to friends. Marcos's belly deformation, is this used to cheat friends? The Weasley twins, who were waiting nervously for the owl, also saw this scene. Ran straight through the crowd. Marcos, this is our one. The twins looked nervous. Yes, George Fred, this is your idea, quick-acting sugar-changing candy. I have already asked an expert to make the finished product. Browder raised his head, and this is a human experiment that has been done, and it is completely non-toxic. Side effects? No danger. Of course, if it's used to bully muggles, it's a different story. Browder said with a smile, maybe he will be sent to Azkaban again. The twins really don't worry about this. It was difficult for her to find muggles around her. Browder knew that the twins would come when they saw the finished product, so he directly prepared a can for them. They gave Browder a can of trial products, and now they have harvested a can of finished products. This should be a profit, right? At this time, the owls that delivered the packages had already begun to arrive, and Browder urged the two of them to go back quickly, otherwise the broom would be picked up by others. The twins ran back quickly. Marcos looked at the twins who went back, his eyes were still a little weird. Weasley twins? That famous pair of troublemakers? Is this package of deformed candy their work? Of course. Browder nodded, don't look at them like trick or treat, but their playful heart makes them more talented in making these magic toys. Some of their inspirations are beyond the imagination of others. Eddie was eating breakfast next to him. Unexpectedly, Browder, you think highly of them? Of course. Nodding again, Browder said with a smile, I think the two of them may be the relatives of the entire Weasley family in the future, the most profitable, and the best time and method to make money. People. This evaluation is no longer possible, but it is said to be high. Is quite high. At this time, the owls came one after another, and Browder received the Daily Prophet he wanted to read and a new tabloid singing the opposite. The Daily Prophet always tells a lot of things in a positive way. Although there are no lack of special reports, the whole is a little lifeless. And Browder's new small newspaper called Singing and Singing is just the opposite. No matter what happens, this tabloid will use the darkest thoughts to doubt. For example, Cornelius Fudge beat Barty Crouch by a big score before, and even many of Barty Crouch's heartfelt supporters turned against him. Under the narration of singing the tune, Cornelius Fudge is a wizard, and there are a group of dark wizards under him. They went to the homes of everyone who supported Barty Crouch and controlled them with the imperious curse to change their votes. Of course, it's all nonsense, but Browder is very enjoyable. I got used to serious publications, and suddenly such a distinctive newspaper appeared. www.readaloud.com. Browder found it very interesting. As Browder was reading this newspaper, the Greyfinder breakfaster next door suddenly let out a scream. Because 2 Lightwheels 1800 have arrived. Although I heard that the Lightwheel company will now launch a newer model of the Lightwheel series, but now the twins are definitely unable to wait. Took out 2 broomsticks, the Weasley twins really felt that they had won the world. Oliver Wood, who is about to serve as the Greyfinder Quidditch team because the seniors and elder sisters have all withdrawn from the team, saw the 2 broomsticks and his eyes were bright. But Percy Weasley, who is the prefect next to him, is very surprised how his brothers got these 2 broomsticks. Is it something that a dozen gallons can buy? Hearing what his mother said during the holidays, Percy paid close attention to his 2 younger brothers. So he still wants to confiscate these 2 sow weekends. But how can twins be allowed to be confiscated? Even if you have a mother at home, you are in school now, even if you are a prefect, you can't help but make sense. Took the broom and left. The twins didn't give Percy time to react. Browder witnessed the whole process, and it felt very funny. Does the twin brother have a brain problem? Stupid reading? Chief, not everything. After eating breakfast, several classmates headed by Browder walked towards the transformation classroom. But as he walked, Browder's face suddenly didn't look good. Stared at a wall and frowned. Because Browder heard the sound of pipes in the wall. Is snake language. Chapter 57, Life and Death Issues, Follower Deformation. Hungry. I'm very hungry. I want to eat. Snake words like came from the wall. If it hadn't been for Browder to understand snake language, he wouldn't hear it at all. The sound of a snake across a wall is similar to the sound of shoes rubbing the floor. The ears of ordinary people automatically block this sound along with other noises. But now that he heard this voice, Browder knew what was going on. The 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Slytherin secret chamber followed the pipe in the wall to hunt for food. Its threat is always there. It doesn't have to wait until Harry Potter is in the 2nd grade before it suddenly appears. But Browder didn't expect that this basilisk would climb into the pipe inside the school again. Shouldn't it go through that passage to the Forbidden Forest when it was hungry? According to its words, it seems really hungry. Because of the butterfly effect, as long as it exists, it will change. Even if Browder didn't do anything specifically, it might affect the progress of many things. So Browder is not entirely sure that the basilisk will not suddenly appear in the castle. Situation is really like an indestructible sword hanging from his head, and the sword is hung on the beam by a rope, but the rope is completely decayed. The sword will definitely fall because of its decay, but when it will fall is still unknown. Is like that Schrodinger's cat, waiting in a lonely black box for the nucleus to decay, the hammer falls, and the poison is released. But Browder himself can change all this. Shakespeare's masterpieces, famous lines in Hamlet can illustrate Browder's attitude. Survival or death, this is a question. Browder naturally wants to live, and also wants the people he wants to live. And if he wants to determine the result of the problem 100%, he should kill the problem before it happens. Take down the sword. Throw the heavy hammer away. Kill the basilisk. Browder squinted and followed the disappearing basilisk's voice, until he didn't see Brow follow up. The Kai-Hu Zhang who returned to look for him patted Browder on the shoulder. Browder, what are you looking at? Chu Zhang asked with a smile. Browder regained his senses, and suddenly laughed loudly. Oh, I'm looking at a very, very big monster. It just crawled past the wall. The monster? Is it still inside the wall? Chu Zhang blinked unclearly. Are you talking about ghosts? Did a monster's ghost enter Hogwarts? That's also very possible. Browder nodded, and then took Chu Zhang's hand and walked towards the transformation classroom. You know, Autumn, I have even seen the ghost of a dragon. Although it is a young dragon. Under the strict supervision of Professor McGonagall for several months, Browder has relearned the foundation of the Transfiguration Curse. It is a bit difficult to recite backwards, but when you recite it, you can recite a lot of information even if you stumble. And now it is even more powerful to use the Dragon Horn Wand of the Dragon Nerve to participate in the transformation class. As soon as the class started, Professor McGonagall accepted everyone's vacation homework, and then let everyone practice the vacation homework, turn one animal into another. Professor McGonagall didn't expect everyone to do very well, just a part of it would be fine. For example, cats grow bunny ears. If you have your own animal companion, you can use your own. If you don't have it or are not suitable, you can ask Professor McGonagall to apply for a small animal. But looking at the big mouse that Marcos brought back, Browder and Chu Zhang, who were disgusted, summoned the Purong together. It's really no surprise that the velvet came out of Browder's hat, but Chu Zhang's velvet came out of the ring in her hand, which made people have to cast an ambiguous look. Kaihu Zhang had to blush, then forced to ignore those gazes and start his own magic. Now that he turns creatures into the appearance of other creatures, Browder is very proficient, and Professor McGonagall never expected this. Called out the velvet from the hat and turned it into a bird. Browder's work envied the other students. But being proud in front of McGonagall's classroom is the rhythm to be taught. Professor McGonagall looked at it and found that there was something wrong. He found a rabbit to make Browder change again. Browder was a little embarrassed, slowly but still moved his hands. Waved the magic wand in his hand, and drew a silver-white trajectory towards the fat little white rabbit. The little white rabbit began to change, it became a little black rabbit. Browder wanted to turn the little white rabbit into a black cat, but the color changed. So Browder was embarrassed. And Professor McGonagall is even more convinced that this is the case. Professor McGonagall stared at Browder with piercing eyes. I have to praise Mr. Lestrange for his superb skills. He can raise ordinary magical creatures like Velvet and can be transformed into follower. But this is not a magical creature protection class. It is a transformation class that requires your own strength. So I have to subtract 5 points from Ravenclaw because of your cleverness. Reading www.ukansha.com. Follow the deformation to better achieve the effect of being deformed. This puff pastel can easily be deformed according to Browder's idea. Simply put, Browder cheated. But Browder still fought hard. But Professor, I have done it. It's not on your own strength, Mr. Lestrange. Professor McGonagall still stared at Browder intently. You are lying to yourself. It's okay to lie to yourself. Browder was really wrong and stared at Professor McGonagall. I often lie to myself. As long as I don't lie to others, it's fine. The other students laughed a lot, but Professor McGonagall vomited blood in anger. This child is too childish. But even so, Professor McGonagall didn't give Browder more points, but let him practice the transformation spell again with that rabbit. If you have the ability to raise the rabbit, you will follow the deformation, otherwise you can only rely on your own strength. Professor McGonagall went to see the progress of other students after speaking. Browder puffed his cheeks and poked the rabbit with his wand, finally poking it back to white. At this time Eddie ran up to Browder and asked him quietly, Browder, are you going to follow the deformation of the puff pastel? Will you give me one? If my father asks me to show the deformation spell in the future, I am so fooled. Browder didn't even think about it. No. I won't give it to you. Why? Eddie tried to make himself pitiful. Browder said righteously, because it is wrong to deceive others. Chu Zhang and Marcos both laughed. Chapter 58, Fate Turns, Cats Fight. The 8-leaf windmill began to spin quickly under Browder's blow. The magical light of the Wheel of Fortune was so dazzling in Browder's eyes. Browder looks forward to what choice he will be this time. Because it is not necessary, Browder has not used it except for the first time. Now, Browder wants immunity or death. Because now Browder needs to deal with the basilisk, of course he must be the most comprehensive preparation. The 8-color magical leaves slowly stopped, and finally a red leaf was exposed in front of Browder. Immune deformation. Browder was super disappointed. Sure enough, my luck is still not very good. I knew I should have seen Regulus more before coming to school. Inhale more European air, maybe you can pass the level. In the responsive room, Browder vented his anger at the puppet basilisk in the deal with the basilisk room. Is an ordinary puppet and will not fight back. There is no room for responsiveness. But if you want a way to the secret room of Slytherin, can the room for requests be achieved? Browder had to run out of the responsive room as he said, but as soon as he arrived at the door, he was hit in the nose by the sudden opening of the door. It hurts. Browder covered his nose and stared at gold stars. The twins ran in at this time, and they knew what happened when they saw Browder. So while closing the door quickly, the two of them laughed loudly together. Ah! Will you not open the door lightly? The soreness of the nose and forehead finally passed, and Browder protested to the twins. George and Fred wanted to hold back a smile to tell Browder, but they couldn't help laughing when they saw Browder's red nose just as they wanted to. Okay. You still laugh, after you laugh, see how I can clean you up? Browder couldn't help but roll his eyes. Finally tired of laughing, the twins apologized to Browder. Because Filch was behind them just now, he had to come in quickly to prevent him from seeing this room. Filch? Browder is very strange, he can still keep up with you too? Didn't you just ride broomsticks in school? And what about your invisible cloak? This time is already available. George is to blame for this. Fred betrayed his brother so quickly, who told him to throw quick-acting candy in Filch's mouth before stealthily, making Filch a cat, runs very fast and we can still hear our footsteps. George also knew that he had done something wrong, but it's weird. I just wanted to fix Filch, but after Filch became a cat, he hasn't changed back. Not only does our candy last time. It's not strange, Browder shook his hand. The effect of our quick-acting transformation candy depends on the opponent's magic power. The stronger the magic power, the smaller the effect. If you don't believe it, you can try to give it to Principal Dumbledore. For one, he might not have any other reactions besides admiration that is very sweet. And Filch? Browder looked at the twins strangely, don't you know that he is a dumb gun? The effect of the quick-acting transformation candy may last more than 10 minutes on him. Oh! That's it. But after hearing this, the twins showed a surprised expression. Because they knew that Filch was a dumb gun. No wonder. Many things can be figured out at this time. But Browder was warning the twins at this time, don't deliberately fool Filch because he is a dumb gun. Just come as before. Rely on your own ability but the other party's ability to bully people, then it's no different from the Death Eater's thinking. The twins received education quickly, and nodded, don't worry. We won't. We are joking, so we don't care if he is. The wizard. Still a dumb gun. Or ordinary people. Just interesting. Browder rolled his eyes again. This idea is still very dangerous. But don't you hear anything? Browder asked suddenly. Voice. The twins are strange, no. Browder pointed to the door, I heard it, it seems to be the sound of two cats fighting. Two cats. Fred understood. That's Filch and his cat, Mrs. Loris. But why are they fighting? George was strange. Browder said utterly, because the relationship is good. Who told you to turn Filch into a cat? We need to fight when we are in good relationship? We have never had a fight. The twins said in unison. Lie? Browder questioned. Well, I lied a lot. It seems to have played that once or twice. The twins apologized. That should be because you haven't seen your parents fight, right? Browder continued to chatter. Who said it? See you often. Although mother always beats father unilaterally. The twins continue to question. But Browder looked at the twins with the eyes of children. www.readaloud.com. You are still too young. After finishing speaking, Browder walked into a wider room. The twins protested together. It was obvious that Browder was younger. But when they walked indoors, the twins were scared. I said, Browder, what room are you thinking about this time? We want to go to Browder's room where you are, and you, why do you have a snake puppet? Is it Slytherin style? Of course not. Browder dangled with a book. I'm looking for a way to deal with basilisks. Basilisk, you know? Just stare at you and you will die. The twins nodded. Basilisk. Of course you know. But why do you have to deal with this magical animal that hasn't appeared in hundreds of years? Browder sighed. I have told you all about the Slytherin secret room, but don't you have the slightest idea to find out what the monster in the legend is? Browder, you mean? The monster that old Slytherin raised in the secret room is Basilisk. When the twins finally called out the name of the basilisk, it was really super loud. That's right. I have received certain news. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Browder nodded and continued to ask the twins, what about you? In the past few months, have you found the slightest clue about the secret room? The twins shook their heads together. It seems that although we are pure blood, we are not satisfied with the old Slytherin guy. We found nothing. That means I found 2 more secret rooms. Browder didn't care either. Just like before, they don't speak snake language, so weird they can find it. So, it still depends on me. Take a leave tonight. I'm very sleepy now, I want to delete everything I wrote. So take a leave now, and have time to make it up during the day tomorrow. Above. Sorry. Chapter 59, Browder the Trickster, Browder the Profiteer. But when you should, you still have to counsel. Even with the snake-killing plan, all of Browder's current plans are based on the time when his own wheel of fortune turns to immune to death. Even though he has a bunch of helpers, but without this guarantee, Browder doesn't want to take that risk. If it weren't for this experience from Heartflow, Browder wouldn't live that long in his previous life. All the friends and enemies that Browder has known in his life are feeling emotional. It is a pity that Browder has not become a master. Although no matter how careful, there will be times when he miscalculates, but Browder did live longer than most of his friends and enemies in his previous life. Since Browder really became a master in this life, he naturally has to be more careful. I want to live longer. That's right. George Fred. Seeing that the twins were leaving, Browder quickly reminded them, don't tell anyone about the basilisk. I can't show any evidence about this, so don't cheat me. What? How can this work? George disagreed. Anyway, that's also a basilisk. We can't beat it. When they first learned about Slytherin's secret room, they could still eagerly search for it. But now that they knew that it was a basilisk that had lived for more than 1,000 years, they finally knew that they were beyond their ability. No matter what George and Fred thought, they didn't think they and Browder could beat the basilisk. So of course Professor Dumbledore should be told about this. So does the professor have the slightest credibility in what you two said? Browder asked rhetorically. Fred wanted to answer, but after thinking about it, they found that they really didn't seem to be credible. The two of them are really troublesome kings. Although only the 2nd grade, the school is already known to everyone, right? Few people believe them. Many people think that their actions are pranks, or to pave the way for the next pranks. So even if the twins printed the basilisk and the secret room as posters, no one would believe it. The rare frustration of twins. All right. Browder wouldn't care more. If you feel uncomfortable, come and eat. Browder took out 2 pumpkin pies and threw them to the twins. The twins who caught it thought about it. Now that Browder is not cooperating, they can't do anything to warn them. So, let's eat. Think about how to convince Browder to tell Principal Dumbledore the matter together. Where should I start? The twins took a bite of pumpkin pie together. Then, the two became big together, chucking and jumping up and kicking each other's paws. Then changed back again. Ha 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 ha. Browder clutched his stomach and laughed. How about? My prank is pretty good, right? Since the quick-acting transforming candy can be made into the shape of sugar, why can't it be made into other shapes? For example, pumpkin pie. The twins sat on the ground after they changed back, frozen for a moment, then followed Browder and laughed. Ha 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 ha, it's really fun. It seems that all the troubles are gone. Until the twins left, Browder did not say that a small dose of happiness potion was added to the two pumpkin pies. Although it can't be achieved that people can only remember to laugh all the time, it is enough to temporarily throw the troubles behind other thoughts. If you knew it a long time ago, don't tell the truth so impulsively. But the twins are not sure about other aspects, but loyalty must be first class, and Browder is really not afraid of them betraying himself. I just don't know if they dare to continue running around at night. Are you afraid of where a basilisk pops out suddenly? Marcos didn't lie to Browder. He must have studied potions from his uncle very seriously during his vacation. Now that he returns to school, he is really too confident in the potions class. Many of the questions asked by Professor Snape can be answered very well, and it is the kind of answer that goes beyond the book, and knows that he has had his own experience with the actual operation in advance. Professor Snape admired this, and said that he didn't shame Belby. Belby's performance in the past may, in the eyes of Professor Snape, really shame his uncle, the potion master. Now Marcos has really become an expert at Ravenclaw scoring in the potions class. This makes the eyes of the young girl classmates start to change. Sure enough, the Sorting Hat is not wrong. Even though Marcos and Gryffindor students are no different when they first entered school, they will show off when they should show their talents. It's just that Browder will pour cold water on Marcos at any time when he is just satisfied. You have learned this in advance. You have learned it in advance. You can learn it in advance for 7 years of knowledge. This cold water splashes, pia pia. Make Marcos so embarrassed. I will definitely do this. Marcos swore directly. Oh? Swear. Browder happily summoned Eddie to come over to be a witness for him. Then what do you say if you can't do it? The 7-year potion class if you can't keep the current state how to do. What to do? It was originally a hothead. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, but Marcos always feels like it is now. How can I do? If it doesn't work, let I can't find my wife. Said angrily, but Browder agreed, okay. Then you can't find a wife. Hee hee. This hee hee is a little scary. What about you, Browder? If I did it, what would you bet on? Marcos asked. He did not expect that. Browder rolled his eyes. What do you use your future wife to swear to have to do with me? Marcos exploded instantly. Eddie and Chujong beside laughed together. Looking at Marcos's flushing face, Browder smiled again. The big deal is after you graduate, I will give you enough support for everything you want. Browder raised his eyebrows. As long as my Jin Jialong is enough. Now dare to say that an organization like Jin Jialong has more liquid funds than the Lester Ranch family, that is, Gringotts? Because Jin Jialong is made by fairies. Marcos thinks this is pretty good. Can you ask for a house or a car? Marcos began to fall into fantasy. Eddie was very calm next to him. Marcos, this guy has just been praised by others for a few days before he became stupid again. Can't think of Browder to train a potion expert for free. Marcos can become a potion master in the future, but if he maintains his current energy for 7 years, he must be qualified to try to become a potion master. Such talents are rare. Eddie can only comment, Browder is really a profiteer. Chapter 60, Group Q, Birthday Gift. Pay attention to the position of the rose fragrance in front, and use fireball together. In the training room, Browder used his magic wand to remotely control a bunch of roses, while quickly issuing commands to a few flame velvet and flame velvet with closed eyes. Led by the flames of the velvet, the other 4 flames of velvet also opened their mouths and quickly ejected a basin-sized fireball, flying towards the position of the rose without slowing down. Boom! All 5 fireballs accurately hit the target. Without using the effect of the second explosion of the flaming velvet, the rose flower and the puppets under it were burned to ashes. Is this the 5 fireball god sect that is going to thrive on me again? Browder smiled and conjured some magic roses for the flame puffers as snacks, then turned around and gave another order to the other team 5 static puffers, your goal is here. Turned into a handful of dog rose, and Browder remotely controlled the dog rose to move. Electricity Purongrong closed their eyes together, and moved their bodies to follow the smell of flowers. It's now, lightning. 5 lightning shots fired from 5 static puffers, and it also penetrated the dog rose and the puppets underneath very accurately. After being attacked by lightning, the puppet gradually showed burnt marks on the surface, and then started to catch fire with a bang. Good job, good job. This is your reward. Browder clapped very happily, and then turned out a lot of dog roses for the static puffers to eat. Browder began to train his own puffed wool army doors. I used to be cannon fodder before, so I didn't have training. Now that the evolved Purongrong has almost all spell-like abilities, how can I not train well? Moreover, Browder really wants to rely on them to deal with the basilisk. So Browder took out all the secondary element fragments, evolve as much puff pastel as possible. But only so much can evolve in each line. For this reason, Browder also increased the level of elemental forging to +8 with essence and blood. Browder's essence and blood are about to bottom out. The probability of strengthening +8 is already as low as 0.36%. I don't know where Browder got the European gas, and he succeeded in strengthening in this bottomless pit. There is another problem with just such explosive soldiers. Purongongs also have eyes, and may see the basilisk die directly. After thinking about it for a while, Browder decided to let the Purongongs close their eyes when they were fighting the basilisk, and he would command it completely. He must be immune to death by then. But after closing their eyes, how can the Purongong aim at the target together? Browder thought for a few days before he came up with a way. It depends on smell. Purongong's sense of smell is very developed, relying on the sense of smell to locate it. Browder feels that it can be achieved after testing. Means that each department depends on different sense to command. If possible, it is best if each one is directed by a different fragrance. It's just that they have been practicing for more than half a month. Those 2 strokes just now were the first time they succeeded in collectively focusing on the target at the same time. Not easy, not easy. Browder turned his head and looked to the other side of the room. Annie, who had grown back to her original shape, was teasing 5 Rock Velvet. Is really teasing? Browder asked Anne to help Rock Purongong quickly familiarize himself with the state of stone skin art, and then act as a meat shield or suicide bomber. But now it is not allowed to use the Big Bang, the rock puffed wool still only hits, and Annie's claws casually waved them and they were blown away. The current situation is that Annie is lying on the ground, and then stretched out the dragon claws to let the rock puffballs practice hitting. Not to mention, Annie could feel the intensity of the impact getting stronger. It's just that it doesn't hurt or itchy for Annie. Especially a few drops of puff pastel are applying healing techniques to Annie one by one. Ah woo! Comfortable, it's so comfortable. The comfortable Annie wants to turn over and lie down. This guy, I asked her to help with training, so why did it become a blessing? But as the queen of Peru's Fang Fang dragon under Browder, she is still the real meat shield when she wants to attack the basilisk this time. Annie enjoys so much now, Browder really doesn't want to talk about her. As long as you don't give me any moths then. 3 times a day, he exhausted the spell-like abilities of his puffballs. Browder also focused on letting the flame puffballs use a series of fireballs and 2 other fireballs. Boom! Boom! The puppet burned again, and this time there was a bigger gap in the floor. One blaze velvet topped the effect of several other flame velvet. This is really a powerful evolutionary form. But the puffmere that can digest 30 elemental fragments in one breath, so far there is only one puffmere, is very precious. Time passed in Browder's preparation day by day. Until one day passed, Browder heard a crisp jingle. Is different from the voice that gets essence and blood every day, this voice is more pleasant. This voice is right, Browder is naturally familiar. Turning on the system, Browder found that the number of something in the system had changed from 0 to 1. Ancestors' blood. The blood of the ancestors that had been used up because of the velvet bucket appeared again, even in the middle of the funeral, 2 bottles of the blood of the ancestors were rewarded. Hey? What is this ancestors' blood given to me? Who died again? Browder turned out the system log www.readaloud.com after looking for it. I understood. It was just past midnight, so it's February 18th. Browder's birthday. The most formal source of ancestors' blood. What? Without Cobb reminding me, I can't remember my own birthday. Although it was a birthday, Browder didn't care about it, so he didn't prepare anything. After a long time, I don't care anymore. Is just a few hundred days a year, relatively meaningful days. But on these days, why don't you stop training? Okay. Go back to the dorm to sleep. Browder just left without any muddle. What's going on today? Browder, how did the owls that give you things one by one? At breakfast time, Marcos and Eddie were both puzzled seeing the owl sending so many things to Browder today. Browder threw the gift into his pocket and didn't care who gave it, because I have a birthday today. Oh. That's it. No wonder. Marcos and Eddie sang together like twins. Oh? Today is your birthday? Then Browder, why didn't you say it earlier? Because I don't remember it. Browder waved his hand indifferently. I don't know, it's normal, I know it can show concern. At this time, Chuzhong came to the hall out of breath. Am I not late? No. Browder shook his head. That. Chuzhong swiped from behind and took out a package of gifts. Browder, happy birthday.